next up, we're going to be setting up a sovereign phone system. Okay, well, not a sovereign phone system. You have to pay the SIP trunking provider, and you have to kind of pay one of your regional ISPs, which is kind of a monopoly, but you can get the point. It's a phone system that you can customize, and you can run it out of your closet, which is cool. Like, again, what I said with the mail server, just because you can doesn't mean you should, but for fun. For fun. In all seriousness, some of the fun things you can do with this type of phone system, like one of the things that I did with it is that I set it up with a caller ID that instead of using normal caller ID services, utilizes my customer relationship management software at my store. What this means is that when a customer calls, instead of just having their name show up in the caller ID, I can have the status of their ticket show up in the caller ID as an abbreviation. So back when I was the only person doing a lot of the repairs at the store, and I would not want to get up and stop what I'm doing every single time somebody called, I wouldn't get anything done. A lot of the phone calls that came in, they weren't questions on like what chip is wrong or what's a complex diagnosis. Very often they were calls that I could answer in a Bluetooth headset while I was soldering, and they would have no idea. And so I would look out the corner of my eye and I would see the ticket status, and they would call. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like your device is waiting to be shipped. Or, it looks like it's in the front of the store. We're waiting to unpack it. We're going through all the boxes. Or yes, it looks like your board has been repaired and it's just in the reassembly queue right now. And if they didn't ask for a bunch more detail, I was set. One of the coolest things about this is that they would say, wow, you know what's going on without looking it up? And I go, yeah, I remembered your voice from the last time I talked to you. And it's like, I don't know who the fuck you are. But the point of the matter is that customers are much happier when you're able to give them instant info. It's like, and that gave me the ability for a lot of people to give them instant information, and they felt like I knew them better than they did, which really helped with the whole situation. If there was something that went wrong with that job or anything like that, they remembered the time that they called and they got an answer immediately that was on point and exactly what was going on. There are many ways that you could customize this phone system, and that's what I find so much fun about it. And the sky's the limit. So I'm going to show you how I build mine, and you're welcome to build yours any way you want. Now, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to download FreePBX. It is a distribution of Linux that runs all of this that stuff. It used to be that FreePBX actually was its own distribution that was based on CentOS, and then they just switched over to just Debian. Instead of having a highly customized version of CentOS, it's pretty much just download Debian and then use our script, which probably makes sense compared to having to deal with all the CentOS nonsense recently. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to download Debian, which is the distribution that I should have used when I was starting this back. Like I actually had this stupid idea that Ubuntu was still the easy distro of choice to use. So I'm going to download this, and we're going to set it up as a virtual machine on my server. So at this point, we're going to be up to, I think, 4 virtual machines. We have Home Assistant, we have the mail server, which is going to be used for that, and potentially a password system. We are going to have our Android services machine, and now we're going to have a phone system. So let's just download Debian 12 and get to work. Okay, so this is our ISO here. So I'm going to copy the URL. I'm going to go over to my Happy Cloud server. That's a VNC client over there. So I have to log into a different terminal. Now, since I'm going to have to put it in this directory anyway, I'm going to wget it to this directory. And I'm going to change the permissions of it. Okay, now we're going to set the correct permissions for this. I'm being lazy. I'm allowed to be lazy. No. Now I'm getting what I deserve for being lazy. I'm getting what I deserve. I got the sunken cost fallacy going. Okay. What? Oh. Sudo Dakimu KVM. Oh fuck, I'm lazy. Now I'm really getting lazy. How fucking dare you? Okay. Oh, that's got owned for being lazy twice. Okay, so I got my permission set. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to open up Virtual Machine Manager, and I'm going to add this as a virtual machine the same way that I did with the other virtual machines. So let's switch over to our VNC client over here because I don't feel like walking downstairs to do the video. Fuck that. Our VNC client, I logged in using Tiger VNC. So I set up X11 VNC as a server on that computer. And now I am running Tiger VNC as the client. This allows me to log into the actual graphical user interface. Think of this like Slow Team Viewer. So we go to right click on the desktop, you go Applications. It's going to be in System. We go Virtual Machine Manager. And OpenBox is very fast, so it just immediately opens. So let's make a new virtual machine. Now remember, we're local install media. We're not importing an existing disk image because this is not our operating system that we're going to run. We have to install an operating system. So we're going to choose local install media. Now we are going to choose disk, that Debian disk. It says automatically detect, and it did automatically detect. So that's cool. So now for the time being, I'm not going to use a lot of CPUs or RAM. I mean, this is it's a fucking phone system. Like, if there's one thing that I'm debating putting some time and effort into showing you, and if I do go over it, you'll see me increase the RAM and the CPU. But for now, I'm going to keep it there. I'm going to make the disk image. I'll make it. Again, you may want to expand this with call recordings over time, but the beautiful part with this is that you can expand them yourself. So yeah, I'll set it to 30 gigs. What the hell? Forward. Yeah, actually 40. I don't know how bloated this may be. One way to find out. I'm going to call this FreePBX. FreePBX. I'm going to see what's going on with the options. Bridge device, that's going to be a networking device, BRO. Actually, I don't think we need any sort of custom configuration here. Yeah, there's no custom configuration needed. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, now we are in Debian. We are installing. Graphical install. Actually, yeah, I'll do. If I just want to do graphical, I want to do normal. Yeah, I'll do normal install. Fuck graphical. I don't need no GUI. Okay. Yeah. American English. Hey, wait, this is still kind of a GUI. Just because you have shitty old looking interface. I kind of like the shitty old looking interface. Brings back good times. Reminds me of the 90s. Life was simpler in the 90s. Okay. Waiting. Now, I've used 192.168.5.1 is my router. .2 is this machine. .3 is my mail machine. .4 is Home Assistant. .5 is my Android one. So this is going to be .6. Now, for the host name, remember, what we put here is going to be what we're using to connect to it later, freepbx.home.arpa. So I like naming them what they are because it makes it a lot easier later. And also, why the hell are you not showing me the whole thing? Come on. There we go. Continue. Okay. I already, everything, the domain name is already set up in my router. I'm good. Okay, so root password. Full name for new user, Lewis. My time zone, Central. You have no idea how happy I am to fill that in with Central instead of Eastern. Puts a smile on my face every time I click that. Okay. Guided, use entire disk, and set up LVM. Now, I like LVM. It just makes it easy and nice to expand things later. But the thing is with encrypted LVM, remember, there's no point in doing additional encryption. What the you motherfucking asshole fly. I have my door open because the weather's actually starting to get nicer in Texas, but like, I don't want to set this up with encryption because remember, the disk that this is on is already encrypted. So I'm like, the file is on an encrypted disk. So to have encryption inside encryption is kind of like Schrodinger's encryption, but more importantly, it's just going to make it's like encryption on top of encryption is just going to, you're begging for the performance to be shit at that point. So let's use the entire disk and set up LVM. But I'm just going to show you, if you actually wanted to use encryption, look at how much easier this is than the, this is so much better than the Ubuntu installer. Like, you can actually see the disk. You don't have a giant fucking black box over everything. It's beautiful. I kind of miss Debian. I use Arch on my computer, but like, I mean, anything's better than Ubuntu at this point, really. So all files in one partition. Yeah, I don't want a separate home partition. Fuck that. And let's see. I'm curious if you made a giant swap partition or not. Okay. Write changes to disk. Yes. Nice. Nice. So you want attention, and then you want to kick everything off my table. Blackberry? Blackberry. Good girl, kitty. Good girl. That's my good little kitty. Who's a good little kitty? You're a good little kitty, aren't you? You're my good little kitty. You're a beautiful little kitty. Who's my girl? Who's my kitty? Who's my kitty? Good girl. Good kitty. Headbutt. Ah, hell no. I don't know who you are. Maybe you're nice people. Maybe you're not. I don't know. Okay, what do I want to install? Let's see. I don't need a desktop environment because this computer is never going to have a GUI. Yeah, I don't need that. Web server, SSH server. I believe I need SSH to remote in. I'm surprised that would not be default, unless we're talking about something else. Standard system utilities. I'll take standard system utilities. I'm surprised SSH is not checked by default. Huh. I mean, I get it, you know, security, but like, security. There are people that actually use their computers by sitting in front of them. It seems the new installation is the only operating system. Would it be safe to install? Absolutely. Of course it's safe. Enter. That's fine. VDA is my virtual. Blackberry, come here. Blackberry, you keep asking for attention and then running away. What the fuck? Why you gotta walk in the place where I got all my shit set up, huh? You got a whole table. You wanna walk around where all my stuff is set up. Hey, stay away from that. Hey, come here. It's okay. Yeah, sorry I haven't spent much time with you recently. Almost done with this thing, Blackberry. Then you'll have me all to yourself. You're a good kitty. My kitty has not gotten a lot of attention this past week and a half. She wonders why I spend all my time in front of the camera and typing. When I get into what I'm doing, I can become very obsessive with it. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm kind of excited to make this as good as humanly possible. I'm excited at the prospect of getting more people to believe they can do this stuff. Installation is complete. Continue. Gorgeous. I don't know if I set up my IP address and my networking. That's weird. I'm not used to that, actually. Maybe I missed it. It's possible I didn't click on the advanced enough install. That's strange. Huh. Oh my God, Blackberry, what did you do to my freaking keyboard? Okay, so first things first, let's set up networking properly. My cat stepped on my keyboard and yeah, so the entire portion of networking, apparently I wasn't recording. So let's show you what you missed. So in order to get networking to work here, you could become root, Eventually, if you want, you can set it up for sudo words so that you don't. You can just type sudo instead of having to su into root. And where you're going to go is you're going to go to x system d network, and then you're going to create a file and .network. So I like to do my interface .network. So first thing you could do is IP-adder show, and it shows you all the interfaces in your computer. Here, ENP1SO is the interface that's in our computer. Loopback is not the interface we're using. So you go to, what I would do is I would make a file in ect systemd network, which is my interface, plus .network. It has to be .network or else it won't work, and yours is going to look like this. Again, you could change the address, obviously, based on what your configuration is, but that's what we're using here. Match, name of our interface, network, the address is a static IP, the gateway, which is going to be our pfSense router, and the DNS, which is our pfSense router. After you're done with that, you would reload the service, systemctl, restart systemd-networkd, and once that's done, I would log back out, log in, and see what your IP is, and make sure that it works. If you're able to log out and log back in, type IP-adder show, and it shows your address, you're good. If not, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Much nicer. Okay, first things first, I have to get my installation script. So where do I find my installation script? Here we go. I'm just gonna It's interesting that they tell you to execute the script over here, but they have you executing a script over here as well in the same command. That's that Linux documentation, man. You can't beat the Linux documentation. Making sure installation is sane. Installation may be sane. It's the installer that you have to worry about. I think this is going to take a while. It takes less time to install the actual operating system than it does to run a script to put FreePBX on the computer. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay. We're gonna go to the web browser. Automatic module updates, sure, I trust you. Automatic security updates, I trust you. Send security emails for unsigned modules, yes. That's not the best time because that's actually when I do my VM backups. So let's set it to Tuesday, which means midnight and 4 a.m. Next, what you need is an SIP trunking provider. An SIP trunk provider is kind of like what your internet service provider is to you. You could set up a network in your house, But that's it. Like you can't connect and have fun with the outside world without connecting to an internet service provider. And an SIP trunking provider is the same thing. You could technically have as many computers in the world and phones attached to your SIP machine here, your FreePBX computer, but that's no fun because like you can only make phone calls amongst yourself. You want to be able to make phone calls to everybody and you want everybody to be able to call you. So similar to how your internet service provider is what connects you to the rest of the network in the world, your trunk provider connects you to the rest of the phone numbers in the world. Now, my personal favorite is Unitel. They're very reliable, they're very affordable, and they're just great. Like voice pulse, they went out of business recently because of some, I forget what it's called, Statin Stun, whatever the hell. There was some compliance thing where the FTC was cracking down on, FCC or FTC, I forget, was cracking down on everybody who did not meet this new regulation to try and stop robocalls. And a lot of these small providers went out of business, but they had virtually no redundancy. So if these two servers at AWS went down because they weren't paying extra to be able to have it in other servers, you would lose your connection. Unitel is very, very reliable. Now, when you look for Unitel, you do not want to sign up for the infinite scrolly shit. You don't want this website. I'm sure they're great people, but fuck this. You don't want this infinite scrolly, fancy, modern website. The main reason that having your own PBX is cool is not just all the customizations you can make, but it's you don't have this shit. See this? Add $10 a month per user. As long as you have your own PBX, this doesn't happen. When you have your own PBX, you pay based on trunk usage. You don't pay based on users. So it's not like I want to add 10 phone lines. I have to now pay an additional $100 a month, even if they only use their phone for 10 minutes a month. You're only paying by the minute. When you have your own PBX, think of it like a VPN. They have no idea how many extensions you have. They have no idea if you're doing call recording. They have no idea what you're using for caller ID and stuff like this. All they know is that you've made this call out and you've received this call in. You don't have to pay extra because they decide they're going to charge you more for visual voicemail. You don't have to pay extra for call recording because there are some companies where it's like, you want a phone app, that's $2 a month. You want a call recording, that's $10 a month. None of this shit. What you're going to go to is UnitelCustomer.com. UnitelCustomer.com is a website that looks straight out of 1999, which is exactly how I like it. It's beautiful. Look at this shit. It looks like Slashdot from probably in 1999. So what you're going to do is you're going to sign up at UnitelCustomer.com. And once you sign up at UnitelCustomer.com, there's a few things that I'm going to walk you through doing. The first thing that you're going to do when you show up to UnitelCustomer.com after signing up is you're going to go over to numbers. You need a phone number so people can call you. You're going to go add a number, and then once you buy the number, you have a number. Next up after that, what you're going to do is you're going to set up what's called an SIP trunk. You're going to go to settings, you go trunks, and this is what's going to connect you to the world, but it's also how the world is going to connect to you. So what you do over here is you're going to set up a trunk. So I could just set up test_trunk. Now trunk type, you're going to choose general use conversational, not emergency services. You're going to go add trunk. Successfully added this trunk. So trunk info. And over here, you're going to have a username and a password. And that shit is going to be deleted long before this video is released. Next up, when you're done with that, you go to settings and then endpoints. Endpoints are going to be where your phone calls get directed to. So after they come in through Unitel, you're going to have a phone number and you need to send that phone call number somewhere. You could forward your phone number to somebody else's phone, or you could forward it to an endpoint, which is then going to go over to your PBX. So this is where you're receiving calls. So I'm going to call this demo phone system, my demo endpoint. Now the endpoint destination, this needs to be your IP address. Where are we sending this stuff to when you receive a phone call? So lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com, you're going to put your dynamic DNS in here. Next up, after we've done that, we're now going to assign our phone number to an endpoint. So I'm going to go to numbers, and then I go manage numbers. Now once that's done, you would take one of your phone numbers, and then you would add it to an endpoint. So I could take, let's say, this phone number over here. I could do number mode. And then what I do is I'm going to select an endpoint. So you say forward to endpoint, not registered to PBX. We are setting up a PBX, but that's not, so don't get confused by that. Forward to endpoint. And then you choose your endpoint over here, which you're going to choose demo endpoint. That's what I added. And then I hit update. Success. At this point, I've done everything that I need to do within Unitel. I have created a phone number. Check. I created an SIP trunk, and I got my username, my password, and my server that I'm going to be connecting to. Check. I created an endpoint. Yes. Check. And I went to my number and I forwarded my phone number over to my endpoint. So at this point, we're going to go and do the next step, which is going to be setting up the PBX and going through all the settings in there. I forgot my password and I had to log into the SQL database to get it. Wow. Go figure. The one time I used a different password. Would you like to activate your system now? You can activate it, but I'm not going to activate it. I activated mine, but no need to activate this one. Life is better in the cloud. It sure is when you make your own. When you make your own. No. No. What the fuck happened with this new version shit? Oh, Sangoma phones suck. Like, they're nice people, but their phones are shit. Don't buy their phones. Get a Cisco SPA525G. That thing's the fucking beast. That's a beast. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to add an SIP trunk. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I like to build from the bottom up. So we're going to create an extension. An extension is one of the users that's going to log in to your PBX. So we're going to go applications and then extensions, which, did they move this shit? Oh, where'd they put everything? Extensions is on connectivity? I don't remember that for some reason. Yeah. Okay, they changed the interface a lot. Connectivity, extensions. Oh, for fuck's sake, fine. Smart firewall, yes. Should the client using be trusted? No, of course. Yeah, what? Fuck. Enabling smart responsive firewall allows remote clients to securely register without explicitly whitelisting them. Yes. Automatically configure, yes. I have a firewall. Oh my God, stop. Bro. If I want to pay you, I'll pay you. I promise. Go away. Okay. We go add extension. You're going to add chan pjsip. 99% of the time, what you want is pjsip. Now, the extension is what you're going to dial on your local network, but that's also going to be what you log in as. So let's create an extension like 401. And we're going to do demo user. Outbound caller ID. Now, that's the password. I'm going to make it some bullshit so that it's, I don't know, like new password. It's weak, but again, this will be deleted before you see this video. This computer is going to be very long gone. Create a default user for it, yes. We are going to create a voicemail box enabled, yes. Email attachment. What this does is when you receive a voicemail, you can have it email you that you got a voicemail, and it has functionality that allows you to attach a WAV file of the voicemail. So instead of having to log into a visual voicemail system, every time you get a voicemail, it'll go here. What I have is you can set it up to email an alias. So for instance, and I can have my email system set up so everything that comes to that alias gets forwarded. So pager, email it. Pager? Pager. Bro, pager. Okay, so I can put Lewis plus FreePBX demo at rossmangroup.com, and then I can make it so all those emails get moved over to a folder so it doesn't clog up my normal inbox. Email attachment. And I will set it to delete the voicemail because once I have an email of it, I don't need it clogging up my voicemail box here. I like having call recordings. I don't really need old voicemails. I'm not going to use any of this VMX locator shit. That's pointless to me. Fuck that. Now, in advanced, you can choose to do call recording. Yeah, here we go. So you could just say, record your calls if you want to. I'm not going to do call screening or call waiting. I don't really use that stuff. Dictation. You know what? I've never used this shit before, but I'm going to try it. What the fuck? Why not? I've honestly never used that feature. I just want to have fun. So you have the different voicemails here. So I don't have like unavailable versus busy. I don't really care. Now, what you do is if you don't answer the phone, you say where it goes. So if you don't answer the phone, no answer. Where do you want it to go? Now, the cool thing about this is you can have it go anywhere. So for instance, if I add a miscellaneous destination can be a personal phone number. So I could say after close, let's say before the store closes, I could have the calls go to the store, but after the store closes, I can have it go to a personal phone number. I don't like so. That's not my number, so anyway, I feel bad for the person who has that because everybody's going to call thinking it's me. But you can send the phone calls and you can set it to specifically do it at a certain time. I'm not going to use that feature here though. And these two, yeah, I never use that thing, so. So we have an extension. You sure you wish to continue? Yeah, I should set a voicemail password, fine. Next up, we're going to add what's called a ring group. I want to ring multiple phones at my business. I don't want just one phone to ring. What a ring group does is when a phone call comes in, I can set it so that it rings multiple devices. I want all the phones to ring so that if the front desk clerk is not able to pick up the phone because they're on lunch or something else, somebody else can pick up the phone. So the way this works is if any one person picks up the phone, it's not going to go to voicemail. So I could add as many numbers here as I wanted. I could add 401, 501, 601, and you could also set it up with a ring group number. So internally at your business, you could make it so every phone rings. So let's say I'm calling my company and I have my smartphone and I have an app like Zoiper installed for SIP. I can hit 400 and it will ring every single phone, but without me having to go through the trunking system, without me having to call my external number. After this, you have the ring time. How long do you want it to ring for before it goes to voicemail? I set this to something high, like 70 seconds for a business, because it shouldn't be going to voicemail during the day to begin with, and if it is, somebody's getting fired. Now you have call recording here somewhere, I think. Here we go, call recording. And you also have where is this going to go if nobody picks up the phone. So I usually set the same voicemail box that I use for my main user, and I'll set 401 demo user busy message. And then you name it. So like store phones. I can name it something like that, right? And then we hit submit. Now, we have to add in what's called an inbound route. But before I do that, I'm actually going to show you something cool called call flow control. Call flow control allows you to adjust where calls go based on the time of day. So I could say night, day. So I could have for normal mode, and then I could have for override. For normal flow, I can say go to my ring group, so ring my store phones. But override flow means I can set it to straight to voicemail. So like before we close, we are in normal mode. And then after we close, we are now in the mode that goes straight to voicemail. Or if you're psycho like me back in the day, you could just have it go to your cell phone so that at 3 a.m, somebody calls and like, I was broke back then, I needed a business. So you could make a miscellaneous destination so that once your store closes, you can have the phone calls go directly to you. And you can control this with a button on your phone. So let's see, so over here, there are a total of 100 feature code objects, and they can be toggled using the call flow featured plus the index. So I believe it's like *28, and then you add a number here. So you could make it so like *28 and then 86. I have to figure out what the call flow toggle is, what the index is on this one, because I'm not sure. I'm used to this with an older version. So I set what it is now, current mode, override flow, goes to voicemail. And now if you call my business and it's a normal, it'll ring the store phones. But if we call when we're closed, it'll go into override because we'll have put the code into the phone. You type like *288 whatever, and then it will put it over here where the phone calls are not going to endlessly ring. Because there's no point in making you wait and then having you go to voicemail after 70 seconds if we're closed. That's just kind of being an asshole. And actually here, it tells you the code over here. So feature code *2886. So you enter that into your phone, and then you'll hear a beep, and then you'll hear that it changes over. Next up, we're going to create what's called an inbound route. An inbound route is going to be your phone number. So when a call comes into this PBX, so the endpoint that you set up with your phone number at Unitel is going to forward your call here. Now this says, okay, when I get a call that's going to 347-552-2258, where do I send it? I can have multiple phone numbers at this PBX, and they can be routed in multiple different ways. The same way that a router has NAT. You have the firewall, which blocks things, but then you have NAT. NAT is going to say, when you have traffic coming in that wants this port, stuff coming to this port goes to the PBX. This port goes to the mail server. This port goes to the game server. Same thing. We get different phone numbers. So 347-552-2258 goes to the store. This phone number goes to this phone. This phone number goes to that set of phones. So we're going to add an inbound route for my phone number. So that's going to be store phone number 347-552-2258. Now, caller ID number, I'll set it to my phone. I'm not going to spoof my caller ID. That's kind of a thing to do. Music on hold. You can change your music on hold. There's a bunch of different things you can put. And I'm going to set this to call flow control. I'm not going to set it to my ring group because I'm going to set it to call flow control so that I have the option for it to go to voicemail or not. And then call flow control sends it to my ring group. And then my ring group is then going to send it to my extension, which is my phone. So we're going to send this to call flow control right here. And then you can set up all these. I never bother with this stuff. This is, except for call recording. Caller ID lookup source. This is a fun one, and I can show you how to set this type of thing up. Actually, I did show you how to set this type of thing up in a video I did 10 years ago, where I set it up with my customer service system. That's a fun one. So you would set up your caller ID within the inbound route. Next up is going to be outbound routes. But before we add this, we're going to add a trunk. Add trunk. Remember, CHAN PJSIP. If you're in doubt, you ask your provider. But if you're in doubt, CHAN PJSIP. Trunk name, demo trunk. Outbound caller ID is going to be, in my case, 347-552-2258. PJSIP settings. In this over here, we're going to be putting our username, which you copy and paste. Auth username, copy and paste. Your secret is going to be your password. Your SIP server is going to be sip.unitelgroup.com. Your server port is usually going to be 5060, but it's good to check their documentation just to make sure, which I will do right now because the last time I set this up was, like, what, 2015? Oh, it's a long freaking time ago. In codecs, you're only going to have the codecs added that is supported by your trunking provider. This will fuck you up otherwise. And at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter if you enable the nicest codecs in the world. It's only going to work internally. Because, yeah, so ULAW and ALAW work with pretty much everything. And after that, you can add G723 and G729. That's what they support. And really, like 99% of the time, this is what your shit's going to end up being. Opus and all the really nice codecs. It would be nice if everything supported that, but they don't. They don't. H.264, we're not doing video calling with this piece of shit, so that's not happening. Okay. Next, we're going to go over to outbound routes. Outbound route. Route name. Outbound demo. Okay. Also, I have to change the inbound route because you're supposed to put a 1 there. I forgot about that. We don't need a password for this because the outbound route is going to go through our own trunk. You want that if you want to have a specific route, but you only want, like the CEO to be able to call from that number. Like that's not my company. It's not that type of company. So you're going to choose your trunk. Dial patterns, there are dial pattern wizards. This is a section where you need to contact your provider and figure out exactly what you need for your area. For the love of God, do not set this up according to what I click. I repeat, if you do not get 911 service, that is on you. I am not, no. Seriously, you're going to check this with your provider. You're going to check this with your provider, and you are going to see what it is that they give you. That you're not going to set this up based on what I put here. No, don't do that. Don't set emergency services up based on a fucking wizard. Call recording, I always want to do that. Next up, I would like to go over some caller ID stuff. So I know it's not caller ID CID superfecta. That's the fancy schmancy one. All right, so you have caller ID superfecta. When you go to CID superfecta, you have all these different places that you could look for to use for your caller ID, which is pretty cool. And they give you a lot of choices by default, which is it's a nice thing to have. I don't use this by default. What I use is a custom system that allows me to, it's really cool. The custom system allows me to see exactly who is calling from my store system, and then allows me to see the status of their ticket. So when I go on mine, I have caller ID lookup sources, and I add one, and you can have this. So you could put your, you could have HTTPS, and then you could have your host, your port, username, password, and all this stuff, and you could use an API. So you could query a database somewhere and get your caller ID that way and have it show up any way you want. And this is awesome. I love this system. The ability to do this is awesome, and it's one of the biggest appeals of having FreePBX for me personally. So, and you would do is in your inbound route, which I'm going to edit because I forgot to put a 1 in there. When you do this, there will be an option that allows you to choose your caller ID lookup source. And if you want to use a custom one because you have some sort of customer relationship management database and you want to be able to see like sale, in middle of sale, sold, asshole, whatever, you can have that. And it can be based on a system that other people are contributing to, which is absolutely amazing. Once we're done with that, we're going to hit apply config. You always have to hit apply config in the upper right corner when you're done making a change. If you don't do that, you will not get your, like nothing's going to, even just because you hit submit doesn't mean it actually works. You have to click apply. And this is a pretty nice thing to have because a lot of people who are changing stuff here, they're changing stuff in a live environment. So if you click the wrong thing, it's nice to be able to have the ability to undo. Next up, you go to settings, advanced settings, IAX, and SIP. One of these is the one that I'm looking for. Let's see. It's not in here. IAX. All right, so bind address. So codec settings, just make sure that the codec settings here are limited. And then over here in CHAN PJSIP, external IP address, use default. Now, these settings, mess with this if you have a funky ass setup. If you have a funky administration setup, you may have to adjust things here, but most of the time you're not going to have to touch any of this shit. Usually, yeah, if you're touching this, there's probably something bad has happened. I would personally not touch any of this. That being said, I'm going to add the firewall rules I need to add and turn my other PBX off so that I can demonstrate this one. I've been kind of slow walking this video because I wanted to wait until I closed since I'm not going to be taking phone calls right now. There's also another setting that I can't stress the importance of enough. You're going to want to go to settings, SIP settings, and then over here for local networks, you need to add one. If you are connecting using an outside WAN address and you set your firewall to allow that particular address in of a particular office, you're set. You don't have to do anything. And if your phones are connecting on your LAN, you're fine. However, if you intend to have something connect via your VPN, for instance, your Android phone is going to connect to your PBX, but you're outside your home, you're going to have to connect using your VPN. You're going to log into your VPN, and that's how you're going to connect to FreePBX. That's not going to work by default unless you specify it as a local network. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to pfSense Firewall, click on VPN, click Open VPN. You see where it says Tunnel Network over here? That's the network of your VPN. And what you're going to have to do is you have to insert this into FreePBX as a local network. If you don't do this, you will have one-way audio and your phone calls will drop after 20 seconds. Watch what happens if I try to make a phone call and I don't have that set up. So if I don't have that and I try to call myself, hello? 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 Jesus Christ. I actually muted everything and it's still doing that. And then the call ended. Now what's interesting is not only did the call end on one end, but the other end didn't even recognize it as ended until 5 seconds later. And it was one-way audio. Now watch what happens when I add my VPN IP address in here. And obviously, just in case I didn't mention it, my smartphone is connecting to my PBX using the VPN. I add that. I'm going to scroll down, hit submit, hit apply config. And once that's done, I can make the phone call again. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Once I've done that, I now have two-way audio and the phone call lasts. When you hit detect network settings, It's going to figure out what your IP address is externally, and it's also going to figure out your local network. But what it's not going to be able to figure out intuitively is what else is on that net, what other networks are around you, whether or not you have a VPN and what tunnel network that VPN is on. You're going to have to specify that yourself. So make sure that you go to your VPN setup, take a look at what you set for your tunnel network, and put that in local networks here, or else you're going to drive yourself insane. The entire idea is to connect into our home server using OpenVPN so that we are more secure than we are if we are just opening up our public IP address to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants to see that we're running these services. It's more secure to do this via OpenVPN. But OpenVPN is not going to work for you, and you're not going to be able to access your internal services for FreePBX and making phone calls if you don't add this. This is not something that you have to do for Image or OnlyOffice or SyncThing or any of the other programs that I've shown you how to set up. But you do have to do this for FreePBX. And if you don't do that, nothing is going to work properly. Next up, we're going to go over 4 things with regards to FreePBX administration. I took a break because staring at these lights, even with sunglasses on, was starting to rot my brain. So I needed a break. I don't want to hear anything from you. You try to do a 10-hour-long video, and let's see how much of your sanity you retain. So we're going to go over 4 things. The first is setting up a phone with your extension. I'm going to go over using a soft phone. Most of you are probably going to use a hardware phone like this. I use hardware phones in my business. I like the SPA525G from Cisco because you can find them on eBay for $20 to $30. They're very easy to configure. If you use a Grandstream hardware phone, sometimes they're a pain in the ass because there are certain headers that you have to uncheck or things don't work with FreePBX. It's very annoying. Whereas an SPA525G just works out of the box. It's very durable. It's like the Nokia 3310 of voice over IP phones. They just last. I have some of these that I bought over 10 years ago, and they still work in spite of being dropped, moved, destroyed, everything else. The next thing that we're going to be going over is how to set up your firewall rules. I'm not going to go over just the firewall rules, but I'm also going to go over the things that people will get wrong and how you can tell that you got them wrong. And I'm also going to go over how to use packet capture to figure out if your router is fucking with you. The third thing we're going to go over is how to fuck with telemarketers. And the fourth thing we're going to go over is how to F with people that you just don't like when they call into your business. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a soft phone. And you're going to use the same parameters to set up a software phone as you would to set up a hardware phone. So if you want to set up a hardware phone, don't worry about that. You're going to be setting it up the same way that we do this. And I like to use a program called Zoiper for this. It's a nice little delightful application. And we are going to go over it. And I'm going to show you how you would set it up using the parameters that exist from your FreePBX system. So I'm going to go to FreePBX. When we go to connectivity and then extensions, we'll see the extension that we created, which is 401, and that's going to be our username. And then our secret over here, which is my really weak password of new password, is going to be the password that we use. What I'm going to do over here is I'm going to type in my username, which is 401, and then @ is going to be my server. So I'm going to type in my IP address of my server. In this case, I'm able to type in the host name of my server with the domain because we set it up that way with a static mapping. 401 is my username. And then @ freepbx.home.arpa. Now the port that we use is 5060. That is the standard SIP port. And for password, you're going to put your secret, which in our case is new password. Now some programs are going to ask you to have the password up here. So you would put 401 and then a colon, and then you would put your password @ something, similar to how we were setting up our security cameras when using Frigate. But this program does it differently. We're going to type login and fill in your host name and select your provider from the list. I have filled in my host name there, and I'm going to hit next. I'm not going to add an outbound proxy because I don't need to. I hit skip. Here it's going to test the possible configurations, and we are using UDP, which is what most providers are going to be using and what your setup is likely going to be using by default. So click SIP UDP. The other one's not working, don't worry about that because we didn't set up another protocol. You hit next. And now, if you have a green checkbox over here, it means that you configured it properly, which means that we'll be able to work with phone calls. My phone is ringing. I hit answer. Speaker. Do we have 2-way audio? Hello. Now, one of the first problems that you're going to run into is something called one-way audio, if you have not set up your rules properly. So I have turned off my speakers, and I have my microphone on. So obviously, I have audio from here to my phone. Now I'm going to mute this phone. That's microphone. Turn the speaker up. This phone has been water damaged so many times that it no longer has a functioning speaker, but let's see if I go, ah! Ah! Okay, we do have functioning two-way audio. Let me show you one of the ways you could tell if you fucked up in setting up your firewall rules. I'm going to hit end on my phone. So we're going to end the call. And note that Zoiper thinks my phone call is still going. That's a great indicator that you have not set up your firewall rules properly. It has not been able to receive the signal that the call is over because we haven't actually set up any firewall rules yet. Now let's see what happens if we try doing this the opposite way around. I am going to try calling my FreePBX setup, and let's see if it sees anything. It doesn't ring, and I get no response, timed out, after waiting a little bit. That's because we haven't set up firewall rules. So this traffic is not being allowed to come through to this device. Now, the reason we haven't set up firewall rules yet is because I wanted to show you what happens and what it's going to look like if you forgot to. Now, let's set up firewall rules, and more importantly, let's go over the rules that you need to have and also how to diagnose the problem. We are going to set up rules on port 5060 to 5065 that allow our SIP trunking provider, which is Unitel, to be able to speak to our PBX. Then we're going to set up rules from port 10,000 to 20,000 as our media proxy, which is going to be the actual audio going back and forth that needs to happen for the communication to occur. Now, there's two different elements to understand when it comes to networking. You have NAT, and then you have firewall rules. We have many different computers behind our router. That's the point. If you remember from the section where we were going over the difference between modems and routers and everything else, and what a router does versus a switch versus a modem, you can have one computer connected to your cable modem, and you will be able to have one computer connected even if you don't have a router. If you want to have multiple devices behind your network, you need to have a router. And a router uses something called NAT, Network Address Translation. What that does is it says, okay, the FTP server is this computer, the phone server is this computer, the image server is this computer, so that when different computers are behind your network, the traffic goes where it's supposed to go. It's kind of like the person at a restaurant that brings you to your table. Then you have the firewall. The firewall is like the bouncer at the restaurant. So NAT says you're supposed to go to this table, Diane goes to this table, Lewis goes to that table, and the firewall is like the bouncer. Even if they bring you to that table, the bouncer has the ability to say, you're misbehaving, get the fuck out of my restaurant. So we need to set up both firewall rules and NAT rules. NAT first, firewall second. And these rules are going to say, when traffic comes into our router on this port, you are going to direct it to this computer. When traffic comes into our router on this port, it goes to that computer. And that's going to be very important. Our FreePBX box is at IP 192.168.5.6. That's how we set it up. Before I go over firewall rules, I'm going to have to go over a quick confession with this video, which is that the moment that I was done setting this up the router, I put it behind my other router. So when I've been showing you firewall rules this whole time, I've been showing you the firewall rules as you should be making them. To be clear, I've done that so that you'll be able to follow my guide exactly and have something that works. However, I have not been using this router connected directly to the internet. I'm connecting the router that I'm setting up for this video to a second router, which is my primary router, and then that router connects to the internet. I've been doing that because I don't want my everything like that I use at my home to not work while I'm doing this video, which requires that I set up a second set of firewall rules. But this is actually a good thing because it allows me to show you how to troubleshoot when something doesn't work, which is very common. I'm going to go over my rules in pfSense and show you where and how we set up each of these. We're going to go over NAT, which is saying, oh, you're coming in on port 5060. Go to computer A, the phone system. Oh, you're coming in on port 8123. Go to computer B, that's our image server. Oh, you're coming in on port 22. You're going to go over to this machine so that you can SSH log in on computer D. Then we're going to set up the firewall rules, which allow that traffic to actually show up at that computer after it's been directed over there. We're going to go over setting up aliases so that we can say, instead of letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry access our phone system on that computer, we're only going to allow the people that we want to access the phone system on that computer. And then we're going to go over packet capture. Packet capture is going to be the thing that allows you to troubleshoot when something isn't working, and as I like to say, beat the Linux out of it. So when you log into pfSense and you go into you're going to go firewall, and then you're going to hit NAT. and you'll see a screen that looks like this. And let's go over what everything on this screen is. Interface, WAN. That means that we're going to be dealing with traffic that is coming in to the WAN interface. That's the one that we plugged into our cable modem. So that's going to be what this applies to. And that's obviously what we want, because this traffic is from our phone system. It's going to be coming in from the internet. So we want to deal with the interface that's connected to the internet. Protocol, TCP or UDP. This is going to depend on what it is you want. 99% of the time, that's going to be TCP. When somebody says open a port, they typically mean TCP, but phone systems work over UDP. Source address. This is who is allowed to come in. So here I've said with my phone system, I'm allowing everyone in, which is actually bad practice. And we're going to change that when I teach you how to use aliases. For my mail server, you can see that I only allow mail server clients to come in, which means that the only people who can access all these different ports in my mail server are the very specific IP addresses that I want. If somebody else knocks on the door of my mail server, they're not going to see anything there if they're not one of the IP addresses that I want. They're not going to be able to see that there is an IMAP server or POP3 or anything else like that. Source ports. You are always going to keep this to all, and that is what an asterisk is. An asterisk, which is that little star thingy, means all. Unless you are a network engineer or a network administrator, for all the purposes of what we're doing here, keep that at all. Destination address, WAN address. WAN address is the IP address that your internet service provider is providing you in the purposes of this guide. So when I use lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com in order to access this, I am showing up using the WAN address. I'm knocking on the door of the router and saying, I want to get in through the WAN address. Destination ports. That's the most important part here. No pun intended. I can't believe I just said that out loud. The destination port is going to be how NAT knows which computer to direct the traffic to. So when you knock on my router on port 5060, it's going to say, oh, that's SIP traffic. You have said that SIP traffic should go to your PBX computer, which is at 192.168.1.4. We're going to send phone traffic to the phone computer. Ah, it seems like you've knocked on port 587. We are going to send the traffic on 587 to 192.168.1.3, which is my mail server. That is what's going to allow a single IP address, which is what I have, to be accessed by somebody else with a single IP address, and that person can access 5,000 different services that are running behind my network, even though I only have one IP address, because we have all these different ports. So I could run over 50,000 different services here if I wanted to on all these different ports. The port is going to be how our router knows which computer behind here are we going to send that particular traffic to. Next up, NAT IP. That's going to be the actual device that we want to send the traffic to. So in our case, we want to send our traffic over to our phone system or our mail server. That's going to be what it's open to. Destination port means when somebody is knocking on our router on port 5060 and we forward that traffic to the phone system computer, what port on the phone system computer are we going to knock on? And for all intents and purposes, the destination port and the NAT port are going to be the same unless you're doing crazy shit that we're not going over in this fucking guide. Next up, when we go to firewall rules, which you get to by clicking firewall and then rules, which is going to be 2 or 1 under NAT depending on your plugins, you will see that you have rules for all the different interfaces up here that you can choose. I have a WAN interface, and that's what we're going to be going over here. Now, when you look through, you have TCP UDP, which is the protocol, source. Are we going to allow everyone in, or are we only going to allow specific IPs in? You can either choose to let everyone in, or you can only choose to let specific IPs in. For my mail server, you can see that my source is an asterisk, which is all, because when it comes to receiving mail, I can't know the IP address of the people I'm going to receive mail from, so I need to let all of that traffic. But when it comes to accessing my server to read my inbox or to send mail, that I'm going to limit to only the people that I want, which is mail server clients. And I'll show you how to create a list of that. Here, port, again, the port, like source port, just always keep that as an asterisk. We're not going to get into network engineering in this video. Destination over here. Now, for VPN, we are accessing my router, which is on my WAN address. But for everything else, the destination machine, my phone system, is my destination. Here, my mail server is my destination. And the port that we're going to, which is going to be over here, this is going to be the port for phone system signaling, which is 5060 to 5065. Gateway, unless you have a good reason, you're going to keep that to all. Queue, all this other shit, not getting into networking engineering here. And that's going to be how this works. So we are going to have to change these rules because I have a second router. So I'm going to go over changing those rules in a moment. Now let's go over to firewall and aliases. I'm going to show you aliases, and I'm going to do my best to not show you shit that you're not supposed to see. To get into aliases, you're going to go to firewall, and then you are going to click on aliases, and then you'll be able to add aliases, and it's going to look something like this. Now, how do we know what IP addresses to put here? Remember that Unitel actually lists this on their website. If you log into their website, that in the Getting Started section, they're going to tell you all of the IP addresses of their service that you need to allow through to your router, and any voice over IP provider that is worth a shit is going to do this for you. And if this was best practices, what I would do is I would actually have two separate aliases, one for signaling and one for media RTP proxies, which is what I am going to set up in. That's the way that this should be set up. I was lazy when I set this up, so I didn't do that. But you should do that. You should have an alias for signaling traffic and then another for media RTP proxies for our separate, because this is these are going to be the IPs where we're opening port 5060, and these are going to be the IPs for port 10,000 to 20,000 for UDP traffic. So now once we have our aliases, what you would do is you would go to firewall and NAT, and we're going to create new rules. So I'm going to delete the two existing rules that I have just to walk you through the process of how you would create these rules. I'm going to delete them. I went to firewall, and then I went NAT, apply my changes, and let's add some new rules. So I'm going to add a rule. Interface, WAN, IP address, IPv4. Protocol is going to be UDP for SIP trunking. Destination, WAN address, because this server is going to be contacting my internet address from my shitty Spectrum modem. Again, for source, what I'm going to do here is instead of have the source be any, for source, we are going to use our alias, which are going to be phone system IPs. Remember, I don't want to let every Tom, Dick, and Harry from the internet in. I only want to allow Unitel in. Now, if you're not using OpenVPN to attach to your phone system, and you want to have people who are not attached to your VPN to attach to your phone system, you will have to know their IP addresses. So for instance, if you know the IP address of an office and you want that office to be able to connect to your PBX, you're going to have to know the IP address of your office, and you're going to have that IP address of the office in the phone system IPs that you let through to on port 5060 to 5065. The two people that have to be allowed to get in on port 5060 to 5065 are A, your phone system trunking provider, whether it's Unitel or VoicePulse or SipStation or anybody else. And the second is going to be your clients, the people that are going to be using your phone. So the IP address of the office where that phone is plugged in. So we're going to have our source set to phone system IPs. Source port range, always keep that to any. Destination is going to be the WAN address because it's trying to get into our server via the internet. The destination is going to be 5060 to 5065. That is the port range that was provided to us by Unitel. The redirect target IP is going to be our phone system, which would be 192.168.1.4 for my phone system. Redirect target port is going to be 5060. You don't have to type the entire port range in. Don't worry, because you may see there's only one box here instead of two. All you have to do is type in the first, and pfSense will figure out the rest. And I'll put in here for description, FreePBX signaling. This is an important one. Remember when we said that NAT is the person that brings you to your table at the restaurant and the firewall is kind of like the bouncer? Instead of having to make rules separately, we can have it make the rules all at once. And that's something that's going to make our life easier by going filter rule association. Think of this as the person that takes you to your table also telling the bouncer, this person paid, they're allowed to be here, don't mess with them. So we're going to add an associated filter rule. You want this to add an associated filter rule. We added an associated filter rule, and we have our FreePBX rule for our FreePBX signaling system at the top. Next, we're going to add the second one by doing the same thing. Protocol UDP, source, it's going to be an alias. You click here, alias. We're going to set, we're going to have phone system IPs, destination port, 10,000, 20,000. Redirect target IP is going to be my PBX. Redirect target port, 10,000. Description, FreePBX media. And add an associated filter rule. I'm going to apply my changes. I made a mistake here. I actually did not set source to phone system IPs. I set destination to phone system IPs. You see that? That was fucking stupid. Okay, go back up here. Source. That's going to be phone system IPs. This has been a very long video. Okay, there we go. Apply changes. Now go to firewall and rules and make sure that it actually added those rules that you just put in there. And it did. Actually, I'm going to delete the old ones that I had because I forgot to delete them. When you delete NAT rules, by the way, you're going to have to delete the firewall rules as well. It was actually bad practice that I did it that way. And we see our rules. NAT FreePBX signaling, NAT FreePBX media. Now, we have to change this because I am using a PBX behind a second router. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to change this. So I have to make two sets of firewall rules. I have to let that traffic in, but I actually have to send it to the IP address of my second router. My second router is 192.168.1.31. Let me log into my second router over here to show you how this is set up. So my second router is set up where the WAN IP of it is actually the address that my first router gave it. So my second router over here, its WAN IP is 192.168.1.31. That's what it sees as the second network. But that's an IP address that was given to it by my first router. So when I connect to my first router as my laptop or as my thermostat, I get an IP in from 192.168.1. something. And it gave my second router that as well. So this is going to be the port that I have to redirect all my traffic to, 192.168.1.31. And then on my second router, I'm then going to take that traffic and redirect that to my PBX, my second one, which is 192.168.5.6. Because the PBX that we just built is 192.168.5.6, whereas my existing PBX for myself is 192.168.1.4. So let's go back over to our rules. I'm going to go firewall, rules, and this red firewall in pfSense, this is my personal pfSense box. We're going to go and we're going to edit these two rules. I'm going to open them in a new window in NAT. So I'm going to change the redirect to my router IP for my second router. This is actually going to be fun because I get to show you how to troubleshoot annoying shit. This is going to be the fun part. I'm kind of excited about this one. I'm going to change it to 192.168.1.31. Apply changes. Now we'll go to firewall, rules, and make sure that it changed here. Notice how the rules that were associated with it are automatically changed as well as automatically added. I don't have to change these two rules because it just changed the IP address for me. Now I'm going to go back to my router and I'm going to create rules for the phone system. I hit add, interface, WAN, protocol, UDP, source is the WAN address, destination port range, 5060 to 5065. Redirect target IP, 192.168.5.6. Now when you do this, your source should be set to the phone system IPs for your phone provider and the offices that you want to be able to attach to your phone system. Here, I'm setting it to all because my first router is already filtering all of that, so I don't need to filter it twice. But you're going to have one router. My redirect target port, again, 5060. I'm going to name this rule FreePBX signaling demo box and add associated filter rule. Note that that's checked by default because pfSense is nice like that, so it'll automatically create that for me, which is the behavior of most consumer routers by default. So I appreciate that they've worked that in here. Hit save, and now I'm going to add the rule for the media, which is the voice. Protocol, UDP, source, any, destination. This is going to default to any, by the way. And the reason it says display or hide advanced is in 99% of the case, people want this to be any. Destination port range, 10,000, 20,000, not 100,000. Redirect target IP, 192.168.5.6, which is our PBX. Redirect target port, 10,000. FreePBX media demo machine. And save. Once it's saved, you hit apply. Now we're going to go to firewall, rules, and make sure that it's created them. And it has. You'll note that I deleted the mail server rules from before because I don't really need them. Now these rules have been added. And there's one thing I want to make sure that I have in all of my rules. I'm going to log packets handled by each rule. I'm going to go in my firewall rules. I'm going to log the packets handled by each rule. And I'm going to go back into my second router and do the same thing. Firewall rules. I want to log the packets handled by this rule because I am going to be doing some troubleshooting here because we are setting up a phone system. And when you set up a phone system, nothing works right the first time. Let me repeat. Nothing will work right the first time. Nothing. Nothing. Ask JP from my my comment section. He's a good dude. I met him in 2021. He's a really good dude. He's a regular on the channel, but he's a really good dude. He sets up phone systems and does this shit for a living. Oh my God. He'll tell you nothing works right in the first time. Now, since I've set everything up the way that I'm supposed to, you would think that if I made a phone call to my FreePBX system, that it would work, right? Let's watch this. I have Zoiper running. Am I getting a call? No, I'm not. It's frozen. Why is it frozen? This is where packet capture comes in. This is where packet capture comes in. I told you, nothing will work on the first go. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to clear the ARP tables cache, and then we're going to clear what's called states. So go to Diagnostics, and you're going to click on ARP table, open that in a new window, and then we are going to go over states and open that in a new window. On ARP table, you're going to scroll all the way down, and you're going to click clear. And I'm going to do that on the other router as well. ARP table, click clear. Now we're going to go over to states on both routers. States are the connections that we currently have. And if you currently have connections going, those connections are going to be connections that you gotta like reset before all this shit gets into place. Reset the firewall state table. Yes, we will reset our states on each router. And when you reset your states, you'll notice that all your connections die, which is why I should have done it on this router before I did it on that one. Fuck. Now I'm not gonna be able to load this router. God damn it. That was kind of dumb. All right, so we're gonna wait a little bit. Kind of got to wait a little bit now. Okay, reset states in the second one. Reset. After that, I'm going to go to status and then filter to reload the firewall rules. This is not something that you should have to do, but it's just a good idea once you've created new firewall rules and something's not working the way that you want it to. Once you reset states, you usually should wait 90 seconds or so. I don't wait 90 seconds because I'm incredibly impatient. Okay, reload filter rules. After all of this is done, I should be able to make my phone call and have it work, right? I've reset the states, I have created new firewall and net rules, and everything is done exactly as it should be, right? Wrong. Wrong. That's the Linux in it. Okay, so after all of that is done, we are going to open up something called packet capture. You're going to go to Diagnostics, Packet Capture. I'm going to do that on each router so I can show you the Linux in it. Now, what does packet capture do? Packet capture allows me to see what's actually happened and where it's sending my traffic. In packet capture, I'm going to capture what's going on the WAN interface each time I make a phone call on the router that is receiving calls from Unitel. Remember, that's going to happen on port 5060, 5061, 5062, 5063, 5064, 5065. It's most likely going to be using port 5060 though. You're going to put that in down here. So where it says port number, any of these port numbers, any of these, oh, excuse me, I want to see what's going on. And I want to see the same thing on this router, on the WAN interface. I want to see, so that what I'm going to learn from hitting start over here is I'm going to see when a call is coming in. So let's see what happens when I make my phone call. When I make my phone call, I see traffic from 199.180.220.89. Now, does that IP address sound familiar to any of you? It probably should, because that is Unitel's IP, 199.180.220.89. Now that I have my phone call coming in and I can see that it's coming in, I want to see what's showing up here. So that is trying to send traffic over to 192.168.1.31, or so we think. On my left router, I'm now going to capture what's going on in the LAN when a phone call comes in on those ports. I want to see where is it redirecting that traffic, and is it redirecting it the way that I asked it to? Clear captures. So on the LAN interface, I'm going to look at port 5060, 5061, and so on and so forth for SIP trunking, and I hit start. Now watch what happens when I make a phone call. I know that my traffic is coming through from Unitel, and it's going to 192.168.1.31. And my second router can see that. It has passed it through properly. Now I'm going to look at what's going on the LAN interface. Capture options, LAN, of my second router, which is the one that should be redirecting this to my FreePBX computer. And I click start. And I'll make another phone call, and we're going to see if the traffic is coming over. Now this is an interesting one. So my first router is doing what it's supposed to do. It's taking the traffic and it's sending it over. My second router, it takes a while to send it, but now what I want to do is I want to view my firewall rules. So I go to status, system logs. I'm going to do that on each one. You go to status and system logs. And what I want to do is I want to change the settings so that it doesn't just show when things are blocked. I also want to see when something's allowed, just to make sure that the traffic is being allowed in. And it's save on each one. And I go to make sure the settings are that on here. Yes, log patch gets matched. Go to firewall on each one. Status, system logs. Then we go to firewall and normal view. I'm going, and then I want to arrange the time so that the time is the most recent stuff at the top. Once we have it set to show both what we're allowing and what we're blocking, it's going to make it a lot easier to figure out where our mistake is. So on each one, I'm going to have it open and I'm going to make a phone call one more time. And then I'm going to refresh each one. And then after refreshing each one, I'm going to move the time up so that I can see the most recent rules. Now, on router number one, it's correctly taking my Unitel IP address from my phone system provider, and it's sending it to my second router. On my second router, it is not. It is being blocked. 199.180.220.89.5060. Its destination is 192.168.1.31. That doesn't work. That is incorrect. So it's blocking it. But why is it blocking it? Didn't we make a firewall rule for that? And didn't it automatically create it that way? It did. So what we did here in NAT was correct. This is correct. If you're coming in via our WAN address, looking for port 5060 to 5065, we want to send you to 192.168.5.6. However, our firewall rule was set up to allow traffic that's destination is 192.168.5.6. But that's not how our first router rewrote the rule. Our first router is taking that and sending it to 192.168.1.31. So now we go to firewall and we have to change our rule. And the way we know how to change our rule is because of what is written over here. 192.168.1.31. So what I can do is I can say if it's coming into either our router or our FreePBX computer. So I can now create what's called an alias, and I can say add FreePBX Lewis dumb mistake and I can go IP address 192.168.1.31, which is router, and then I can add a host 192.168.5.6 PBX. Apply changes, firewall rules. And now I can click edit on each one and set the destination to my alias instead. which I actually can't do because remember, it created that rule linked to my NAT rule. So I go firewall, rules, and I'm going to create a copy of each one as BlackBerry yells at me. I set my alias, FreePBX, Lewis dumb mistake. And then I hit save. And I'm going to copy the other one. And I can delete this one because I don't need it anymore. I'm going to copy the other one. I didn't hit, here we go. FreePBX, Lewis dumb mistake. Apply. The point of this part of the video is not to give you a particular guide on exactly what to set up, but I want to show you what tools are available to allow you to troubleshoot your mistake and what the process would be for troubleshooting your mistake if you set something up improperly. There are a lot of guides out there that tell you, okay, you forgot to do this, maybe you forgot to do that, or maybe you forgot to do this, but I don't want to tell you what you forgot to do. I want you to be able to figure it out yourself using the tools that are available to you. And hopefully this was somewhat helpful for you in understanding how you would figure that out from scratch. I'm going to go back to status, and then I go to system logs. I click firewall, and since I know the problem was over here, now I am going to make another phone call, and I want to see what happens. So I'm going to call, and when I call, I hit reload, and we see if it's still blocking SIP traffic. Now over there, it's still happening under the default deny rule. And that's going to be happening because we have to reload the ARP table as well as our states. And lastly, we should also reload our filters. Also, something that you can do here, which makes your life a little bit easier if you wanted to. As you can see, it's still being blocked when I make my phone call. Now, what you can do is you could actually click this button to make an easy rule instead of having to click through everything yourself to pass this traffic. However, that's not what I want because if I click easy rule, it's going to make the source this, which is not the source I want. I want the source to be something different. And I want to also make sure that I solve the problem myself, not the easy way. So I clear my ARP table again. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to reset my states again. And I'm also going to reload my filter, which reloads my firewall rules. I'll reset the firewall state table. And then we wait. And while we wait, I am going to get a protein shake. Excuse me. I'm back. Let's make a phone call. As you can see, when I make a phone call, it still doesn't work or ring. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my diagnostic firewall log and my firewall rule that I created side by side so that I can see what I did wrong when I created my firewall rule. First up, my firewall rule over here says pass to let it through. Interface, WAN on my firewall rule. The interface where it was blocked here, WAN. Source, I have set to any port and any source range. So the source over here is irrelevant because I've set source to any. Destination, 192.168.1.31, port 5060. Here, destination is set to my alias, which includes 192.168.1.31. The reason that you saw that little symbol over there is because when I was switching scenes right before doing this, I hit that. But as you can see, the alias, it was 192.168.1.31 that whole time. Yeah, every time I change these in OBS, I hit that button. But that was at 192.168.1.31. Resend. That was that little tilde wasn't in the alias because you saw me make the alias. It wasn't there. We reload the firewall rule, and I'm going to make a phone call again because as you can see, every single thing in my firewall rule is identical to what it's blocking in my log. Then you click over there again, and you see that it's also continuing to block that IP. I'm just going to make another phone call. Resend. Still blocked. Now, we have reset the states completely. We have reloaded the filter and cleared ARP cache. Why doesn't it work? Next up, we are going to do what every cable provider tells us to do. We are going to turn it on and off again. Reboot, reboot. And while this router is rebooting, I'm going to load up something I need to do next on my laptop. While I'm waiting for it to reboot, I can analyze my rules over here just to make sure that nothing's stupid. Destination port, exactly as it's supposed to be. Source port range, any. Source address, any. Protocol, UDP. Address, IPv4. Interface, WAN. Now this firewall has a solid state drive in it, so it should reboot very quickly. It automatically waits this amount of time just in case you have a slower older system so that you don't get an error in your browser that'll piss you off, which I understand. However, it still hasn't rebooted, even though it's a fairly fast modern computer. Okay, we're going to log in again. Status, system logs, firewall. And we are going to arrange it to have the newest rules up here. And we make another phone call.
Person at extension 401 is unavailable. Please.
Did we reload our filter rules properly? Yes, we did. Did we reset the states and remove every existing connection? Yes, we did. Did we clear our ARP cache and redo our filter? Yes, we did. Did it not work? No, it didn't. Why? Because that is how a Linux do. This is a free BSD-based firewall, but it's still close enough to Linux that it's going to torture you the way a Linux would torture you. It's also open source, which means it will torture you the way an open source will torture you. When you add a firewall rule on a $20 router that you got at Best Buy, it just fucking works. When you add a firewall rule on a, it's open source.
Thing I said. I even apologized to your mother. I know she doesn't mean the thing she says, Alice. It's just her nature. She doesn't mean to be mean. She's just born that way. When she says things about your old boyfriends and about the furniture in your apartment, I know that she doesn't mean to get me mad. She's just naturally mean, that's all. When she spilled the beans about the end of the play, I shouldn't have got mad at that. I should have expected it from her. I know how she is. She's never gonna be any different, Alice. She's gonna be the same old way, Alice.
It doesn't mean to be mean. It was just born that way. Next up, I'm going to show you how to drive telemarketers and people you dislike insane with a tool called Lenny. Lenny is awesome. Shout out to Crosstalk Solutions for hosting this because I was not able to find the files anywhere. It was much easier 5 or 6 years ago when he hosts these files. So shout out to Crosstalk Solutions. If you want help with anything related to voice over IP, SIP trunking, FreePBX, he's the dude to go to. So really good guy. Got to meet him in person about a year ago. Cool dude. Now we're going to install Lenny. Lenny is an excellent way to torture people that you hate, particularly telemarketers. When it comes to a telemarketer, when you hang up on the telemarketer, that's actually a very selfish thing to do because you're going to allow them the time they need to call the next person. When you get a phone call from a telemarketer, what you want to do is you want to waste as much of their time as humanly possible because cursing them out is not a punishment. Cursing them out simply allows them to call the next person. You don't want to do that. You want to take away their time. There are two resources in life, time and money. And when you waste the telemarketer's time, you're actually taking away both of those finite resources. Not only are you taking away both of their finite resources, but you're giving them less time to potentially scam somebody else. And you're also discouraging them further, which will cause them to quit this job and stop being a predator on our time. Let's get started by installing something called Lenny. In order to install Lenny, the first step is going to be to SSH into our FreePBX computer. So I opened a terminal here. And let me just make sure that my terminal is on screen the way it's supposed to be. There we go. SSH Lewis at freepbx.home.arpa or 192.168.5.6. Whatever floats your boat. Yes. First thing we're going to do is we are going to edit an asterisk config file. Ect asterisk extensions underscore custom conf. We have to be a root for this, so let's do that. Forgot about that. And we are going to add the information for how Lenny works. Lenny is going to speak based on how long it's passed with a certain amount of background noise being present or not present. And that's what this does. He's going to try to detect when it's time to fuck with you. The next step is we are going to download all of the files for Mr. Lenny. cd-var lib asterisk sounds. We are going to wget Lenny. We are going to unzip Lenny. Now, you don't have to make a directory called Lenny because that's already there. I'm going to remove lenny.zip because I don't need to waste space. We're going to make sure that the asterisk has the permissions to contact Mr. Lenny. And all these commands will be in the written guide. Now we're going to log into FreePBX and create a destination for people that we hate. We're going to go admin and custom destinations. We're going to add a custom destination. We're going to name this custom destination Lenny, comma, talk, comma, 1. Also, shout out to Mr. Crosstalk Solutions for having this guide on his website and making it easy for people to F with telemarketers. He's a good dude, and I highly suggest checking out his channel. We apply the configuration. Now we're going to make a virtual extension to transfer them to. Your phone is likely going to have something called transfer on it. You can have a transfer button, and you can hit it, and then you can set an extension in FreePBX, and you can send them to that extension. And that is how we're going to send people to Lenny. Reloading takes a lot of time, and I'm incredibly impatient. So I'm going to load this in another window, because I'm an impatient asshole. We're going to go over to connectivity, extensions. Now we're going to add an extension, but it's not going to be a ChanSIP, PJ, SI-SIP, whatever the fuck extension, PJ-SIP. We're going to add a virtual extension. I'm going to make the user extension 402. Lenny. He doesn't need a caller ID, Mr. Lenny. Now for voicemail, we're not going to have voicemail. But we are going to go to advanced, and on any no answer, busy, or not reachable, we're always going to send it to the custom destination of Lenny. If you have multiple custom destinations, you would choose it. Custom destination, Lenny. Custom destination, Lenny. And if you want, that's likely not going to record because it's talking about in... Well, let's submit. We've made our extension. That finished applying, and this finished applying. Now, extension is 402. The last thing you're going to have to do before Lenny works properly is you're going to have to type in FW console reload. Even if you hit apply or anything on the asterisk configuration on the top of the screen, in that upper top corner where you have the apply button, none of your settings for Lenny are going to work. You're going to get nothing when you go over to that extension unless you type FW console reload. So very important thing to remember. Now I'm going to call Lenny, who is located at extension 402. You will be able to transfer people to this extension if you don't like them. And if you put somebody in your blacklist in FreePBX, you can also have it set to automatically transfer them to Lenny. So let's get started by transferring somebody to my good friend, Mr. Lenny.
Hello, this is Lenny.
Why, hello, Lenny. How's it going? Hey, are you having a lovely day?
Sorry, I can barely hear you there.
How's that? I have a really nice microphone. And in fact, what I'm selling today is a beautiful Audio-Technica 4050 microphone so that you could sound as good as you can when you do your calls.
Yes.
Ah, so you want to know more about it. Well, the Audio-Technica 4050 is actually very similar to the AKG 414 microphone. It sounds very similar to the 414, however, it costs less than half the price. Would you want one, Lenny? Are you interested?
Oh, good. Yes.
Oh, wow, so you are interested. Well, which one would you be interested in? Because we have a similar one to the 4050, which is the 4047, which tries to emulate the sounds of the Neumann U47, but it kind of falls short a little bit. I would say it's kind of like a darker version of the AT4050, which some people like. Or you could have the AT4050, which is supposed to be a little bit more clear.
Oh, yes. Someone did say last week, someone did call last week about the same thing. Was that you?
No, it wasn't. It could be my competitor at Sweetwater.com. Was it Sweetwater.com that talked to you? Because I think I can get you a better deal than them.
Yes. Sorry, what was your name again?
My name is Louis Rossman with Rossman Recording Group.
Well, it's funny that you should call because my third eldest, Larissa, she was talking about this just last week. And, she is very smart. I'll give her that because, she was the first in the family to go to university and she passed with distinctions. We're all quite proud of her, yes.
Where'd she go? Did she go to,
she was saying that I should,
Full Sail?
look into this sort of thing. So what more can you tell me about it?
Well, I'm just kind of curious if you're interested in it, but also I'm curious with your eldest, Larissa, would she go like Full Sail or something like that? Because I've always heard that those audio engineering schools are kind of a scam, but I'm really curious what you think, Lenny.
No, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite catch you there. Well, what was that again?
Yeah, I talk kind of fast because I'm from New York City and I'm used to talking fast on a regular basis because when you lobby for right to repair, sometimes they do this shit where they literally give you less than 90 seconds to speak and there's a buzzer. But yeah, I was asking if Larissa had went to a school like Full Sail or anything like that.
Sorry, again?
Did Larissa go to a place called Full Sail? Full Sail.
Could you say that again, please?
Full Sail.
Yes.
Are you even listening to me?
Sorry, which company did you say you were calling from again?
Rossman Recording Group. Are you going to buy something or not, Lenny? Huh?
Well, here's the thing, because the last time that someone called up and spoke to me on the phone, I got...
You get the idea. He's designed to torture telemarketers, and he does a fucking good job of it. So there's a couple of ways that you could use this in ways that I think are absolutely hysterical. So one of the things you could do is you could add it to the blacklist in FreePBX. So when you go to admin, in blacklist, you can add a blacklist number over here. And once you add that number, you can actually set a destination for the blacklist number. So I could go into settings and destination for blacklisted calls. I can set it to terminate the call, or I could send it over to my good man Lenny over here. So I could go extensions and send it over to Lenny so that every time somebody gets on that number, they get sent to Lenny. But I'm not going to use that for Lenny because I got something even better. I I got something even better. Allison Smith. Wait till you see what we can do with some of the recordings that you find on the internet, because it actually gets way better and more fun than this if you really, really want to dig into it. So let's go over what it is that I like to do to people that I hate. So if you're a customer and you've been a dickhead to my employees, we've got a very interesting extension for you to go to. So let's go back into the terminal over here while we're still in varlib * sounds, and we are going to make a directory here called custom. Actually, I already have custom. CD custom. Yeah, okay, but it's empty. So we got to get Miss Allison Smith from * over here. Let's get Miss Allison Smith in the building. We're going to wget her file. We're going to make sure that we set the right permissions for Miss Allison Smith, because we always find her to be welcome in our PBX. Why am I typing R when this is the only directory? What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, we got the permissions for Miss Allison Smith. I actually missed one of the recordings that I was supposed to download, so I'm going to download the rest of them because there's more Allison Smith. This is why I'm happy that I'm doing this in real time, so that I can see the things that I effed up. Back to the terminal. I grab another of Allison Smith. Asterisk. Core sounds. Wait a sec. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, I did that right. I'm dumb. I don't know if I have to type FW console reload when I add new sounds. I forget, but can't hurt. Can't hurt. Okay, let's make a new sound. Description, name, asshole. 4 assholes. You know I'm going to name this 4 assholes. 4 assholes. System recording. Get bleep out of here. Okay. Next. You see where this is going.
Thank you for calling. Please hold a moment while I locate someone who will put up with your constant complaining and whining. That's great. Now get the fuck out of here.
I love this.
Moron.
Okay. Now, for this to work, you can't check G729 or any of these SLIN codecs. Check ALAW, G722, ULAW, WAVE, and GSM. So ALAW, ULAW, that's the shit that you're using when you're calling old-ass phones. G722 is what you're using when you're calling fancy voice over IP, if your provider offers it, which a lot fucking don't, because they suck. And then you have WAVE, and then you would submit. Submit. Now, if you get any errors, sometimes if I choose G729, it'll give me an error, and I'll say, look at the console. When it means console, it doesn't mean like my terminal here. What it means is typing asterisk VVV VVV R, and then I get to see shit that's going on my console. You could see all the phone calls coming in and all sorts of nice stuff like that. Okay, now that we've got our recording, we are going to assign it to an extension. So we go connectivity, extensions, and over here we're not going to add a virtual extension, we add a custom extension. So I'm going to make user extension. We're going to make this 405. 4 assholes. I might as well keep it consistent. All right. Now voicemail, no. Advanced. We're going to set this to a system recording. Play recording. Here we go. Play recording. For assholes. We only have one recording, so it's automatically going to choose that one. Play recording. Remember the extension. It's 405. 405. Now I'm going to go applications. No, admin. I'm sorry. Admin and blacklist. And now I'm going to add a number to the blacklist. What this means is that when that person calls, it's not going to show up. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me just show you where the key bindings are. Feature codes. So when you go to admin and feature codes first. Now when you go here, it shows you all the codes. So blacklist the last caller is *32. So let's have a little bit of fun with this. Let's have a little bit of fun. So I'm going to call my FreePBX box, and then I'm going to block myself. I'm gonna answer the phone.
The phone.
I type star.
Star 30.
End the call. Now I'm gonna dial star 32. Star 32.
The last caller was telephone number.
After that caller has been blacklisted, then I can go over to settings in my blacklist. And then I can go, you see where I'm going with this one. We're going to go to recordings, play recording. Now watch what happens when the person that was mean to your employee calls back.
Thank you for calling. Please hold a moment while I locate someone who will put up with your constant complaining and whining. That's great. Now get the fuck out of here, moron.
That concludes the sovereign phone system tutorial. There's so much fun you can have with this. Jessa Jones is one of my best friends. I love Jessa Jones. She works at iPad Rehab. She has her company. And every time we would blacklist a customer that was annoying, we made it redirect the phone call to her company. We added her as a miscellaneous destination. And we did it in a way where like the caller ID would show up with the customer's caller ID instead of that. It was, well, not customer, because these are people that we would never have as customers. And she wondered, like, why am I getting so many annoying customers over the past 3 months calling in? And I was just like, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Lastly, I almost forgot. Okay, the voicemails. You want to get an email every time you get a voicemail, right? I never showed you how to set that up. You're going to email yourself a voicemail, but the problem is that it's not actually going to show up at the intended address because you're using your postfix self-hosted mail server here. So let's say that I want to change it so that it uses my mail server that I created in the self-hosted mail section in order to send an email with a voicemail. Well, let's set that up so that it does that. So the problem is that here's what's going to happen in FreePBX. They are going to politely tell you to go fuck yourself. So when you go over here to admin and system admin, where you'd usually set up your email server that you want to use, you get this machine is not activated. The free version of sysadmin is only available to activated machines. So we have to activate it. So let's try activating it and seeing what happens here. So activation, be activated to install a commercial module. Free modules are classified as commercial. Now you can set this up via the command line, but I just want to see if they give you an SMT interface over here. You can set up postfix from the terminal, which is what I did on my old computer. So I'm going to activate Steve at stevesavers.com. Steve at stevesavers.com. Phone number, business names, Steve Savers. I don't want to do that, bro. No, I don't. I agree to terms and conditions. I really do. I'm very close to just setting up a postfix file to not do this. You should type a name for this machine. Activate. Attempting to activate. Come on, come on. What? You mother. Are you serious, bro? Did you just fuck up my entire install? You fucking asshole. You fucking did. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. I was about to fucking beat. To activate. Attempting to activate, please. What? Suck my balls. Okay, let's see. Does this work? Yeah, I'm going to install postfix. I feel like this is going towards using postfix. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Fuck this. We're using postfix. Fuck this. Next up, we're going to be going over how to receive voicemails, how to set up voicemail, and how to have it email you a voicemail that has a WAV file with the actual audio of the voicemail so that you not only get a notification every time you get a voicemail, but you also receive the audio file itself. I almost forgot. The light. It burns. I can't stand this shit anymore. Anyway, so what we're going to be going over now is voicemail. Receiving voicemail, receiving notifications, and also getting an email that has the WAV file of the voicemail attached. I don't want to do this 1960s shit where I have to call into my voicemail, I have to type *86. You have 2 new messages. Message number 1 from Greg at 12:46 p.m. on October. I would jump off my balcony having to listen to that. Simultaneously, I would also jump off my balcony having to deal with FreePBX's interface for voicemail. FreePBX is an excellent system, but the problem is that the voicemail system leaves a little bit to be desired when it comes to the user interface area. The user interface of this is just, let's go over that really quickly so you understand why it is we're not going to be using it. When I hit F3 so that you can see that, if I just click User Control Panel, it's loading. Still loading. Still loading. This sucks. We're not going to be using that. We're going to be setting it up so that it emails us our voicemails. Now, there's a couple of difficulties with this, and the main difficulty is the same difficulty that we had when we were setting up self-hosted email. FreePBX is going to try to email me from itself. It's not going to be using any sort of SMTP relay. Gmail, iCloud, Microsoft 365, they're all going to look at this and think this is a joke. When they see your residential Comcast IP address or AT&T Uverse sending email to them, they are going to think that that is somebody who is now part of a botnet because they have been hacked because they are using Windows XP Service Pack 1. They assume that you are spam. You are not even going to go into the spam filter of your intended recipient. It is going to be blocked by the server at IP level before it even makes it to Gmail spam filters. So we have to set up SMTP relay the same way that we did when we set up MailCow for self-hosted email. The problem here is that it's going to be much more difficult. With MailCow, MailCow puts together this beautiful GUI that allows you to set up Dovecot, RSpamD, Sogo, Postfix, and a number of other tools all within a beautiful GUI. And they just package everything together for you, and they curate everything so it just works. Here, we're going to be dealing with Postfix directly. Postfix is an excellent tool for sending email, but it's also something that's really geared more towards Linux systems administrators, not you or me. So we're going to have to set that up from scratch, which is not a lot of fun, but I'm going to show you how to do it. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to enable voicemail for our extension. So when we go over here into connectivity, extensions, we're going to click edit on my extension. I have removed all voicemail settings that I entered prior just so that we could do this from scratch. You go to voicemail and then you will click enabled. Once you've enabled it, you're going to choose a secure voicemail password like so. Your email address. I'm going to type in my email address here. By the way, this is not an email address that I utilize anymore. Somebody leaked this email address, which used to be my personal email. As a result, I no longer read it. I have a personal email address, but I also have professional emails that I've made available to all of you in all of my videos. There is the one on my public YouTube page, and there's also the lewis@rossmangroup.com address. But for some people, that's not enough. That's not good enough. What they have to do is Google and try to stalk me and find my personal email and email me there. If you're one of the people that's emailed that email address, not only do I report it as spam and delete it, but I also enter it into a blacklist for all of my other email addresses, so I will never hear from you again. That is fucking creepy. You do not need to Google me to figure out what my personal email is, because your email is so important that it can't go to the email that I make available for somebody else. Fuck you. I respond to all of my emails from the inbox that I make public, and I read them. If you think that you're above that, you can gargle my balls. That being said, I'm going to have it send email to this email address. I want to use a Gmail address explicitly because it has very, very strong spam filtering, and let's be real, that's what most people are going to be using for this anyway. So we should, if we can get our email to send to a Gmail address, we have done our job correctly. After we set that, we set the email address, I like to set it to email the attachment. But I also wanted to delete the voicemail. The reason I'm saying that I wanted to delete the voicemail is I don't want it clogging up the voicemail system. And in a really old version of FreePBX, it had something like a default of like 20 or 50 voicemails or something like, I forget what it was. But when it would fill up, you would no longer get new voicemails, which meant I had to log into the system that, as I said, takes like a minute to load, which means you're never going to do it. And if you never do it, that means you're going to have a voicemail box that's full. And once your voicemail box is full, nobody will be able to send you voicemails. So I prefer to set it up so that it emails me an audio file of the voicemail so that I have a centralized place where I can check my contacts. I don't want to have another thing to log into. I have enough shit to log into. So it's going to email me the attachment. It's going to delete the voicemail, and that's the setting that I want it to have. After that is done, I'm going to go to admin, and then I am going to go to user management. So we're going to go to admin, user management. We're going to edit our user, which is 401. That's my extension user. We're going to check the user details. It's got my email address in there. Check. We're going to go to UCP for user control panel. And here's the fun part. Call history. That we're going to have allowed. Now watch what let's flow over to voicemail. And as you can see, my extension is here as an allowed extension. Very often that is not set by default, so you really should check this, because if you don't check this, you will troll the crap out of yourself when trying to figure out why your own voicemail is not showing up, and that's just no fun. So that looks like it's there, which is great. Voicemail, allowed download settings, all that stuff. And once we're done confirming that, the last thing we're going to do is we are going to set the email address that we want our emails to come from. I don't want my email addresses to come from like freepbx.local, because again, that brings us back to the problem of Gmail rejecting all of our emails. So we're going to go to settings, voicemail admin, settings, email config, and server email. We are going to set the server email to be, let's say, voicemail notification at stevesavers.com. So now the email is going to go to my email address, l.a.rossman@gmail.com, and it's going to be from voicemail notifications at stevesavers.com. Now we've done everything we need to do in the administrative interface so far. Apply config. Now we're going to go to the user control panel, which is slow as balls. Let me just delete this widget because usually that is not there. It's only there, I think, because I added it from before. So the way that you're going to add your widget back is let's reload this interface that zips the modern way. Don't you just love shit that's like built on PHP, that's built on top of COBOL, that's built on top of fucking probably cobwebs of switch bar operators from 1919. Okay, once you click voicemail, you'll see 401, add. Now that the panel is there, we'll be able to see our voicemails when we log into the user control panel, which hopefully you never do. Also, hopefully you will delete them. It's set to email me, check. Email attachment, check. Delete voicemail, check. Beautiful. We're on our way. Now, we have to set up the email configuration. Remember how we set up a SMTP relay server with Postmark? We are going to be using that again here so that we could send emails using our transactional stream. And we're also going to set up a sender signature for the voicemail alert email that we had created. Actually, a voicemail alert would have made much more sense than voicemail notification. Yeah, I guess it's too late now. We're going to go full sunken cost fallacy and use a really stupid email address. It's not real, though. It's fine. So you're going to go to postmark.com, and we're going to log into the account that we had created before. Once you're here, you're going to click on your transactional stream. You're going to go to Servers, Test Server, Transactional Stream. We're using transactional stream because broadcast streams are used for when you are sending emails out to a lot of people, but it's not really mission critical. Transactional stream is used when you're sending email to a single person, but it's very important that it get there just like that. And that's what we're looking for here. You're going to go to Setup Instructions, and then you click on SMTP. We don't want all this complicated stuff. We just want SMTP. And you're going to take note of the username and the password, which is the same. And you're also going to take note of the server, smtp.postmark.app. And we're going to be using port 587, so we have TLS encryption. Now, with that said, let's go through the setting up our self-hosted mail server with postfix. So let's log into our console. Let me get a terminal opened up. Here we go. Our FreePBX computer was located at 192.168.5.6. Okay, great. First thing we got to do is we are going to create the credentials file. And postfix SASL password. Now this password file is going to look something like this. In brackets, you're going to have the SMTP relay server that we're sending our emails through. And we're using this. We're going to send the emails here. And then after the emails are sent to Postmark, they'll get sent to our recipient with all that trust that you get when you pay your middleman. They're like the mafia, but they're nice. So you'll be happy to be paying them money. Once we switch, we're just going to copy and paste this because I'm not going to remember that. You put the username, a colon, and then the password. Then hit Control X if you're using Nano. Save modified buffer, yes. And just because I didn't have that on the screen, I'll just show you again. The format is brackets, and the email SMTP server inside the brackets, a colon, and then the port, which is 587, space. Then you're going to put the username, a colon, and then your password. You can also use Gmail as an SMTP relay without paying them. Postmark is a paid service, Gmail is not. I shouldn't say that. Gmail is a paid service. You pay with your data, your privacy, and, well, yeah. I'd rather pay $10 a month personally. Next up, we're going to do the fun part of setting up postfix for SMTP relay without the beauty and joy of MailCow's interface. This should help you appreciate just how nice MailCow is when you have to actually interface and deal with the individual components that make up MailCow individually. So we're going to go back to our terminal, and we're going to edit our configuration file. There's still a little bit of Linux in here, and I want to show you the Linux. So here it says C user share postfix main.cf.dist for a commented more complete version. When they say more complete, what they actually mean is, you know this file that you have that has like 99% of everything configured exactly as you need? Here's a file where nothing is configured as you need and it's all blank and you have to fill out everything from fucking scratch and read a stupid ass manual that's designed for people with 180 plus IQs that you'll never understand without 2 hours of fucking around reading Stack Overflow and Googling. Don't lose this file. If you lose this file, you are going to have to go through the hell of going through this one over here and dealing with everything from scratch. So see over here, this file's got all this beautiful stuff. It's already set up. Like 99% of the stuff that you need is here. All the things that you need are like right here. And it's all just set for you. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Just works. You go to there, you copy that, paste that file in. You're going to have some fun with that one. So let's start with editing. The first thing I want to do is go down here to where it says relay host, and you are going to set it up with the relay host to be the server that we are using with Postmark app. So we are going to set that up for Postmark app, smtp.postmarkapp.com, colon 587. 587 for our port. SMTP _use _TLS equals yes. SMTP SASL auth enable. This is how it's going to log in using the password file that we just created. SMTP SASL password maps equals hash ect postfix SASL password SMTP SASL security options no anonymous SMTP SASL mechanism filter equals plain. Lastly, we're going to set it up so that every time we send emails from the server, that it comes from this same email address every time. Remember, this is not a multi-user email server where I have like 15 different people using it that all have the different user accounts that what they want to be able to send stuff from. Like it's a voicemail. It's like it's sending voicemails. I don't need I don't have to care about Sally at rossmangroup.com and Gene at rossmangroup.com and Chris at rossmangroup.com. That's not what we're doing here. We are just setting this up for sending voicemails. That's it. I do not care about having a number of different email addresses here. So I'm just going to insert voicemail notification at stevesavers.com into that. And once that's inserted, we are just about done. After that, we're going to hash our password file, which is going to be postmap postfix sassle password. And then also, now I created a database file, so I'm just going to set permissions on both. Postfix sassle password to get the database file as well. Now, we're going to restart our system. By system, I mean postfix, not the entire computer. After that's done, it should now have the new configuration loaded, which means I should be able to call and leave a voicemail and see something. So I'm going to see if I see something. Now, if you want, what you could do is you could send a test email. But a lot of the times, the test emails that you send at this point will go to spam. You could do something like this. I'm a dumbass who doesn't know how to send email properly from the command line, so that's probably going to go to spam in my inbox. Now, what you can do in Postmark, first, this is the way I would troubleshoot this. Before I even go to the log in postfix, what you can do once you're in Postmark, which is our SMTP relay, we can click on activity. And when you click on activity, it will show you the emails that were sent and the status of those particular emails. So this one, test email, I can see all the details of it. So I could see that it went to l.a.rossman@gmail.com. Check. I can see that Gmail has confirmed that it has been delivered. So it got processed and then delivered. And then I can look in my Gmail inbox and see if it actually made its way through. Now that went to spam because that is literally an email that I sent from the terminal. The emails you send from the terminal don't have to go to spam, but because I'm not a email Linux systems administrator, I don't know off the top of my head how to send an email from the terminal that has the proper headers and all that shit to not go to spam. I'm a washed up MacBook repairman. I don't know what you want from me. So now I'm going to try leaving a voicemail, and I'm going to see if that goes to spam, because that's what really matters here. I'm going to reject my phone call.
The person at extension 401 is on the phone. Please leave your message after the tone. When done,
I know. I learned how to use a fucking voicemail machine like 30 years ago. Jesus Christ. Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. Today, we're going to be talking about FreePBX and setting up a voicemail system.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And what do we have here? Note that it is not marked as spam. And also note that it arrived instantly. That's nice. Now I can click over here.
Use a fucking voicemail machine like 30 years ago. Jesus Christ. Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. Today, we're going to be talking about FreePBX and setting up a voicemail system. Use a fucking voicemail.
Now technically, if you wanted and you are very inclined, you could actually modify the source code of Asterisk and FreePBX and all the configuration files so that it actually uses Whisper from OpenAI to dictate your email and then email you a text transcription of the email. Because this video is approximately 10 hours long at this point in time, I'm not making the time to do that. If you want to figure that out, you are welcome and free to, and perhaps I will cover that in a video in the future. However, it is currently 1 a.m, and my cat is bothering me because my cat wants to play with me, and I have not made much time to play with my kitty during the writing of a 500-page guide and editing of a 9 or 10 hour video. So that's about it. I hope you've enjoyed this section on how to set up a FreePBX phone system. Next up, I'm going to show you how to set up your own self-hosted password server. This is a bad idea, and you should not do it. If you think about what I'm trying to get you to accomplish with this video, I want to get you away from companies that treat you like crap. I want to get you away from companies that are either changing the terms of the sale, stealing and mining your personal data, putting you into walled gardens, giving you solutions that don't have a delete button, or things that are just not run well, things that are closed source. And Bitwarden fits none of these. Bitwarden is open source. Check. Bitwarden does not mine through your data to sell you to advertisers. Check. Bitwarden is not a walled garden. Check. Bitwarden never changes the terms of the sale. Check. Bitwarden treats their customers exceptionally well. Check. And above all, Bitwarden is insanely affordable. Check. They are a good company run by good people that create good software. So when you're setting up your self-hosted instance, not only are you going to be spending more money than what you would spend to actually pay them to do it properly, but you're also opening yourself up to all the risks that occur when you are, let's be real, new enough to be watching my video and learning from it and setting up your own password server. If you are a newbie, you are too new to this to be trusting yourself with this type of infrastructure that has your banking passwords, your everything in your life in it. And if you are an experienced Linux systems administrator, that means you're experienced enough to know better. This is not something that makes sense to do. I'm not even talking about it not making sense because Bitwarden is a good company and because you're probably going to fuck something up while you're doing this and wind up with all your passwords getting leaked. It's not a good idea because Bitwarden is literally going to be cheaper for you. This doesn't even make economic sense. If you take a look at some of the features that are offered, like being able to check haveibeenpwned.com to see if any of the passwords in your database have been reported in a data breach before, just having access to that API key in and of itself is going to cost you more than the actual membership at Bitwarden. So if you take a look at haveibeenpwned.com, which is an excellent website, when you take a look at their subscription for their API key, even on the lowest plan, you're looking at $39.50. But when you look at Bitwarden's plans, even if you go for the business plans, which are going to have, be more expensive and have more features and everything like that, when you look at their enterprise plan, $6 per month per user. This is dirt cheap. The personal plans over here, the basic plan is free. If you want all this extra functionality, you're paying $10 a year. If you want some of this more, like $40 a year, billed annually. Like, really? You're going to take on all of the risk in being a complete newbie and setting up a server for the first time where so much can go wrong, and you're going to trust every single one of your passwords, your credit cards, all of that to yourself. And you're going to pay more for that than you would for people who are experts to do it for you, who are trusted. That's fucking stupid. But if you're watching this video, you're probably going to do it anyway. Why Bitwarden? Well, A, open source, but more importantly, let's compare it to something like LastPass. If you're running an operating system like Graphene OS, which is pretty cool, it's got a feature called a hardened memory allocator. And when you turn on the hardened memory allocator, if you start an application that has some memory insecure crap going on, it will automatically crash. And one of the sad things about modern society is that when you run an operating system like Graphene OS and turn on the hardened memory allocator, do you know the applications that tend to die first? Banking applications. Kidding. Some of the most insecure code on earth are actually banking applications. LastPass is one of those as well. LastPass will close, but Bitwarden won't. In my opinion, and the opinion of security experts, Bitwarden is a more secure solution than LastPass. And more importantly, it's open source, so everybody's auditing it all the time. You know what they're doing. They're not hiding the ball. They're a good solution. They're a secure solution, and they're affordable. So it's not like we're using them because they're cheap, but I guess, it's one of those cases where the open source solution is actually genuinely better than the paid solution. It's not the, it's like 80% as good and the UI sucks and it's missing this stuff, but it's open source, so I guess you're getting a better solution. And it doesn't cost you anything if you are self-hosting and self-managing your own instance. I cannot say enough good things about Bitwarden. We are not sponsored by Bitwarden. I've never been personally sponsored by Bitwarden. It's just good software. I can't tell you anything else. I want to use the mail server computer. I have my Android stuff, my Android services on one virtual machine. I have my identity services like my mail, contacts, calendar, and Bitwarden password stuff on one machine. I've got my home assistant stuff on another machine so that I have a virtual machine so that I can manage all the stuff in my home. So I'm segmenting out my virtual machines to the purposes that they represent in my life here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up with its own domain name so that I can go to it easily by going to my DNS resolver. And Clinty, bro, I'm doing God damn it. Clinty, why you always got to fuck with me while I'm working? I know you want attention, bro. I'm almost done. I oh god damn it. He really wants me to be done with this fucking video. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make I already have a static entry in my DHCP server for my mail server. But what I want to do now is let me just switch over to my other browser that actually has this in it. Yeah, wrong one. No. But Clinty, don't fucking turn off the microphone, man. Come on, bro. I know, I'm almost done with this shit. I'm almost done. I got to show them all how to get hacked. So when you log into pfSense, you're going to go to Services, DNS Resolver, and then you're going to scroll down into something called Host Overrides. I'm going to add another association here. So my host, I'm going to make Bitwarden. And remember the host, I'm just going to have that be home.arpa because that is what is set up over here in System General Setup. See, pfSense, home.arpa. What that means is that if I go to pfSense.home.arpa, it takes me to my firewall. And if I go to, so I'm going to do that here and I'm going to have bitwarden.home.arpa. I'm going to make the IP address of my mail server. Bitwarden. Additional names. Now remember, it's also mailserver.home.arpa. Mail server plus Bitwarden. Save. Apply changes. And I'm going to restart my DNS resolver. But let's SSH into our mail server. Really? Oh, you fucking jackass of a cat. Okay, logged into my mail server. Please do refer to the mail server section of this guide where I showed you how to install Docker on this computer. Docker is a prerequisite for this to work. We already installed Docker on this computer because we needed that to install our mail server stuff and MailCow. So I already have Docker on this computer. But if you don't have Docker on the computer, you could simply go back to the part of the guide where I was setting that up when I was setting up MailCow on my mail server, and you'll see all of that information there, and it's also going to be in the written guide. But if you have already set up Docker, then please do not redo that because that's obviously a giant waste of your time. So firstly, we're going to create a user for Bitwarden. Next, we're going to add this to the group Docker so that when I want to start up or stop my container, I don't have to do it as root. Now we're going to make the directory that we're going to run this in, opt Bitwarden. We're going to set it permissions and the ownership of it to Bitwarden. I'm just being lazy here. I don't know why I did that. Like, just type out the command, you fucking jackass. Now, Docker is already going to be running here. I know that because it's like MailCow works. But if you are doing this for the first time, again, go back to the mail server installation instructions and check out what I was doing to make sure that Docker was running prior to setting up MailCow. I'm going to log in as Bitwarden now, actually. Let's log in as Bitwarden. And I might, yeah. I could technically type sudo and log in, but I don't want to. Bitwarden at. Now the URL to the script is going to be different in the future after this video. I will update this guide, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to include a link in the guide, not just to the script, but also to their website so that you can find what the address of this is later. I want to make this as copy-paste easy as possible while simultaneously explaining everything. Obviously, you should do your own due diligence to some extent with that rather than just copy and paste everything, but I'm doing my best to make this simple for people, but simultaneously these links are probably going to change. Now there is an installation script, and this installation script is not going to go the way that we want it to because we're going to have to make a, actually I forget why because it's been a while since I installed this. Okay. Bitwarden.home.arpa. Remember, that's what we set up in pfSense firewall. Do you want to use Let's Encrypt? I do not. Enter the database name for your Bitwarden instance. Let's just call it Vault. It's because, okay, the ports, yes. So this is going to want to run on port 80 for HTTP and 443 for HTTPS. But we already have MailCow running on here. That's MailCow is going to be using those ports, right? So so it's going to give us an error. It's going to complain. Yeah, see, we got this on port 80, and we've got this on port 443. Now, if I wanted to, I could create a setup. I don't know. I could have both of these run on non-standard ports. I could have it set up with a reverse proxy so that when you go to mailserver.home.arpa port 443, it directs you to my mail server, which is actually running on like 500. And then when you go to bitwarden.home.arpa, it refers you to Bitwarden, which is running on like port 600, but it's on port 443. I'm not doing that. I don't care that much. I'd rather just, you could do that if you want. If you really care because you're running two services on one machine that both want to use the same port, and you are not going to be one of those scrubs that types a colon and a 444 into their web browser. This is not for production use. This is for a jackass putting it in his closet. But just an aside there. Enter your installation ID. It's going to ask for an installation ID, and you're going to create one by going to their website. And this is a very easy thing to do. They go out of their way to make it simple because they're very nice people. Request hosting installation key. I could say l.a.russman plus bitwarden@gmail.com, which is a bullshit email address at this point. Hit submit. Now, see that? I don't have to jump through a million hoops. I don't have to give them all of my personal data. I don't have to sign up for some fucking newsletter. This is why Bitwarden is a good company run by good people. Did you see how easy that was? There's no hoops that I have to jump through whatsoever. It's not like blasting me in the face like Sangoma with a fucking fire hose when I try to use FreePBX. No, I don't. Activate. Attempt to activate. Come on. What? You fucking asshole. You fucking did. Excuse me. To activate. Attempt to activate, please. What? Suck my balls. Okay, let's see. Does this work? Yeah, I'm going to install postfix. I feel like this is going towards using postfix. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Fuck this. We're using postfix. Fuck this. Do you want to buy our phone? Do you want to use SipStation? Do you want to activate? Do you want to do this? Do you no? It just gives it to me easily. They're a lovely company, staffed by lovely people who deserve your money. So we're going to write this down. So we have an installation ID and installation key. And now we're going to go back to my terminal. My installation ID, my installation key. Enter your region, US, America. Do you have an SSL certificate to use? No, I don't. But it will make me one. How nice of them. When we are going to run Bitwarden start, that's actually going to be a bad idea, because remember, we got to change the ports. It's going to complain at us. So when you go to BW data, first thing we're going to do is we're going to edit the config file. And I don't want this listening on port 80 and 443 because I have my mail cow installation listening on those ports. Bitwarden is going to complain at me if I try to start it when mail cow is already listening on port 80 and 443. It's going to say, listen, something's already using this on your system. Why are you trying to run on this as well? And I know with the ports. I get it. You wanted me to set it up so that when I type HTTPS mailserver.home.arpa, it takes me to my mail server, and HTTPS bitwarden.home.arpa, it takes me to my Bitwarden password management without having to specify a port. And that is possible. What you would do is you would set up mail server or mailcow to run on port 450. Then I would set up Bitwarden to run on port 460. And then I would set up Nginx as a reverse proxy so that when you go to bitwarden.home.arpa on port 443, Nginx is listening on port 443, and it sees that I went to the Bitwarden domain, and it directs me to the port 460, and it shows me whatever's running on port 460. Whereas if I went to mailserver.home.arpa, what it would do is then Nginx, which is listening on port 443, would go, oh, you're going to the mail server domain. Let me show you what's on port 450. That way, I would not have to put a colon in my web browser and then specify port 444 for Bitwarden and port 443 for my mail server. That is the right thing to do. I'm not doing that because I don't care. I am going to put the colon there because I am going to set this up once in my web browser when I set the bookmark and once in Bitwarden in the extension. Once that is done, I will never type this URL again, so I don't care. Secondly, you shouldn't fucking be doing this anyway, so I'm not setting up a reverse proxy just to make an actually person happy that I didn't set it up in a way where you have to type a colon so you don't have to type a port or something that you shouldn't be doing anyway. If you're the actually person that's saying I should set up a reverse proxy so that, I could just type HTTPS, you're probably far more aggravated at the fact that I'm even showing you how to set up a self-managed password system to begin with, which you should be, by the way. Next up, we have to deal with the email problem, As I said before, your emails are not going to go anywhere, whether we're talking about FreePBX for your voicemails or MailCow for your outgoing mail. If they are going up from a server that Jackass set up in his closet, that is not going to work. They're going to see your pleb home IP address and say, F you. We need to set this up with SMTP relay so that when this sends emails like registration emails and everything else, that they actually work. Now we're going to replace those values in our global override file. It's going to be in the BW data, environment, global override. Does that not sound cool or what? So our base URL is set up. Great. Installation ID and key is set up. Now here we go. Mail to reply. Let's say I set this up to be steve@stevesavers.com, SMTP host. Now, just in case you weren't there for the mail section of the guide, which frankly you should be if you were getting this far anyway, you are going to set that up by going to postmark.com. I'm using them for SMTP relay. They cost money. If you want, you can use Gmail, which would be free, but like, again, that's kind of the point of the guide is to not use that shit. So you go to account. I'm going to go to my test server that I created. If you don't have a test server, you can always just create a server over here. I can say for passwords. And I went through this in much greater detail when you look at the mail section of the guide for self-managed email. Now I would use the transactional stream. Broadcast streams are if you're sending out a newsletter to 10,000 people and you don't really care when it gets there, but you care that it gets there eventually for all these people. Transactional stream means I'm sending myself an email, that's it, but I need that email to, I need to guarantee it gets there and it needs to get there fast. Transactional stream is what I'm going to use for this because this is being set up for myself. And once you do that, it's going to have all these different tabs up here. And just in case it doesn't default to this, you're going to go set up instructions, SMTP. We're using the basic simple shit here. Now, the server is going to be smtp.postmark.app. And we're going to use port 587 for TLS. So let's go back to this. I have to be careful, by the way, because I set F4 as my hotkey in OBS Studio for switching to the terminal window, but F4 is also a hotkey in Nano for screwing up the configuration file, and I didn't realize that until there was one video I did where I spent a good, I edited it out, but I spent a good 45 minutes going back and forth and wondering, this config file worked, why the fuck is it not working now? And the reason it wasn't working is because when I would hit F4, to switch the scene in OBS back to what I was doing, it would actually fuck up my config file, and then I would save it, but it wouldn't be the configuration file that I thought I was saving. That's the type of shit that only happens to me. Okay, so I have to click away before I hit F4 because I keep forgetting to change my damn key. So mail SMTP host, smtp.postmark.app. Now it's going to want the username and the password. Now the username and the password is going to be down here, and with Postmark, that is usually the same thing, which is going to be this giant, long piece. So we're going to do this. Over here, HIBP API key. Try saying that 3 times fast. This is the Have I Been Pwned API key. So if you're paying Have I Been Pwned to be able to get access to the system, you would be able to see if the passwords in your database have been involved in a data breach, which is great because, every company has data breaches, like all of them, all the time. And then they get fined, 0.00001 cents per user for, potentially ruining your life. America. But this is what you would have to pay in order to get access to that API key. So if you pay your $39.50 a year, you'll then be able to put an API key there, which again is one of the many reasons you should not be doing this shit to begin with, because you why? I don't have an API key because I am stupid in many ways, but I am not stupid enough to host my own damn password server. So I don't have this, which means I'm going to be missing that particular feature, which is okay because I'm not going to use this instance anyway. So we do that. And now we are going to be ready to do our installation. And if we didn't mess up or typo anything in the file, this should just work. So let's see. Okay, we're going to go back to opt/bitwarden. I just fixed a typo in my own instructions here. One of the reasons I'm really happy that I'm going through this entire thing in real time is it ensures that the instructions I give you are perfect. I know they work because I had to actually do them. So we're going to rebuild, and then we're going to start. If you install Docker properly, this should not screw you. Let's just make sure that the Docker Compose that it built is correct. BW data. The reason I'm doing that is I want to make sure that the port is port 81 and port 443, which is, see, that's great. It's doing what I asked it to do. That is awesome. Lovely. And then we start. I do little sanity checks like that because even though Linux, even though Bitwarden is amazing software, it is amazing software. I'm still using Linux, so I just expect little things like that to F with me and not work and then drive me crazy later. So since I set in that environment, that file earlier in the configuration, I want to use port 81 and 444, just in case when it built the Docker Compose file, it didn't have it there. I wanted to make sure the ports were the proper ports. In my written guide, I actually accidentally repeated a page. I'm using Typora as my markdown editor. I'm actually going to buy a license to this. This program has been incredibly helpful in making all this look nice and neat. Like, Typora is a really nice markdown editor. I really have enjoyed using this program. I have a feeling I did not set the administrator properly. Oh no. Uh-oh. Actually, right, we're wrong. Did I not? I'm just going to double check that because I think I may have. Oh, that would be funny. Did I think I missed a variable. Oh, this is in. Oh. I have my taskbar covering that, so I actually can't see that. Yeah, so you fucked up and you forgot to add administrator email. Let's go back to that in global override file. Admin settings _admins. I should have put my email address there. Let's just say I use larossman@gmail.com. Okay. So you fucked up. There's one video with a really great technician that I had in 2012 through 2016. His name is Milan Stoik. He passed away in 2021. He was a really good man. Honorable guy. Good father. Good husband. Damn good employee. And he had this one line in a video that I'll never forget.
Fuck. Okay, you fucked up, so now you need to take the screen out. This is when it gets fun.
He had a good attitude. I miss Milan. He's a good guy. Quality human being. It's always good people that die young. It's the dickheads that steal all your personal data that live forever. Okay, all right. So we rebuilt after my stupid mistake. Now we're going to start our instance. I'm going to go back to this basic stock boring Google Chrome instance over here. And we're going to go to bitwarden. Oh god, look at how cancerous stock Chrome is. Like, I don't want any of this stuff. Go away. HTTPS, bitwarden.home.arpa, port 444. My connection is not private. Of course it's not. It's a self-signed certificate. Email address. Now let's create an account. The plus means that all of the emails from this will go to get labeled in Gmail, which is nice, so that I can then direct them to another folder. Yes, okay, fine. I'm using weak passwords throughout the entire video because I'm going to delete this entire server, but you're going to use proper ones. Check known data breaches for this password. Create account. Let's see if that feature actually works. Okay, email address. Verify your account's email address to unlock access to all features. Now let's see if we set up our self-hosted email properly. With Postmark. If we did, I should have a nice new email. And I have welcome to Bitwarden. Look at that. Look at how nice it is. Install the extension, add passwords to your vault, enable biometrics. So let's install the extension. Let's go back here. Install browser extension. Bitwarden Password Manager. Add to Chrome. Add extension. Go here. I'm going to pin it so I can easily see it. I'm going to click it. Now, my email address that I chose, plus bitwarden@gmail.com. Now, the most important part, logging in too. You're not logging into bitwarden.com, you're logging into self-hosted because you're stupid enough to host your own password server as a newbie. So server URL, https bitwarden.home.arpa. Also realize that because of the fact that we're not opening this to the internet, that this is only going to work when you're on a VPN. So if you're not connected to your home server via VPN, this is not going to work. You're not opening ports for this. It's just no. I will come to the screen like Samara from The Ring and beat you to death if you not only run your own password server as a newbie, but then also open ports to let it be visible to the world. Just no. Just no. No. Server URL. I forgot to put the port. The reverse proxy people are going to make fun of me. Okay, 443. 404. Here we go. Save URL. Environment URL saved. Okay, continue. Master password. I've logged into my extension. Now when you go to websites and you enter passwords, they'll ask if you want to save them here. You can set it up for autofill. You can set it up so that it will automatically generate secure passwords for you. You're probably going to want the default password manager to be this. Autofill on page load is very useful. Let's just take a look to the interface. I am not secure because of my self-signed certificate. Remember email. The one thing about the autofill is it always covers the most annoying possible place. I didn't hit verification in the email, so I don't have this part over here done. Well, let's see. If you can install the browser extension, this part is done. When you go to reports, here's what I'm talking about. Like this is a premium feature, premium feature, premium feature. All of this is premium features. A premium membership is required to use this feature. And here you go. So, yeah, here. Now, if you want to change all this stuff, could you do it because it's open source? Yes. Just pay them. Just pay them. So there you have it. You have your own self-hosted, self-managed password manager. Don't do it. With that, let's move on to the next part of the video. Now we're going to move on to what is my personally favorite part of all of this, which is building your 200 terabyte server so that you could have a perfect place to store all of your recipes and Linux ISOs. If you ever want to look at your recipes up on the big screen upstairs, you'll be able to do that because we're going to set up a Samba server that allows you to see your files wherever you are. You'll be able to use a program like Owl Files on your Android phone so that you could stream videos of your recipes wherever you are, so that you don't have to download the entire 4 gigabyte recipe file. You can simply hit a button and have it stream to your phone, be hardware accelerated or software accelerated, depending on the codec. Your videos always play. We're going to set this up with something called ZFS. ZFS is my favorite file system of all time. This is a beautiful set of tools. It allows you to have your drives so that if 1 or 2 or even 3 of them die, you're not screwed. You have parity drives. So you can set it up so that you have 12 drives, 4 parity drives. So 4 of those could die and your data is still fine. You could set it up with spares so that you have spares attached to your computer. So every time one of your parity drives dies, it automatically switches to a spare. We can set this up so that the file system is constantly looking for errors and fixing itself all the time, which is gorgeous. We're going to set it up so that it emails us every single time there is even the slightest error so that we know the moment that there's an error. And we're going to set this up so that it backs up all of your virtual machines weekly so that if you make a mistake, you'll actually have a backup. Not RAID, an actual backup. We set up our operating system drive, which contains our virtual machines, with RAID 1, which means if one of the drives dies, we're not totally screwed. But what happens if you accidentally destroy your entire configuration? RAID is not a backup. RAID will take every stupid thing that you did and then immediately just mirror the stupid thing that you did. Like, I don't know, hypothetically, you just decide you want to start from scratch on something and you don't realize that you have your live server terminal open right next to your terminal for your video that you're doing, and you just literally delete everything. Because I didn't do that just half an hour ago. This is an important thing to set up, and it's important to set it up properly. And we're going to try every step of the way to set this up in a way where you are going to have better infrastructure than 99% of the small businesses in America, which is not saying much, but it's at least something to aim for. So first things first, we're going to go to a site called Backblaze, and we are going to find the drives that we should be getting for our server. You don't want to buy garbage. You don't want to buy a Seagate Rosewood, a Seagate Granada, or any. I kind of think that it almost sounds like it's Spanish for grenade. They make these 3 terabyte drives where when it fails, it doesn't just die. It can't just have the heads be parked or beep. God forbid it did that. It has to have the head smash into the platters like a grenade and turn your platters and data into little bits of dust that will never be recovered. Absolute piece of shit. But I'm not biased. I'm not biased. I just run a data recovery business and have to make those aggravating calls to people all the time. But what we want to do is we're going to check out their hard drive tests. They have all of the data. So if you're a data nerd, you can scroll down here. They have 1 gigabyte files, which when you unzip them are 10 gigabytes of data. Or if you're like me and you don't want to read through all that shit, you can click up here and just look at their hard drive stats. Now, they'll provide you with tables over here. And if you really don't want to look through this because this just rots your brain and you're like me and you have an IQ below room temperature, you can just go over here and see the nice pretty pictures and the colors. And what you want are the drives that are green. When we're looking through this, you don't want to go insane trying to find the perfect drive. We're not looking for some bullshit like this one is 0.3 and that one is 0.4. Like, we're not doing that. Or this is 0.4 and this is 0.5. What we're looking for are the drives where the failure rates are like 5 or 6. I mean, that's a Seagate, so go fucking figure. We're looking for drives that suck, and we want to avoid the drives that suck. We're not trying to find the drive that's the best in the world, because when you see failure rates of 0.3 over here and 0.4 over there, those don't necessarily mean that one drive is better than the other. That may just mean that this place had a better roll of dice. You know, that this side of the server room is 0.1 degree cooler than this one. This drive got a little bit less shock when they were inserting it into the bin. This one was made on a week where it was a little bit nicer. That's not going to mean anything to you. What we're looking for is not to maximize the perfect drive. We are looking to minimize the suck. The Rosewood, the Granada, the garbage. And this is a great site to be able to do that. Now, once you're done with that, and you promise me, and I will jump out of this camera like fucking Samara from The Ring and bring you down a well if you don't listen to this. You promise you're not going to buy a refurbished drive from a server or supply place. Promise. There is no such thing as a refurbished hard drive. Nobody refurbishes these things, ever. You are getting customer returns that return them because something was wrong with them. Like, you refurbish a car. You refurbish a bike. You can refurbish a motherboard. You're not refurbishing a hard drive. Like, if the heads are crashing into the platters, they're not finding somebody with like $30,000 worth of equipment and years of training to fix something that costs $50. That's not how this works. You're getting customer returns that are fucked up, that are dropped, that are broken. They're fundamentally broken. Never buy a refurbished drive. Once you've chosen your drives, you could set them up in any configuration that you want. So I have a configuration where I have 12 drives in this case to hold all of my recipes, and 4 of them are parity drives. So I have 8 drives here that have my data, and then I have 4 drives as parity drives. So each one of these drives can fail, or all of them can fail, and I still have my data. Now, when you're doing this, when you're plugging your drives into your machine, one of the things that's going to be really, really important is you want to know which drive is which. When one of your drives fails, you do not want to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo to figure out which drive is the one that you need to take out of the computer. So once you're done plugging all your drives into your computer, you can run a program like LSBlock, but list blocks, but LSBlock sounds better to me. And this not really going to give you much information, but you can do this and you can get more information. You get the name, the model, and the serial. I'm most interested in the serial number. So what I do in my computer is I have a piece of artist tape on the bottom of the case, and that piece of artist tape has the drive that is in that slot. So if my computer tells me in my logging that the drive with this serial number failed, instead of having to go there and play eeny, meeny, miny, mo, like 90% of people that set up their NAS for the first time, I get to look, oh, this is the bad one. Let me remove that. The reason this is great is because it means you don't have to shut down your server in order to take each drive out to figure out which one is the dead one so that you don't break anything. That means you have downtime that you otherwise wouldn't have to have, and it's a waste of your time. I guarantee you your life will be better if you just do this up front. Like make a label with a Dymo printer, use a piece of artist tape, whatever it is that you got to do you to make sure that you know which drive is in which bay in your machine, and do not tell me that you're going to remember that shit. You're going to forget that faster than you forget your guess Wi-Fi password that I was trolling you for in the frigate section of this video, so don't do that. Once you have your drives plugged into your computer, when you do lsbook, you're going to see something that looks like this. Now, in my setup, you can see that I have my SSD for my boot drive on dev SDA and dev SDC. If I do this, it'll make it a little bit easier to see. So I'll just put the size in there. There we go. So you can see the 232 gigabyte SSD on dev SDA and the 232 gigabyte SSD on dev SDC. Now, these drives make up our RAID array for our boot partition, which is what has our kernel, which is MD127. And then it has the root partition with our LVM for our Ubuntu install on dev SDA 3 and dev SDC 3 on MD126. We are not touching dev SDA or dev SDC. Don't touch those. Don't erase those. We're not using those. We are creating our Z pool, ZFS pool, using dev SDB, SDD, SDE, SDF, SDG, SDH. These numbers and letters are going to be different for your computer. Do not copy mine. Copy the process that I'm using to figure out what drives I want to erase and set up for my ZFS array. Copy the commands that I'm using so that you could figure out which drive is which, but these letters are going to be completely different for your particular setup. Do not copy and paste this from my guide, because that means that you are probably going to wind up with a mess of an install when you erase your own shit. And obviously, just make sure you don't plug stuff in here that you don't want to erase. So this is a case that I recommend for plugging this stuff into. I usually don't recommend Rosewheel because 99% of what they make is total garbage, but this thing is amazing. You can't put a large CPU heatsink in here unless you remove this bar over here, which then makes it kind of unsafe to put in a rack. But I don't have this thing in a rack. I have it usually on a table or on my floor. And it has 320 millimeter fans for the hard drives, which I have 3,000 RPM, and I have about two 4,000 RPM 80 millimeter fans back here. I also have another fan that I kind of put over there for the chipset, which is a nice little twist tie wire and all that. This is a really nice case. You can get yourself a nice case because you're going to want to expand this stuff later. I know it's expensive. I get it. This thing is, let's see, here we go, like $399. I get it. It's expensive, but trust me, it's worth it. You can. There's the saying that Ricky Began always used to say, it's like people don't have the money to do it right, but that means that they always have the money to do it wrong over and over again. You don't want to have to rebuild this thing into a different case because that means downtime when you want to expand. And ZFS is amazing for allowing you to expand later. That's one of the many reasons that I love ZFS. So let's get started by creating first thing we got to do actually is we have to wipe our drive. So I'm just going to assume that there's maybe something on this drive that I forgot to erase. So just if that's the case, I'm going to just put this command in there. I'm going to make sure that I am not on my other computer, because that totally didn't do that 30 minutes ago. First thing I want to do is I just want to make sure that there's nothing on the drives that I want to use for ZFS, because sometimes that shit confuses it. WipeFS is a great program for this, as long as you're using the right drives and you're not accidentally logged into the wrong computer that you stored your lifetime of data on. ZFS is not a backup. It's an excellent solution to be part of a backup. It's not backup by itself. Thank God I have a backup. Continuing onwards, with that, we are going to create our Z pool. So what do all these commands that you see over here do? Z pool, we're going to create our ZFS pool. This means it's going to be encrypted. You're going to need a password in order to unlock it, which is great because I don't want anybody else knowing my recipes. I'm very, very protective of my 180 terabytes of recipes. Over here, you're going to have, this is going to require a passphrase instead of a key. I don't want to deal with a key file because you can be careless with your files, but it's harder to be careless with your password. And this is going to say how many redundant drives there are. So RAID Z2 means that 2 drives can fail and it will still work. RAID Z3 means 3 drives can fail and it will still work. The higher you set that number, the less available space you have, because each drive that is a parity drive is a drive that you can't use to store data. That's just used for redundancy. So I'm going to have this set up with 6 drives and 2 drives for redundancy. In my personal setup, I have it set up with 12 drives and 4 for redundancy. You do you. You figure out what you want to do there. The sky's the limit. The A-Shift 12 is going to make this more better, as AVE would say, for 4K sector drives, which 99% of modern drives are going to be. And Media Pool is going to be the name of it. But again, feel free to name it whatever you want. This is your cloud server, not mine. Also, I totally forgot to actually install the... Yeah, it would be great if I actually installed the fucking utilities that I need to use, right? Wouldn't that be great? So let's go. Let's actually do this in the right fucking order and install the ZFS utilities as well as Smart Monu tools, which includes something called Smart CTL, which is an exceptional program for telling what's going on with your individual drives. This always likes to get stuck at 52. Not 53, not 51, not 50, not 52.1, always 52. Maybe it's like a lucky number. You're going to want to make sure that it loaded the module. Usually this is done automatically, but this is Ubuntu, so I don't trust it for shit. There we go. It's loaded, and now we are going to change a couple of things to make it prefer that we not use swap, which is kind of mean if you have very little RAM, and then we're also going to tell it to leave enough memory so that the system doesn't get destroyed if it decides that it needs to use a lot of RAM. So I don't want this to do something where the computer literally can't run because ZFS has decided that it wants to use a lot of RAM. So this, I believe, is going to be somewhere, unless I made a typo, something like 1.5 gigabytes of RAM free, which is still kind of pushing it in the scary side of the low end, but it's more than enough for the machine to not totally crash. It'll be slow, but it won't totally crash. Now we want to make sure that we applied our settings, which we just did there. After that, we are going to make sure that the ZFS loads at boot. And now we want to make sure that our install actually worked. So ZFS list and Z pool list. If you do see something there, what that means is that you probably bought your drives from Amazon and they sent you refurbished drives with somebody else's data on them. No, really, that actually happened. So continuing onwards and continuing upwards. Once this is done, you get your list of your drives. You get your list of your drives, and this is going to tell you which drive is which within your system. So you want to erase the drives that are the hard drives you put in your computer that you want to install this on. You don't want to erase the drives that make up your operating system. That's very bad, and it's totally not what I did like 20 minutes before making this video. So you have this as a list of drives over here, and if you want more detail, you can type ls-bluk, which is list blocks with name. So we get the name of the drive, size, which makes it easy to tell which one is which, SSD versus hard drive, without having to like squint and look at it, and serial number. Now SDA and SDC are the drives that make up my operating system. Remember when we made this, we had a RAID array for the boot partition so that if one of these drives fails, I'm still able to get access to the kernel at boot. And then we made another RAID array, MD126, that is for our encrypted root partition, which is where our operating system is actually installed. So we don't want to touch SDA and DevSDC. We leave those two alone. We're going to be dealing with SDB, SDD, SDE, SDF, SDG, SDH. Try saying SDD 3 times really fast and not have it come out as something that you really don't want. This is another thing that I think is really important, is taking these serial numbers here and writing them down. You want to write these down, and I think it's a good idea to put them on your server somewhere where you'll know which drive is which. If one of these drives fails, you do not want to be in this bullshit situation where you're playing eeny, meeny, miny, mo to try to figure out which one it is. That's going to fail. You have 2 choices at that point. A, be a gambler, figure out, like, I'm going to guess that this is the failed one and hopefully not destroy my array. Or B, what you could do is you could turn off your entire computer, take them out one by one of your 12 drives and figure out which is the one that matches the serial number of the one that failed. That sucks. Do not be like 99% of the world that sets up their NAS for the first time and doesn't label this shit. Get yourself some artist tape and a pen and paper if you have to, and write it down. I have 12 strips of artist tape on the bottom of my case, and those 12 strips of artist tape have the serial number of each drive so that when one of them fails, I can immediately tell exactly which one I have to remove without it messing with any ventilation or anything like this. We're making it look nasty. It's nice. Just do something like that. It'll save you a lot of time down the road. After you do this, we're going to make sure that we have a utility that allows us to see our drive health. I like something called Smart SUTL, which is part of Smart Mon Tools. So you can take a look at each drive. It's going to give you information on it. You can also do something cool here. I like this particular command because it will show me the command timeout and error rate, which is the thing that I am most interested in. And it allows you to see this for each individual drive. If you're a dumbass and have a computer in your house where you have like a bunch of refurbished Seagate Exos drives, can you imagine running a data recovery business and being fucking stupid enough to get a bunch of Seagate drives for your house? So I can do this in this system. This is a better one because it has Seagate drives, which is how you know they're going to be like fucked up. And we can see the error rate for each individual one. Yeah. Look at that. Is that not a bunch of error rates and timeouts or what? That is how a Seagate do. That is how a fucking Seagate do. Fuck Seagate. Fuck Seagate. Sorry, they make my business a lot of money, but they sure as fuck suck. Okay, so now we're going to wipe these drives. I'm going to make sure that I am not on my personal fucking system, and I'm on this, and we're going to wipe every one of these drives so that they don't have anything on them. Sometimes they do have stuff on them. Sometimes Amazon will send you a drive, and that drive will have other people's data on them, which I recorded a video on my channel just very recently with that, actually. Next, we're going to put a command in here that is going to create our array, our pool. Pool sounds much cooler than array, doesn't it? Especially in Texas summer heat. Zpool create. We're going to create our ZFS system. This means optimize it for 4K drive sector block, which I mean, like, any drive that's probably made after like 2013 is probably using 4K, especially like, just set it to that. Encryption is going to be this. So we want our drive to be encrypted. We want it to prompt us for a passphrase. We're not going to be using a key file. It's a personal preference thing. I don't really use key files. So you need to remember your password. If you forget your password, nobody's recovering data off of this. Like, you just throw away the idea of getting data recovery unless you are, unless the NSA wants your data. Good luck with that. Media pool is going to be what we're naming the drive. Not the drive, the Z pool, the ZFS pool, Z pool, the pool. RAID Z2 means that 2 of these drives can fail and we're not screwed. So if we set this to 3, that means we have 3 parity devices. One parity device. I set it to 2 for this particular instance. I have mine set, I think, to 4 or something like that, or either that or 3 with a spare. This means that 2 of these can fail. Now, the higher you set this, the more safe you are, but also the less space you get, because every single drive that's a parity drive is not a drive that you can have for your space and your storage. So once we do this, it's going to create our pool, and it's going to ask us for what the passphrase is going to be. So you're going to type in the most secure password in the world over here, and you're going to be very, very careful with it to type in a passphrase that you're actually going to remember, but not 1, 2, 3, 4, and no post-its on the monitor. The post-its are for which drive has which serial number in which bay in your computer. The post-its are not for your encryption key. It's just in case you were confused. We're going to enable compression. Makes things a little more faster. More betterer. Now let's make sure that this actually works. Right, you can see online, beautiful. So that is our pool. This is our RAID, and these are the devices that make it up. SDB, D, E, F, G, and H. Errors, no data errors. And then we can check the properties as well. And if you know what half of that shit means, you're smarter than me. And let's just make sure encryption is enabled. Beautiful. AES 256 GCM. Good luck breaking that. And next up, I'm going to make sure that my user is able to actually get the stuff on here. So I own it, and I'm the one who can see and write files on it, and not everybody else. Now I want to unmount it. I'm going to mount it back. If that works, that means I probably didn't screw something up. Probably. Now, before I do any sort of modifications or create any sort of data sets, I need my password to be loaded. There we go. So I can actually do work. You need that so that you're not locked out of your encrypted drive. Now I'm going to make 2 data sets. One is going to be for backing up my virtual machines. The other is going to be for all of my Linux ISOs and my recipe files that I want to view on my 77-inch television upstairs. The reason that we want to have a virtual machine backup is because every single one of those machines, whether the FreePBX machine, MailCow, OnlyOffice, SyncThing for syncing files from your Android phone, Image for being able to search through using AI for all your pictures and everything like that, Home Assistant for setting up the alerts in Frigate. All that stuff takes a lot of time to configure, and it would really suck if you broke something and you were not able to just restore it immediately. The great part about using virtual machines for what we're doing is it makes it completely idiot-proof. When you are using Virtual Machine Manager and you have these virtual machine files, if you screw something up with RAID, or ZFS RAID, all that does is it takes your mistake and it mirrors it to other drives. That is not a backup. That is redundancy. There's a difference between redundancy and a backup. Redundancy means every stupid thing that you do gets copied. Every single accident, every single mistake, every single thing that happens that leads to people like me being able to make this video. Ouch. Every single thing like that happens is something that is going to screw you up. You want to have actual backup. You want to have some place where every week we're going to take all of our virtual machines, we're going to store them there, we're going to name them by the date so that when you accidentally RF everything, you actually have the ability to just take that configuration, take that entire operating system, and just bring it back. And with 2 commands, 1 command, you'll immediately be able to be back up and running exactly as you were with a working configuration. Or what if you broke something, but you did it 2 weeks ago and you didn't really remember that you broke it you didn't notice it until now? Well, if we're backing up our virtual machines once a week and we save 3 to 5 of them, that means you can get back a configuration from a month ago. But you could take the files from the current one. So let's say I have an Android backup from my phone. I could take the files that I want from here and I could back those up, but I can take the configuration and the entire operating system file from a month ago so that I have something that works without having to fuck around and read Linux man pages and hope that somebody on some forum doesn't tell me to RTFM some 900-page shit that was made for somebody way smarter than me to read. Virtual machines are great. You can even take those virtual machine backups and you can move them to another computer. Now, you're going to have to deal with the fact that their networking configuration may be a little bit different than yours. But for the most part, 99% of the hard work there is done. You can take that virtual machine file that we're going to back up there and you can take it to another computer and it's just going to work. You're not going to have to worry about having to reinstall things. You're not going to have to worry about drivers. You're not going to have to worry about like messing with all this crap that you would otherwise have to mess with if you were reinstalling from scratch or taking the hard drive out of the computer and plugging it into a different one. It's just going to work. You're not going to have to worry about setting every single thing up from scratch. There's going to be a little bit of maintenance to do, but you'll be fine. And if you're taking one of those files and you're just using it on the same host computer, it's literally just 1 or 2 commands to be able to get back exactly what you had before, which is great because people like me screw things up all the time. Now, this is going to be an actual somewhat backup solution because you have your redundancy, which means numerous drives can die and you still have all your virtual machines with all your files and your configurations, and you have multiple copies of it because we're staggering it every single week. I personally have all of my stuff set up like this, and I send those virtual machine backup files to another NAS that I have located elsewhere so that even if something happens and my house burns down, I still have access to all of my virtual machines and everything is nice and encrypted and beautiful. And I think I just got bit by a mosquito. Piece of. Yeah. So we're going to set up one for our virtual machines, and then we're going to set up another one for our Linux ISOs and all that stuff. So set up one for the Linux ISOs. Here we are. And did I already set one up for the... I didn't set up one for the VPN. Yeah, this one is going to be the one for the virtual machines. Now, the one for me, I want that to be accessible by me. Okay, just in case all that wasn't on screen because I'm not redoing this section of the freaking video, what I did was I tried to list what was in the media pool VM backups directory as a super user, and I can. But when I try to write to or view that directory as a normal user, I can't. And that's important because I want to make sure that my permissions actually work. So I tried to create a file in my archive, which is what I should be able to access, and I can. I tried to create a file in my virtual machine backup dataset, and it doesn't let me. I can only do that as root. I cannot do that as a normal user, which is exactly the behavior that I want. I want to make it more difficult for me to do something stupid and delete my virtual machine so that if I'm a normal user, I'm not going to be able to do that. After this, I install Samba, and we are going to create our configuration file for Samba. Samba is what's going to allow me to have all of my Linux ISOs and recipes be viewable on my 77-inch television upstairs and on my nice Vandersteen refurbished speakers that I love. There's nothing better than listening to your recipes, having them really come alive, you know. So now this is my configuration file that I use for me. You do you. You're going to set this to your heart's content. I'm going to show you what a couple of the options do here. So realm, you're going to set to whatever it is you have set in your pfSense firewall for your domain. Mine was home.arpa on this one. This I set to my host name, and the server string, I just kind of named it what this is, which is an archive server. I'm going to set this up so that anonymous users are not going to be able to log in. Anonymous people can fuck right off. This is set up so that I can use it. The path is the media pool archive, so I'm not making my virtual machine backup viewable because this again, like I'm not interested in watching my virtual machine backup file on my television. I want to watch my Linux ISOs on my television. This is just a bunch of permission stuff over here. Follow symlinks is yes. Wide links, I actually need to set that to no so that you can't accidentally access things or delete things that I'm not supposed to. And that is that. This really makes it so that I'm the only one that can log in here. Like if you really want to like be crazy with it, you can make it so that guests can't access it. But you're fine. You're fine as this. You don't really need to do that. But if you're paranoid, you're not paranoid if they're actually after you, as they say. After this, we're going to make a password for our user. This is an important thing to know. Just because you can use users from your system does not mean that this is actually using PAM with your standard database for your password. So when you log into your Linux computer, you have a username and a password that's stored in PAM, not the woman from the office, and it is going to have your passwords and your usernames and everything like that. Samba has its own system for that. So you have to set up your password here. I'm going to put the most secure password in the world. Nobody's going to guess that thing. And then we have to enable our user because the user is not actually going to work unless you enable it. After that, we are going to restart the services because we have changed the configuration files. And one thing to do is nice to do is to actually test the configuration files, which I actually didn't put in my guide. So I have to remember to include that in there. Test parm is going to make sure that your configuration actually works. You would enter, it'll show you a dump of pretty much what we actually saw before. Next up, we want to make sure that this starts every time we start the computer because fuck having to start stuff from scratch. What enable does is it's going to say turn this on every time you boot, and start or restart. Start is going to say start it if it's not started. Restart is going to stop it and start it even if it is started. And enable is going to make sure that it turns on every boot. At this point, you should be able to see the files there from your standard file explorer. So if I can open a file explorer that does not have a bunch of shit in it that you're not supposed to see, I do like having some privacy, just a little bit. It's like a crumb of the privacy. Just a crumb. Just a crumb. It's going to ask you for a username and password. You enter that in, and then you will be able to enter the directory. Usually you can see something like this. Let's have it capture my Thunar. Let's get I use Thunar on Linux. You may use Windows Explorer if you use Windows. You may use Finder if you use a Mac. You are free to use whatever you want. I am not here to tell you how to live your life. I just want to make it a little bit more fun is all. Okay, so it's not showing you the part where I have to enter my username and my password, which is disappointing. And so there you go. I can see my test file. If I wanted, I could rename it. If I wanted, I could edit it. I can edit it. And now yes, I can browse. Nice. Pretty much that is that. Now, if you're using Windows, you're probably going to type // into the location bar, whatever they call it in Windows Explorer to be able to find this. On Linux, we would do something like this. I actually left this out of my guide, so hopefully while I'm editing this video, I remember to watch this part and put it back in. So let's say that we wanted to mount this, not just so that we could see it in the File Explorer, but so that every other program can see that directory and work from it as well if we wanted to do that. We're going to make the directory that we're going to mount it on. Archive. I'm going to make a directory called archive in my home directory. We're going to mount CFS happycloud.home.arpa/archive. Mounted my home directory. Now this is for options. Your username is going to be, my username is Lewis, but put yours in. User ID is 1000. By the way, if you're confused by stuff like what your ID is, what your group ID, user ID is, you can just type ID. It'll tell you. Like, this is my group. This is all the stuff in the machine. I am Lewis, which is 1000. 1000 is kind of a cooler name than Lewis, to be honest with you. Okay, GID equals 1000. Version 3.111 because we're using the newer, more better Sambas. And then it should work. So usually it would add, the first thing it would ask you for, if you hadn't sudo before, it would ask you for your system sudo password so that you could run a command as root. That's what it asks for first. And then afterwards, it's going to ask you for the password, like here, for your Samba. Mount, and then you type your password, then you pray because it's Linux, and then we see if it works. So let's see. I can go to archive. I can see my file. And let's see if I can read the file properly, if I have right permissions. Let's see if I can see my hello that I typed in there. And I can. I didn't put a new line because I was lazy, but yeah. So that works. I can read to my file, and I can write to my file. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? That actually didn't do anything. It was the enter that did something. Like, this doesn't do shit. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just being a dumbass. So if that works, I can see my files, I can write. So this is going to be a bash script. I'm going to walk through what everything here does in Nano, because Nano is pretty and witty and wise. Why does I was about to sing the line from the show tune? You actually sang. Well, did you mean to say wise, Mr. Clinton? I thought you meant to say wise. Now we're going to set it up so that anytime one of the drives fails in our ZFS pool, we get an alert on our phone. It's going to check every 15 minutes, and it's going to alert us if there's ever a problem with this array. Again, with the dead mouse example, even if you set 7 drives in here and 6 of them are redundant, it doesn't matter how many redundant drives you have if you never check. It's kind of like the saying called 4x0. A lot of people think that if they have 4x4, if they have 4-wheel drive, that means that they can drive through snow and ice and everything and they're just fine. But if you have 4-wheel drive, yet 0 of them have traction, you have 4x0, which means you're going to get into a car crash because you think you have more protection than you are, so you wind up being an idiot, which is how I was conceived. In all seriousness, you want to set this up so that you actually know when one of your drives has failed. It does not matter how many wheels you have driving if none of them are getting contact with the road, and it doesn't matter how many drives you have as parity drives if you have no idea when they fail. You're never going to check this shit. You are going to forget that you have this set up faster than you forget the Wi-Fi password to your guest network that I was fucking with you about back in the frigate portion of the guide. So let's set it up so that it is going to email us every time there's a problem, and I'm going to pull one of the drives from that machine over there that, I mean, frankly, if you take a look at what it looks like, probably should have failed already. And we're going to see what if it works. You know. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to install postfix. That is the same thing that we were using in order to set up our FreePBX machine to send voicemails. But FreePBX comes with postfix by default. Ubuntu server is not going to install postfix by default. So we're going to choose internet site, the domain name, home.arpa. Now I'm going to provide you with a postfix configuration file that works for me. By the time you watch this video, you may have to change this because for all the formatting and stuff like that may have changed. And hopefully I keep up with this as changes occur to make it easy for you. So we're going to edit postfix main.cf. And there's a few things that I'm going to add. We're going to go down to relay host, just like we did for our FreePBX computer. And I'm going to set this up very similarly to how I set up my FreePBX computer. I'm going to remove the relay host line because I'm going to add my own. I'm going to add this. So we're going to use Postmark for our SMTP relay. Now again, you don't have to use Postmark. You can use Gmail, you can use your own email server, you can use whoever the hell that you want. Since I set up Postmark, and I showed you how to set up as a Postmark, we're going to use Postmark. So what this does is it makes sure that the email is actually going to get received. If we try to send an email to Gmail or Hotmail, or anybody still use Hotmail, or iCloud, Microsoft 365, any of that stuff, it's not actually going to show up if the email is coming from our home server. It is going to laugh at our little Comcast residential IP address and say F you before it even makes it to the spam filter. It's just going to be blocked based on the IP address. So we want this to go through Postmark so the email has at least a fighting chance of getting through. And the sender is going to be your drive is dead at stevesavers.com because well, why not put some humor in there? Once you're done, we're going to set this up the same way that we set everything up when we were putting together our voicemail system and also MailCow. So when I go to postmark.com, I go to accounts. So we have our test server over here. You go to default transactional stream. You go to setup instructions. And if you don't know how to set this up, the MailCow portion of this video goes through this in great detail, as does the section of the video and the guide on how to go over setting it up so FreePBX will email you a voicemail and a notification every time you've gotten a voicemail along with the audio file. So here you're going to have your credentials, your username and your password, and that is the server that you're going to be using. So that is where we got the stuff that we're putting into the configuration file, which is in, over here. Also, the other thing you're going to want to do is make sure that this email address, your drive is dead at stevesavers.com, we want that to be in sender signatures and Postmark. And this is also something I went over in the FreePBX video, as well as going over that in the video on how to set up MailCow. So when you go to the top of Postmark, there's a thing called sender signatures, and right down here, you could see under stevesavers.com, I said add signature, and I added your drive is dead at stevesavers.com. And I might also set the from name over here to be, what the hell, Steve. Sender signature saved. We're good. I'm going to copy and paste that password just so I have it. That's my postfix file. Now we're going to create the password file. Same thing that we had to do for FreePBX. This is more going to follow the FreePBX administration tutorial because FreePBX does not come with a nice little GUI for creating your mail server like MailCow does. It requires that you do the terminal and go through hell. So you're going to add something that looks like this. SMTP, the beginning is going to be in brackets. That's going to be the SMTP relay host that you choose. 587, that's going to be the port. And this is going to be the username, which in Postmark is the same as the password. Colon, and then the password. So server, in brackets, colon, port for the sending of email, which is usually 587 for TLS. Sorry, these studio lights are starting to make me delirious. Username, colon, password. More secure. Hash the file. And now we see what I messed up in the damn configuration file. I broke something, didn't I? I did. Okay, see, when I change scenes in OBS, I hit this button. And when you hit F, so yeah, I really have to change my shortcuts. Okay, do that. Now it's gonna work. I'm gonna restart postfix. Make sure it works. Thank God. I'm gonna test my email setup. And see if that actually sends me an email. And I go to my Gmail account that I no longer use. It's been leaked like 50 times over. And here it is. It showed up in spam because it was a random email that I sent from a terminal. Lots of messages from Steve Server identified as spam in the past. Excuse me? Says who? This is literally just spam. This account is garbage at this point. And it's good to check your mail log to see if there's any errors. That was my configuration issue. Now it works. it says it was sent. Another thing you can do to see if your mail actually sent properly is in Postmark, you can check activity. And when you go to activity inside your transactional stream, you'll actually see the status of what you sent. You go over to your server, your transactional stream, and then you click on activity, you'll see this. So it processed it and sending it, and it looks like Google have received my email. It was delivered. Lovely. Now we will continue onwards and upwards. So now that that's done, we're going to make sure that the permissions of my password file are correct, because we also have there's also going to be a database file, not just a password file. There's a Sassel password, and then the Sassel password.db. Now our emails are being sent, which is great. So they should be sending from your drive is dead at stevesavers.com, sending to larossman@gmail.com. Now the fun part. We are going to make the script that is going to actually check our drive health and then email us if there's anything wrong with it. So let's go over what this does. I hard-coded my email. It's going to email l.a.rossman@gmail.com. The from email is your drive is dead at stevesavers.com. The from name is going to be Steve, because if we have it send from root or something else like that, it has even a higher likelihood of going to spam than it already does. This was just, honestly, I didn't even write this part. This is just like God bless Stack Overflow. This over here is just going to make sure that the old log files are copied away. This is the fun part. This is where the cool thing happens. So for our ZFS pool, if the word degraded, faulted, offline, unavailable, removed, failed, destroyed, or suspended shows up when we run zpool status, which is what I showed you earlier to check if my pool was good, it is going to then alert me that something is broken. So this over here, if there are errors, it is going to now send me an email. I have my send email function up here, and it uses sendmail-t, which comes when you install postfix. And now it does all the colors. I don't do the colors. It is a pretty little script though. I'm going to make sure that I have permissions to run it. And root. Now we're going to do a little bit of a test of the script. All checks passed successfully. Now I'm going to set this up so it runs regularly. This is going to run every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes. And the logs are going to get moved around every day at midnight. So it'll change my logs over. Okay, verify it works again. Okay, now I am going to set this up to run once a minute, because I can't set it up to run in shorter intervals than that. I assume that cron thinks if you want to run something in less intervals than a minute that you're probably an idiot. Okay, which is not far off from where we are here. So I'm going to change that to run every minute. Let's make sure it's actually there. Okay. That's going to run every single minute. And now what I want to do is I'm going to walk into the other room. I'm going to unplug one of those drives. So as you can see, it shows a bot online. And now I'm going to fuck something up. Something I'm actually pretty good at. We're going to wait for the email to come in. Okay, are you ready? Let's do it. Look at that pretty server right here. All those old cheap looking hard drives that we updated earlier. Yeah, the settings set up the server. Don't do that. That's no fun. You want to do this. Let's fuck this up. Fuck you. Don't love the drive. Finish eating my potato and avocado. Dinner of champions. Let's see. Eh? Where's my email? Where's my email? Oh, come on. I don't have a minute to wait. I'm not that patient. Can't do it. And while I'm waiting for that, you know what I should do? I should check my email log file and see what happens. Status sent. Okay, send something. Nice. Holy shit, it didn't go to spam. Wow. Nice. Okay, there's one thing I can't show you in there, but here we go. Look at this. Wow. Haha. ZFS Health Monitor Report from Happy Cloud. The following issues were detected. Alert. Pool media pool is not healthy. State degraded. One or more devices has been removed by the administrator. Sufficient replicas exist for the pool to continue functioning in a graded state. Action online device by using zpool online or replace the device with zpool replace. And it says that I removed it. Pretty fucking cool, isn't it? So you're going to get an alert every single time one of your drives dies. Now, to be clear, whatever email address you choose for the emails to be coming from, whitelist that in your email provider so that it does not go to spam. Whatever address you use, whatever words are in it, set up as many rules as possible for that particular instance to ensure that it does not go to spam. What I would suggest doing is whatever email address you put the from field, you make it so that that is whitelisted in your email provider, in your email server, settings, wherever it is, to ensure that that does not go to spam. Again, you're going to need some sort of SMTP relay, whether it's Gmail or Postmark, so that your email at least gets to the server at the IP level. Without that, it's literally just going to be rejected from there. But once you have Postmark or Gmail for SMTP relay, you have a fighting chance of your email actually making it into the inbox or at least the spam folder. So you should whitelist that email address. Now, what you would do if this happened to you, not that I'm rebuilding anything like that on my other computer, because I would never do something so stupid like accidentally unplug shit. You're going to see something like this. You may see something like this. It says it's degraded, and it is doing something called resilvering. So this is a drive that is screwed, and this is another drive that is screwed. So it's replacing SDB with SDD, and it's replacing SDC with SDE. Next up, we're going to be setting up a Wi-Fi network, but this Wi-Fi network is not going to be like your Linksys WRT54G from 2010 with a default user admin password of user admin password. We're going to be setting up something that has two features that are not found in a lot of really basic consumer routers. The first is something called seamless roaming, and the second is going to be the ability to segment our networks out to have separate networks that have different permissions based on what I want them to be able to connect to. The first one, seamless roaming, is important if you've ever had bad Wi-Fi service in your house. You may be trying to figure out exactly where to put the Wi-Fi router so that you have perfect service, but at the end of the day, that is one router. So as you get further away from the router, you're going to have crappy service. You could put another Wi-Fi router in your house with a different network, but then as you go from one side of your house to the other, you lose connection, and if you were in the middle of transferring a file, now that file is going to have to transfer again. That sucks. Seamless roaming means that I can have an access point on each floor of my house. Third floor, second floor, first floor, fish pond. And as I go from the third floor to the second floor to the first floor, instead of losing service or it being slow because I went from the third floor's access point all the way downstairs, each time I go from one floor to the next, it's going to seamlessly transfer me from one access point to the other. And it's actually going to maintain any connections that I have. So if I'm transferring a file via FTP or SyncThing to my server, I can continue to do that as I go from the third floor to the fish pond without ever disconnecting and without ever having slowdowns. I set up 4 different access points, and after I set up those 4 access points, I can go anywhere that I want and they just work. The second thing that I want to be able to have are networks where I can set the permissions between them. So usually your home cheap Wi-Fi router has something called guest network. When you set up a guest network, what that does is anything that connects to that particular guest network is not allowed to connect to anything on your LAN. But that's a little bit too basic for our cause. What if you have a device that you don't trust, but you need it to be able to connect to one device on your LAN, but you don't want it to be able to connect to the rest? That is where something called virtual LANs comes into play, and you need to have a router or an access point that has the ability to utilize virtual LANs that we are going to be setting up in pfSense. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a device that you don't trust. For instance, let's say you have a Hikvision camera. Now, I used to trust Hikvision cameras, but my government told me that I shouldn't. And I believe everything that my government tells me, as George Carlin told me to. As a result of that, let's say I don't want to let that thing go on the internet. Now, what I could usually do is I could set it up in a way where I have it set so that it's not allowed to go online. I give it a static IP of 192.168.5.20, and I say 192.168.5.20 cannot connect to the internet in a firewall rule. And then I say 192.168.5.20 is this MAC address. So when this MAC address connects, you always give it 192.168.5.20. But what happens if that device is malicious? What happens if my government is correct and I shouldn't trust this camera brand? What that camera could do is it could do something called MAC address spoofing. That camera could try to connect to my network with a different MAC address. And if it did that, the static mapping that I configured in pfSense will no longer apply. Even if I set up a static IP in that camera, if that camera is a malicious camera, it could just decide I'm going to go all over this entire subnet and try to find any IP that allows me to connect to the internet. And it would have the ability to do that if it was truly programmed in that type of malicious way. And the way that we get rid of this altogether is by putting it on a separate network. So instead of it being on 192.168.5. whatever, the way a standard Wi-Fi router usually does it, we're going to put that on a separate LAN. We're going to put that on 192.168.7. something, 192.168.7.20. And we could say is every device on 192.168.7 from 0 to 255 is not allowed to connect to the internet. In fact, it's not allowed to connect to anything. And then we can make an exception where we say, but we'll let it connect to the camera computer. And that's it. It's only allowed to connect to the camera computer. The camera computer can connect to it only on these ports, and that's it. If we had a guest network, what that would mean is that that camera is able to access the internet, but it can't access any computer on my network. Or it can access everything on my network, but it can't access the internet. The controls you get with a standard consumer router are just not controls that are useful for this case. And I get that I'm probably going overboard here, but I bought a Venstar thermostat, and the sadistic, sociopathic pile of shit that decided that that piece of fucking shit touchscreen belonged in a $250 product? You think I trust him with my access to my homeland of the internet? Hell no. No, I don't. I don't want that thermostat on my homeland. I don't want that thermostat going on the internet. I don't want that thermostat being used so that the fucking engineer that made that thing can watch me fap next to my fish pond or something. The point of the matter is, we should do this. If you're going to set all this stuff up, you might as well do it in a way that allows you to have this type of functionality. So we're going to be using TP-Link EAP 610 wireless access points. The reason that I like these access points is because they cost $80 or $90 in the store. You could find them on small business liquidation sales on eBay and everywhere else for as low as $30 to $40, and you can add multiple of them to your house. So you could have, you could probably add 3 or 4 of these to your house if you get them used for the price of one mediocre Wi-Fi router at Best Buy. The flagship Wi-Fi routers at Best Buy can go for easily $300, and this thing is, again, if you get them used, $30 to $40 an access point. You can have one on each side of your house, and they work very well. Now, this does not use open source firmware the way pfSense does, and the problem when it comes to wireless access points that do this type of mesh seamless roaming thing in open source firmware, a little too open sourcey for my taste. I just... If you find one that works, you do you. I'm going to stick to this until something gets released that's not horrifically bad with the roaming. You'll find that OpenWRT does a great job on consumer wireless routers. They do. Whenever it gets to the seamless roaming thing, I've never been able to find something that works as well as this. So, I took the blue pill and used something that was closed source. So let's get started setting this up. So the first thing that we're going to have to do is we are going to have to set up some firewall rules in pfSense. We're going to set up some VLAN rules in pfSense, to be more accurate, that are going to allow us to have this separate network. So let's go to 192.168.5.1, log into our router, and get started. Okay, here we are. My super secure username and password. So once I log into my router, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go up here to Interfaces and Assignments. And we are going to create a VLAN. VLAN is a virtual LAN. Now, parent interface. The parent interface is going to be the LAN interface because we're creating a virtual LAN and we are creating it for our LAN. So VLAN tag, this is going to define which network this is. We can have as many VLANs as we want. We can have 1, we can have 10, we can have 100, and each one of them is going to have a VLAN tag. When you attach a device to your network switch, that device is then going to send packets with this little tag that says VLAN tag 10, 15, 20, and then the device on the other end is going to know, okay, this is only for this network, it's not for the rest. A virtual LAN means that instead of having 5 different cables going to 5 different switches for 5 different networks, I can have those 5 different networks on one switch with one cable. I can have my pfSense firewall attached to one wireless access point and have 5 different networks. One pfSense router connects to one switch, but there's 5 networks within that switch. And what it does is it attaches something called a VLAN tag, which is going to have this number that you could see on the pfSense firewall over here. And it's going to have a VLAN tag like 7 or 5 or 10, and it's going to tell the switch on the other end, this is for this network. So it's a way of creating your own separate networks, but without having to have a separate physical piece of hardware for it. Think of it like virtual machines, but for networking. Let's get started logging into our router. We're going to go over to interfaces, assignments, and we're going to go VLANs. And we're going to add a VLAN interface. We're going to have tag number 7, and we're going to call this malicious Wi-Fi for malicious devices we don't trust. And the parent interface should always be whatever you're using for your LAN interface. So here I have LAN and WAN. I'm choosing LAN. We hit save. After that's done, we're going to go over to interface assignments. We're going to add a new interface, VLAN 7. Click add. Now that is going to be its own interface. So we had the WAN and LAN interfaces, which are based on ports on my router. And then we have opt1, which is a interface based on the virtual port or virtual network that we've just created. So that's going to be opt1. Now that that's done, make sure I saved it. And we're going to click onto opt1. When you click on opt1, we're going to enable the interface, the description, malicious Wi-Fi, IPv4 configuration type, static IP. IPv4 address. Let's make this 192.168.7.1. Now over here, /32 means this is going to be one address by itself. /24 is going to mean everything from there up to 255, which is what we want. IPv4 upstream gateway, keep that at none, and hit save. Apply changes. After that, we're going to set up a DHCP server so that when you connect to this network, you don't have to specify your own DNS server, your gateway, your subnet mask, your IP address, and all this other shit. We want it to connect the same way that it would be if you connect to a normal Wi-Fi network, where it says, here's your IP, here's your DNS server, here's your gateway, and everything else. So let's go over to services, and then we're going to go over to DHCP server. Now we have one for LAN. Now we're going to have one for malicious Wi-Fi. First thing we do is enable to make sure it actually works. Next up, we go for address pool range 192.168.7.2 to 192.168.7.254. And all this other stuff over here you don't really have to mess with. It's not important for our purposes. Save and apply. Now we've done everything that we need to do within pfSense in order for this to work. To get our access point to work, well, that's the fun part. So the good part of these access points by TP-Link, 80 or 90 bucks new. You could find them on eBay or whatever for like 30 or 40 bucks. They work amazingly well, seamless roaming, VLAN functionality. The downside is this is not like your 2009 link system. You're not typing 192.168.1.1 admin password and configuring. You're going to be using controller software. There's 2 different ways to do this. You can buy a $100 controller from TP-Link, or you could just set up the controller software on your computer, which is free. So I'm going to show you how to do that. The problem with this is that TP-Link's documentation is complete and utter garbage. If you follow the rules on their documentation, if you follow that thing, nothing is going to work. It's almost like they put more effort into making it work easy when you buy the $100 controller than when you're using the software for free. My documentation is set up so that at least at the time of this video, that it actually works. So please do follow this for the time being until TP-Link updates their documentation so that it actually functions. So we're going to go over to the command line and we are going to SSH into the Happy Cloud server. I'm going to be installing this in the host machine. That's going to be the Happy Cloud server. So let's SSH in Lewis at 192.168.5.2. Here we are. And you know what? It would actually be easier for me if my window was on this monitor, so I wouldn't have to look sideways. That actually makes things a lot easier for me. Oh, that's beautiful. Can you believe that the sun goes down at 5:30 now? It's crazy. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to SSH into our server. I'm going to be installing this directly onto a Happy Cloud. So SSH Lewis at happycloud.home.arpa. This is going to be on the host machine. So first thing we do is we're going to install an old ass version of Java that we have probably never used for anything besides this. Also, just trust me when I tell you that the instructions on the on TP-Link's website are, yeah. Let's just say I have a feeling that they really, really, really want you to buy their controller instead of installing the software one. Just a hunch there. Okay. After we do that, we're going to be installing MongoDB. They have some pretty good documentation. However, there's one thing you should know if you have a newer version of Ubuntu. So for instance, we are using Noble 24.04, but the last long-term release, which wasn't that long ago, was Jammy 22.04. This is not going to work right. So what you're going to want to do is after this, watch, what you're supposed to do is apt update, and it's going to be mad at you because it says doesn't have a release file, can't be done securely. Somebody's going to be mad at me for this. So here's what I do. Here's what I do. So my command line did is it said, when you type lsb release a or s, it's going to tell you the name of your particular distro. So over here it says Noble, right? In my command line, I had it set to show, but just put the release name in there. The problem is that they don't have one for our release. So if you're using 22.04, like this is not going to be an issue. If you're using the newer one, then yeah, God help me. I'm going to be making some sysadmins mad here. We are going to edit these file for the repository that we added. So this is a repository file. So when you install a Linux distribution like Ubuntu or Debian, they're going to have a repository for all the different programs that you can install. You look for the programs, apt install Firefox, apt install this, and it will install that application. But there are certain applications that might either A, not be in their repository, or B, that application may be in the repository, but they have a shitty version of it. And when that happens, you're going to want to use the repository from the program maker themselves. So here, I'm just going to pretend I don't have Noble and that I have Jammy. Yeah, I'm using Jammy. And now, just like that, the Linux is gone. Okay, so we're going to install MongoDB. Just like that, the Linux is gone. Look at that. Actually works. Next up, we're going to set it up so that this starts when the system turns on. Now, and if you want to not have to type two command lines, this is a really bad habit of mine. Instead of enabling it and then starting it right afterwards, you could just do this. This is a bad habit of mine. I don't know why I like doing it on two separate lines. I don't know. It's something exciting about seeing two system citl lines. But if you want to set it to start at boot, which is enable, but you also want to turn on right now, sudo you do the little now at the end, which I didn't do because I'm weird. We have our Java virtual machine. That is some old shit right there. Now we have to download the Omada controller software from TP-Link's website. And just remember, we are not using their website to learn how to install this because, oh my God, that will drive you insane. I'm just going to Google Omada Cloud Software Defined Networking. Do this. And usually they'll make it, okay, you have the marketing wankery over here. More marketing wankery. More marketing wankery. This infinite scrolly shit fucking drives me insane. It's like, just give me the shit that I asked for, man. Download center. Oh my God. Smart vacuum. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Business, wireless access points, Omada, EAP 610. Once you're on this page, you're going to have a bunch of different versions. I want the Linux one, the Ubuntu or Debian one, but I don't want the tar.gz. I want the Deb. I want my Debian package. It makes it easy. It's more idiot-proof. And I mean, who doesn't want you to be idiot-proof? So I'm going to right-click the download button, copy link, and go back over to my terminal. Let me just hit clear so that everything is there's less clutter. I made a directory within the downloads directory called programs. I like having that. It makes it easier to sort all these random types of things that I download instead of just having a clogged up downloads directory. After this, we are going to, there's a one line in the documentation that actually works. Ignore depends equal. And you're going to type in whatever the file is that you downloaded, which is obviously going to be different by the time you watch this video, since this version is always changing. Unpacking Omada. Omada. Kind of rhymes with the Chevy. Remember? Like a rock. If you did this right, it'll say starting Omada controller and zip at the speed of old Java. If you did not do it right, or it's going to say no Java virtual machine found, and you'll want to rip your hair out. It's seriously worth it, though. This access point is awesome. Zip, zip. Zip, zip. Look at the fucking speed on this, man. It isn't the fastest CPU in the world. It gets like a 9,000 or 12,000 CPU benchmark score. Nothing is running on it right now. Come on. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. Once you start it up, the good news is that you don't have to start it up again. Okay. This is visit localhost 8088. I am not going to visit localhost because I'm obviously using this on a separate computer. And one thing that is useful to know is the IP address of your access point that you have plugged in. I'm going to assume that you have plugged your access point into your switch at this point. Also, I'm going to assume that you have a switch that can deal with VLAN tags. If you want to use this feature and functionality, you are going to need a switch that works with VLAN tags. So let's, again, even a $20 Netgear switch at this point in time works with VLAN tags. I did not mention this in the beginning of the video because I really did not imagine that any of you are going to be using a switch that doesn't work with VLAN tags, given that a $15 to $20 one does. But just check if yours works with VLAN tags and doesn't do anything screwy with them. I'm going to log into my router. I go diagnostics and ARP table, and I can see my access point over here. So EAP 610, this is its MAC address, and this is its IP. I'm just going to make a note of it. 192.168.5.29 is my access point. All right, so we're going to visit the website it tells us to visit, except instead of localhost, I'm going to put in happycloud.home.arpa. And the port, it says to use 8088. And as you can see, it's going to redirect you to HTTPS on port 8043. Accept. Let's get ready. I'm getting a fucking cookie notice on my own server. Are you fucking kidding me? A GDPR cookie. I'm getting GDPR cookie spam on my own server. Nice. Okay. Administrator name, Lewis plus TP-Link at rossmangroup.com. Password. I'm not doing cloud access. There's absolutely no point to cloud access. Cloud access means I can mess with all this shit in the cloud so that I don't have to connect to my home server or be at home in order to deal with this controller and change my networks. But I'm setting up OpenVPN, so why do I need this? I'm going to be able to tunnel into my home network securely from anywhere in the world anyway. So this is not necessary. I accept the terms of use, and I've fully read and understood the privacy policy, which is probably, yeah. If you want to read this, you can. I'm probably giving up the rights to my children via forced arbitration or something, but what are you going to do? It's 2024. Consumer protection in America. All right, configure new setup. I'm going to call this demo controller. Demo controller. Now you're not going to see the next button if you're doing what I'm doing and splitting the windows. So just zoom out a little bit in your browser, control, and hit control and scroll the mouse wheel. This is important. So your site name, this needs to be something that you click before you click onto settings. So if you want to mess with your network, if you click on settings immediately in the program, you'll start messing with the settings of the controller itself. When you first finish all of this, you're not going to click into the settings of the controller. You're going to click on your site name, and then you're going to be able to go to settings. So just remember that. Username. There we go. So I'm just going to call this home demo, and I'm going to hit home. What is that? It's my home. Next up, it's going to give you an opportunity to see that what your access point is, and you're going to adopt it. So this is my access point. pfSense says that this is my access point. So when here we go. When I go to the ARP table, or I go to status and DHCP leases, this is there. 192.168.5.29. This MAC address is my EAP 610. So that's that. I click it, and I'm going to adopt it. This shit just hit skip. We don't need this. I don't have an Omada gateway or anything like that. Now, configure Wi-Fi. Here we're going to configure the trusted network. So we're going to say happy Wi-Fi. Next. Finish. Now, happy Wi-Fi is going to have access to everything. But that's not, I want that for me, but that's not what I want for my light bulb, my refrigerator, my Venstar. Remember me. Global overview. I don't care. I don't care. Well, go away. Now, I'm not going to go to settings. You click here, and then we're going to go to settings. It's zipping the modern way of modern interfaces. Keep in mind, I'm connecting to a computer on my own network with an SSD that is literally running nothing but this right now with a Core i7 processor from a few years ago. God bless modern web design. What is it? Oh, here we go. So after that, you click on wireless networks. After that, we'll see the network that I just created, Happy Wi-Fi. Now, Happy Wi-Fi can connect to my home LAN, but I want to create a network for my light bulbs, things I don't trust. After we click Create Network, just in case I did that too fast, remember, you're not going to go to Settings from this main menu because these are the settings for the actual controller application. You're going to click onto your site name, which is this really teeny tiny word down here that you're totally going to miss because this UI sucks. Click that. It's zipping the modern way. God bless modern web design. This is on my LAN. It's running on a Core i7 computer with a processor that's just a few years old, 16 gigs of RAM, running nothing else, NVMe SSD, just a terminal, no GUI. And that's how long it takes for that piece of... You motherfucker. Oh, get fucked, fly. I finally caught you. I didn't want to do it to you, but you keep buzzing by my ear, man. Okay. We click on our network, and you go settings, and then you got that's that beautiful modern UI over there. You go wireless networks, and we already have Happy Wi-Fi, which connects to everything. But now we're going to make one for our light bulbs and for our Venstar thermostat. How the hell did you escape, man? Listen, as long as you don't come back here, we're good. Okay. We're going to make a new network called malicious Wi-Fi. And I'm going to set my password to it. Now, we're not going to make this a guest network. We're going to make this a VLAN. So we click Advanced Settings. VLAN is going to change from default to custom. Add VLAN is going to change from network to by VLAN ID. And in pfSense, we set this number to 7. Remember? We're configuring our VLAN. Interfaces, assignments, VLANs. This VLAN tag that we set was 7. not VLAN priority, VLAN tag. And that's the tag that we put over here. After that's done, we save. Now I can do something cool with this. Let's go to our firewall rules and set this up so that it can't connect, anybody on that network can't connect to anything else unless I explicitly allow them to. So I'm going to go over the rules over here. I actually don't need this anymore because I'm not doing mail server. Just toggle that. Now we go over to malicious Wi-Fi. No rules are currently defined for this interface. All incoming connections in the interface will be blocked until past rules are added. Click the button, add a new rule. Just for the safety of it, I'm just going to, to the point, I'm going to block any traffic. Block all. It's already blocking, but we're going to block even more. More better. All right. After that, I'm going to set it up so that it's allowed to connect to Home Assistant. That's it. I'm going to make sure I start up Home Assistant. I think I have all my virtual machines off right now. So source is going to be malicious Wi-Fi subnets. Destination is going to be an address. 192.168.5.4. On the port of 8123. That's the port that Home Assistant listens on. Home Assistant allow from malicious Wi-Fi. We're going to log packets handled by this rule. Apply changes. I'm going to connect my phone to this network. Edit out some stuff that doesn't need to be seen there. Password. And put the most secure password on earth. Okay, we're now connected. All right, now I'm in my web browser. Let's see what happens if I go to 192.168.5.4, port 8123. It takes me to Home Assistant. It loads the screen. I can log in. I can see the air conditioner. I can mess with the air conditioner. Let's see what happens if I try to attach to Android stuff or anything else that I have running. No connecty. Let's see what happens if I try to go to Google. If I try to go to google.com. I'm just editing because it has too much autocomplete there, so I just edited around all the autocomplete in Firefox Mobile. And it's stuck. Now what I can do in here is I can add a rule to allow it to connect to something else. Now I can say, let's say I want it to connect to the sync thing GUI. I can add a rule for source. I'm just going to put malicious Wi-Fi subnets. Destination. Sync thing GUI only. Remember, sync thing syncs on port 22000, so this would not work otherwise. This is only going to work for the GUI. Also note that just as good practice, the deny rule is below the allow rule. So I deny everything, but then if I want to have exclusions to my deny, I just put the allow above the deny because the rules that are at the top are going to take precedent. Now when I go back to the phone, and I edit out all the autocomplete, that shouldn't fucking be, I can connect to SyncThing. Now, if I connect over to the normal network, I'll be able to see everything. So let me just turn Wi-Fi off for this, and I'm going to attach over to Happy Wi-Fi. I am now attached to Happy Wi-Fi. And when I'm attached to Happy Wi-Fi, after I edit out all the autocomplete, I'm on google.com. So that is how you set up segmented networks so that you have complete granular control over exactly what can connect to what. With the guest network, all that means is that the guests cannot speak to each other, and nobody on your guest network is able to access your home LAN. It's a good feature, but it's not exactly as detailed as I would like. I would like the ability of the camera to only speak to the camera computer, the thermostat to only speak to Home Assistant, and so on and so forth. And over here, yeah, I was telling it anything on that subnet could talk to it. But if I again, what I would do if I wanted it to be the thermostat is I would create an alias with all of the IPs of my thermostats and my light bulbs and everything else. After I've created an alias, as I showed you how to do in an earlier section of this video, when you go to Firewall and you go to Aliases over here, I could have an alias called All Untrusted Home Assistant Devices, All Untrusted Frigate Cameras, and so on and so forth. And then when I'm creating my firewall rule, my source would just be an alias that I name Untrusted Home Assistant Devices, and so on and so forth. It's a really cool way to have very granular control over everything. I'm not going to be digging deeply into how to do mesh networking or any of that stuff in your house. That's going to be outside of the scope of this video. But this is how you set up a Wi-Fi network in a more secure way if you are attaching devices that you do not trust. I do not trust my television. I do not trust my refrigerator. I do not trust my light bulbs. I do not trust my thermostat. I read on an earlier video I did a few months ago, there's an LG fucking washing machine that has in its terms of service something about selling my personal data. These devices are my enemies. They are not my friends. And I treat them the same way that I would treat any enemy. I let it into my home and I don't allow it to connect to the internet. If you're watching this video, I'm going to venture a guess that you're the type of person that doesn't like running closed source software that connects to the internet on computers that have a lot of your sensitive files. And if that's the case, we'll just show you another way that you could run this particular piece of software if you don't trust this piece of closed source software created by a hardware manufacturer that operates in Shenzhen, China. So one of the things we could do is we could just install this into a virtual machine and then tell that virtual machine you're simply not allowed to connect to the internet that is running this piece of software. You don't even need the Omada controller software to use these access points, but if you have 3 or 4 of them in your home, it's easier to push the configurations to them, and the controller software is also going to try to optimize how the switchover is between the access points when you take your device, like your phone, and you go from the 3rd floor of your place all the way to the backyard. So let's just go over how you would do this, which at this point in the guide, you've probably done a million times. So we would go to the Ubuntu downloads page, and I would just download a basic Ubuntu server. I will go over to my terminal over here. Let's cd var lib virt images. At this point, you've done this so many times that you don't need me to actually walk you through this because you know how to do it already. You don't get tab complete when you don't have read access, so. Okay, I got my VNC window open. My beautiful open box GUI. Look at that 1024 by 768 right there. Isn't that gorgeous? That's the only way to get X11 VNC to not lag. Sadly. Okay, Ubuntu server, choose. I am going to lower that later, just in case it does some stupid shit where it says we need to make sure you have this much, space or this much RAM available. I sincerely doubt a minimal install of this plus a router tool is going to take more than that. I honestly feel kind of sick using that much space for it, but... Okay, try or install Ubuntu server. I know, alarm clock, I know. I know. Every day. And because I have this set to 1024 by 768, I think there's a good chance I'll have to make this full screen to see anything. There we go. Let's see. English. You know what? Fine. I'll update to the new installer just for you. Oh, I saw the word snap. Makes me nauseous. Even Clinton is meowing at that. It's like snap. What the fuck? Ew. Okay, I'm going to install the minimalized environment because, I mean, why would I ever install a large environment for a router? What's going to be essentially not even a router, but a router tool. I'm going to set this to a static IP. 192.168.5.7, that's the next one in the chain. Gateway is 5.1, 192.168.5.1 for this. Looks like we have network. No proxy. Mirrors are being tested. Done. I am not going to change any of that. I usually do change it to lower the amount of the ridiculous swap that it gives it. It also has 2 gigabytes free for no reason, which just makes me physically ill. But you know what? I just don't care. This is about a 12-hour video at this point, so if you want to see what I do for the partitions, feel free to watch the other 10 times that I installed the virtual machine here. Continue. Lewis, Wi-Fi tool. Nice secure username and password. Skip Ubuntu Pro. Install OpenSSH so I can log in. And none of that snap shit. And watch it go. Since this is a minimal install, and it has an NVMe SSD on here. Actually, no, this isn't an NVMe SSD. Okay, it's two SATA drives in RAID 1. I expect that this should be fairly fast. Expect. Are you seriously installing Python for a minimal install? Ubuntu, man. It's a meme. I could SSH in to make things a little easier for me. And then we would follow the instructions the exact same way that we would have followed them for installing on the host computer. Get rid of any old versions that may be sitting here of the software that we don't need, so we can install our own version. I wouldn't usually think I had to do that, but this installs Python on a minimal server install because Ubuntu. Okay, I'm going to install some of the software that I want. That's going to install my nice old version of Java. You know software is top of the line when it asks you to install an old version of Java. That's how we know we're getting quality. Now remember on this one, same as before, I'm cheating. I'm going to tell it that I use Jammy. What? What did I do? Oh, dear. Okay, so wait. So you install Python, but you don't install Bro. Okay, that's a meme. What? You don't give me a fucking text editor, but you give me Python? I'm sorry, excuse me? Oh my god, this whole fucking distribution is a meme. Jesus Christ. You fucking piece of shit. Like, look at this. How the fuck do you give me this and you don't give me a fucking text editor? Suck my balls, Ubuntu. Edit that out. Okay, edit that out. Nobody needs to hear that. Even if it's true. Okay, we're going to install my MongoDB. I'm going to start my MongoDB. Copy and paste from my guide, which I'm allowed to do because I already wrote it. I download the latest version of this controller software. Oh, you're installing. Okay, so at this point, I've installed everything I need to install on here. I don't actually need to, you know, there's no 192.168.5.2.80.88. Actually, no, 5.7.80.88. Warning, potential security risk ahead. That's absolutely fine. Accept the risk and continue. Now, this is the computer. Here. Ping, google.com. Seriously. Okay. We have Python, but we don't have ping. Good to fucking know, Ubuntu. That makes me weak. You give me Python and you don't give me ping on a server operating system. Why? Block. So now we have a WAN rule at the top, blocking to and from the TP link. And we have a LAN rule, blocking to and from the TP link. Oh, actually, I made that allow by mistake. I'm glad they color code this for people like me. And you fail. Lies. See all that blocking? It's beautiful. Okay, let's see, I should still be able to log into my controller software and set it up. You may wonder, how can I log into that if I blocked access on LAN to everything? Inter-LAN stuff is usually not going through the router. Like if I'm on the same subnet as something else, even if I have a block rule, it's not going to matter. I'm getting a GDPR notice. I'm actually getting a GDPR notice on my own fucking computer. That's beautiful. All right, so administrator name, I'll just do Lewis. And I wanted to show you that it's still going to work if I want to access my access points. See, it sees my access point right here. So it'll be able to see my access point, and it'll be able to manage all the access points on my network, even if I don't allow it to connect to the internet. Now, technically, if you're still paranoid, the computer at 192.168.5.7 is running the Omada controller software. However, I'm loading it in my web browser on my computer that I'm typing this on, which is 192.168.5.15. So it could run some code in my browser that then sends something somewhere else. So if you're really that paranoid, what you could do is you would open your web browser in a private window. You would then create a pfSense block rule that blocks your computer from going out to the internet, not the Omada controller one, this one, while you're using the TP-Link software in the web browser. Then when you close that private window, go back to pfSense, allow that computer back online. But again, at that point, like you just
Get the fuck
with
out
that,
of here.
we're going to move on to the next section, the end section of the video, how to install image, which is the question I actually sought to answer at the beginning of this fucking 11-hour-long video. Let's get started. Next, I'm going to show you how to install Image. Image is a photo viewer similar to iCloud or Google Photos with a couple of benefits. The first is that it's AGPL and open source. Second is you're running your server, not Google or Apple. Third is that it has amazing machine learning capabilities, so you can have it run machine learning on all your photos, and then you can search cat on chair, angry ex-boyfriend, happy time at park, Christmas, and it'll just show you pictures that are related to your search term. It loads them instantly. This program loads things with machine learning features on a Core i3 NUC from 2017 faster than Nextcloud loads anything on an Intel Core i7 14700K processor with an NVMe SSD and 64 gigs of RAM. It's an amazingly efficient program. It is fast. It is not like Nextcloud when you scroll through and it's like load. This thing is faster without image thumbnails than Nextcloud is with image thumbnails. It does video proxies. So if you have a video on your server that was recorded in high bitrate and you want to show somebody it and you have a slow internet connection, you can have it encode a video proxy, which is a smaller version of that file, not as high quality, but you'll be able to stream it even if you're using something like a Pixel, which loses 5G when you walk under a tree. It has all this machine learning capability, but it runs on your computer. This never has to connect to the internet in order to work. Once you install this program, every one of its features will function without you having to connect to the internet, which is amazing. So you have all the benefits of machine learning with none of the downsides of somebody else spying on all your shit and having control over your library. Image puts you in control of your photo library, and it allows you to scroll through things exceptionally fast. This is very important because most modern smartphones don't have a micro SD card slot anymore, which means that you don't have the capability to just swap in your card and have a terabyte of storage on your phone to store all your stuff unless you pay an exorbitant amount of money. You'll be looking at paying upwards of $1,500 nowadays to get a phone that is a flagship that has 1 terabyte of storage, whereas back in the day, you could spend $100 and get a really good 1 terabyte micro SD card that you could, back in the day, you could spend less than $90 on a 1 terabyte micro SD card that you put into your phone to have all of your stuff. This program allows you to have all of your stuff almost instantly accessible from all of your photo libraries from anywhere you want. And if you're using it behind OpenVPN, that means you can access it from anywhere in the world. It's a great little piece of software, and we're going to get started. So the first thing to understand here is that Image's documentation is not Linux documentation. It is real documentation. That means that it actually works, and it is actually understandable by humans. I don't have to write some sort of special documentation here where I say, oh, by the way, you don't use these 4 ways to install OnlyOffice because they don't work. Use this one. Oh, I know this program says that it has a follow symlink option, but that actually only works if you install a version from this repository or any of that other crap. It just works. It's beautiful. I'm going to be installing Image on the Android Stuff virtual machine. This is the virtual machine that I'm using for all of the different Android services like SyncThing for backups, like Google Drive, for OnlyOffice, which is going to be my replacement for Google Docs and Google Sheets, and natural place to put Image, which is my replacement for Google Photos. I'm going to be using Image differently than how most people use Image, and I'm going to explain why I do it this way. I'm not using Image to copy my photos from my Android phone over to my server. That doesn't make sense because SyncThing is already doing that. I don't want to have 2 different tools to back up stuff from one device to the other when I can have one tool that does it that's doing a better job of it. SyncThing is not only going to back up the DCIM camera directory with my photos in it, it's also going to back up my music directory, movies directory, documents directory, audiobooks directory, and SyncThing also allows that 2-way sync. So if there's an audiobook that I want to transfer to my phone, I can just put it on my server in the audiobooks directory and it automatically transfers here. SyncThing is the tool that I want to use for backups. I don't want to use Image for that because I already have a tool set to do that job. So what I'm going to do is instead of setting up Image so that it's just uploading all the photos I take on my phone to my server, I'm going to set it up so that Image has access to that SyncThing directory. So remember, we set it up so that all the photos we take on our phone that go to that DCIM camera directory are backed up to home, Lewis, Android Backup, DCIM. I'm going to give image access to that directory as an external library. Next up, I'm going to give it access to that giant ZFS pool that is running on the host system. That ZFS pool, media pool archive that we set up. On my system, I have a 100 terabyte ZFS pool that has all sorts of crap over the past 20 years that I have not sorted through properly. And I like having image available with the machine learning so that I could just type whatever random thing in there and I can find a photo from 16 years ago that I forgot that I took. I want image to have access to all of that, but this is going to be where it gets a little bit difficult. It's running inside the virtual machine, and I have to give it access to something that is on the host system. No big deal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mount that media pool archive folder under Home Lewis Pictures ZFS pool inside of my virtual machine, and then I can give image access to it that way. So I'm going to have two different external libraries, and when I set up image, I'm going to have to give it access to those two directories. Image is run within Docker. Docker is completely containerized. What that means is that it is isolated from the rest of the system. Unless I explicitly tell image when I'm building it, you have the ability to see what's in the Home Lewis Android Backup DCIM folder. You have the ability to see what's in the Home Lewis Pictures ZFS pool folder. It's not going to be able to see those things. So that's how I'm going to be setting it up. First things first is that image does require Docker in order to work. I already installed Docker on the Android Stuff virtual machine when I installed OnlyOffice. If you skipped installing OnlyOffice because you felt like you didn't need it, that's totally fine, but that means that you likely didn't install Docker on the Android Stuff virtual machine. And if that's the case, you can easily follow the instructions that I have here for how to do that. It says right over here, you don't need to perform this step if you already installed Docker while installing OnlyOffice. But if you didn't install Docker while installing OnlyOffice, it's going to tell you how to do that right here, and it gives basic instructions and makes sure to tell you not to use the shitty-ass snap version of Docker. I'm not going to be installing Docker while I'm showing you how to do this because I already installed Docker when I installed OnlyOffice. But if you didn't, make sure that you read those directions and do so in the written guide, or just rewind back to the OnlyOffice installation section of this video where I installed Docker and show you how to do that. I want to set this up in a way where if something absolutely horrific happens with the Android Stuff virtual machine, while it does have access to my files in my ZFS pool, it cannot erase them. It's going to be read only. That is going to be read only, so it's not going to be able to fuck with it in any given way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to edit the Samba share that I have going on Happy Cloud, and I'm going to add another one for image. So first things first, let's get started by SSHing into Happy Cloud, SSH Lewis at, I could either do happycloudhome.arpa or this. And we're going to edit the Samba share that we set up earlier at ect samba sumb.conf. This is how we set it up. This was the archive Samba share. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another one for image, which is pretty much going to be this, but it is going to be one that is only able to be mounted as read only. And we are going to call that image. Yeah, so this is read only. Going to restart Samba. Okay. Now we're going to SSH into the Android Stuff virtual machine, which again I could do that, or I could do Android Stuff home ARPA. Either one's fine. Clear this because it kind of makes a mess. And first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to edit my ect fustub file. Fustub is going to say what mounts every time I boot the machine. And I'm going to want this to mount every time I boot the machine. And that's going to look like this. Wow. That's the share. We're going to mount it on pictures. The 2 slashes over here means that's how you do it for Samba shares. The file system is Sisyphus. We're going to make it read-only. And the credentials, because you need a username and a password to log in, are going to be at ect samba credentials. And we're going to use version 3.0 of Samba. Let me hope I didn't typo anything there. Just going to double check to see if I typoed anything. I love typoing things. Okay. Next up, I'm going to make sure that the pictures directory in my home is actually there. Now we're going to create the Samba credentials file. And the Samba credentials file is going to look like this. Username equals Lewis. Password, this is the set password you made for the Samba user so that they can connect in. Hypersecure password. Now we're going to make it so that nobody can look at this shit unless they're root. And now we mount and we pray. I forgot, in order for that to work, I have to install ZFS utils. So it's not actually going to allow me to mount the Samba share unless I actually have the Samba installed. Imagine that. Yeah, I'm not smart. This is why I write my guide as I do it myself. The best way to proofread documentation is to actually do it. My entire written documentation is based on me doing it. This is the best way, in my opinion, to ensure that your documentation actually works. So yeah, I've installed that, and now when I go to pictures, I should be able to see stuff that I made on my host. So if I go over to my host, don't need that. I'm on Happy Cloud, and I go to Media Pool, Archive, and I say, I should be able to go to Android stuff. Okay, now again, I want to make sure that I can't delete things over here. Oh. Doesn't work. Beautiful. Making this video has been unbelievable. In the amount of time that I've spent making this video, I have had 5 hard drives in my own server die, 2 video cards in the 2 computers I've been using to record and edit this video, 2 NVMe SSDs, and 1 CPU. On the upside, my kitty loves me. So, at the end of the day, I win. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to start now with installing image. Now that that is done, let's try again, shall we? So, again, one of the beautiful things here is we can just follow directions that are laid out for us by the image creators because they just work. So, first things first, in our terminal, I like to have a directory called downloads programs. And in this case, we're going to have image app. I'm going to go to that directory. And I can literally just copy and paste from image's directions because they actually work. We're going to download the Docker Compose file, and we're going to grab the environment file. Now, I'm not going to be grabbing the file for hardware accelerated encoding or hardware accelerated machine learning because I don't have a Coral, I don't have a real GPU to put in there, so I'm not going to be using any of that anyway. And it's a little bit experimental, so using it can somewhat be a pain in the ass. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to edit the .environment file, and you're going to have to put your time zone in here. You may wonder, I don't know what my time zone is. What the hell does that mean? Well, look at how nice the image developers are. They actually put over here. Here's where you could find a list with your time zone, so you know exactly which one to put in there, which is just beautiful. I love the people who developed this program. So I'm going to put in America, Chicago, and that's that. Now for the database password, again, over here, this is for the database running inside of the Docker container. So for somebody to get access to this, they would have to know the username and the password of this host computer. They would need to have broken through your VPN and logged into it or broken into your house. So at this point, this is one of those things where by the time you're that fucked, this is really just window dressing at that point. But just because, good practice, I'll put a real password in there. And it says use A to Z caps, A to Z lowercase, or 0 to 9. Don't use any, it doesn't want me to use any of that stuff, so I will respect it. That is that. Now the next step, you don't have to edit the Docker Compose file. The way it's set up is 100% good to go. You do not have to edit this if you don't want to. Again, I'm editing it from my use case because I want my Android backup folder to be the external library here. I need to tell it that it can see that external library. I am not going to be using my Android phone to be uploading stuff to image, so I need to edit the volume section over here. The volume section is going to be, whoops, wrong. Okay, here we go. Yeah, under image server, under volumes, I'm going to add the 2 directories that I want to show up inside image. So first one is home, Lewis, Android, backup, DCIM. And that's going to show up, I want to show up inside the container. It's going to look like that's at files, phone, pics. And I'm going to make that read-write. Now for the ZFS backup, that I had at home, Lewis Pictures. And that I'm going to have show up at files / phone pics. It's going to be ZFS pics, and that's going to be read-only. That's the only modification I'm going to be doing to this. I'm not going to mess with the rest of it. I don't like this. I don't have any reason to really mess with the rest of it over here. So Control X, Y to save. And now that is that. So I can watch it run and watch it start up. Now again, usually you run Docker Compose up and then a -D. The -D means that it's going to run even if you close that terminal. It's running in the background and you don't have to do anything. If you run Docker Compose up, the moment you close the terminal, the program's going to end. So I want to see what's happening as it's going. I don't want to look at a log file because it's just not as colorful and as pretty as when it's running on the screen in real time. But I also don't want it to turn off immediately. So I do something called screen. Screen is a nice little program. If you don't have it, you do sudo apt install screen. I think I already have it installed. Here we go. So when you go screen, watch this. This is pretty cool. Screen -s. I'm going to do image docker. I now have something where I can close that window and it'll still work. So watch this. I'm going to run Docker Compose up. So as you can see, this is going. Let me just close some of my other tabs and make sure I don't have stuff you're not supposed to see in there. So I'm going to close on this tab. Now I'm over here. Now I'm going to SSH back into my Android.home, Android stuff, home.arpa. Watch this. Isn't it cool? So this is going to take a while to download everything. And while it's doing that, I'm going to do some chores. So I have a bunch of stuff that I need to catch up on. (192.168.5.5) and the port it was listed in the Docker file was 2283. Welcome to image. Getting started. Admin email. I will do Lewis plus lolcopter at password, something highly secure. Name Lewis. Sign up. Beautiful. I'm not going to save it because I'm going to be throwing this away soon anyway. Use it. Now I'm going to log in and let's set it up. So once you're done, set a theme. I set the light theme, not the dark theme, because I'm psycho. Version check I'll use, and the map one, I'm not really interested in the map one. Storage template. It will auto-organize based on a user-defined template. I don't know what that means, so I'm not going to use it. I'm not as, trust me, I'm not very smart. And now we're in like Flynn, as Dave Jones from EV Blog would say. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to click my name in the upper right corner, that little circle with the first letter of my username that I chose. And then I'm going to click on administration. From administration, we're going to go to external libraries, and I'm going to add those 2 directories that I created in the Docker Compose file, or that I specified in the Docker Compose file, of the SyncThing Android phone backup and the directory that has all of my ZFS pool archive photos. I'm going to click the plus. It says select library owner, create with my name, and I'm going to create another one now. Create another external library. Now it creates the 2 external libraries with no settings, no names, no paths or anything. So I click the 3 dots, go name. We're going to name this phone pics. Save. And I'm going to set the import path. An import path. Remember, the import path is going to be what you put in your Docker Compose file. So I set it so that home Lewis Android backup, DCIM, which is the directory that all of the pictures from my Android phone are backed up to on my server, is going to show up at files, phone pics inside of my container. So when I go back here, I click add path, files, phone pics, add, save. Now for the other one, I'm going to rename this to ZFS picks. And the path I'm going to add for this external library. Edit import paths, add paths, files, ZFS picks, add, save. Now, after that's done, go over to settings. Shout out to OBS for crashing on me right as I'm about to finish this section. After I do the external libraries, there are a couple of settings that I like to change. Everything here is most likely just fine as it is. The first thing I like to do is in image settings, we have thumbnails and we have previews. What this does is it's going to create the preview files that you see when you're scrolling through. So if you're on a low bandwidth connection, it's very useful to change this. If you, let's say you're on a really crappy connection, you may want to change this to maybe 200p and 70 instead of 80 and 250p, and the same thing with preview. But the default settings are absolutely fine as is. What I really like to focus on are the video transcoding settings. So what this does is it's going to re-encode your videos if you wanted to, so that they are smaller, so that they are easier to view if you have a shitty internet connection. Now, if I want to view the video in full resolution, I can easily do that by logging in and using VLC to find my file or OWL files or something like that. When I'm using image, it's usually to show somebody something really quickly, and I have a Pixel phone, which means I don't have service almost anywhere I go. So I like to change these settings to make it a little bit more efficient. So I am not just going to re-encode certain videos, because it's not going to re-encode all videos. It's only going to re-encode videos that are in funky codecs. I'm going to tell it to re-encode everything. So it's going to re-encode all of my videos. Now, when it does this, it's going to save them in a subdirectory of image app. It's not going to actually re-encode the videos on my server and delete the originals. That's an important one, because I know some people may go, oh my God, is it going to delete my videos with lower quality versions? That's not happening. So I tell it to re-encode all of my videos, and I usually use a setting that is a little bit more aggressive. So the higher this number goes, the lower the quality, and I would actually set it to 28. Now, if you have a powerful computer and you don't mind having it sit for a while, you can move this over to fast or medium. Anything slower than fast or medium, if you move this to slow or very slow or something like that, you're not going to notice any difference. But up to about fast or medium, that's about the area where you're going to get improvements. I mean, maybe if you have a really slow computer and you're just impatient, keep it at ultra fast. If you're not and you want the file size to be smaller, if you value the file size being smaller so that it's easier to stream that content, set it to something like fast. I use video codec H.264 because it usually has the highest and widest compatibility, and I don't use hardware acceleration because that's something that I don't have a GPU in that computer anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference to me. I shouldn't say don't have a GPU. I don't have a real GPU in that computer. It's more of a, I kind of have like a fill-in toaster GPU in that computer. Last one I like to go to is job settings. This is very conservative on the amount of threads that it uses in my computer. So for instance, if I have a computer that has 14 cores, I don't want you transcoding one video at a time. I would rather that you transcode a couple videos at a time. Now granted, it was set to 0 for transcoding video with regards to how many cores the encoder is going to use, but like every now and then it just doesn't use everything. So I would maybe set that to do 3 at a time. When it comes to everything else here, generate thumbnails concurrency. Obviously, if I have 16 cores in my machine, I'm going to want that to be way more. I'll let it do 20 at a time. Smart search, face detection, all this stuff, I'll let it do multiple at a time. So I would raise this based on the number of cores in your system, and that's about it. Lastly, when it comes to external library, I like to watch external libraries for file changes. You are going to want to turn that on because you are going to be uploading stuff to your external library constantly. SyncThing is going to always be taking stuff off of your Android phone and adding it to your external library. So I would most certainly toggle this one and enable periodic library scanning. Absolutely. I would absolutely love for that to happen. We want those to be where they are. I'm not going to save these settings because I don't, I am using not the fastest CPU with regards to encoding a bunch of video for this. After that's done, you're going to go over to jobs and you are going to hit all on each of these things over here. I believe, I'm 99% certain that if you hit all on library tasks, that it actually does do everything, but I honestly just like clicking buttons, so I'm going to click all on everything just because it makes me feel better. I like hitting all on everything. It's beautiful. It just makes me feel excited and happy and powerful. That is finished up. It did the machine learning on everything, and it did the transcoding of everything. So I wanted to give you a little idea of how this works. So once that is done, I can do cool stuff like this. I can search for sports car, and it will show me everywhere that there is a sports car. I can go cat in share, and it will show me every time there's been a cat in a chair. I can search for angry cat, and it'll show me this. And if I search for happy cat, well, it's kind of hard to tell. But in all seriousness, this is actually pretty cool. Let's see if I show lake. I'll see that. Koi fish pond. I mean, this is cool. There's really no other way to put it. This program is awesome. Now, if I want to set this up on my Android phone, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to go over to the F-Droid store on my phone, download image. You can do it. I believe in you. Install. Open. HTTP. 192.168.5.5.2283. Boom. Now I can log in with my hypersecure demo password. It doesn't get any more secure than that, man. I hit search so that I kind of skipped ahead to that because you don't get to see the videos the pictures I have on here. I go cat on chair. That shit's gorgeous. This program just got added to the phone. Cat on chair instantly. Lambo. That's a Lambo. And that's a Need for Speed. That's actually Need for Speed 2. A photo of the case of Need for Speed 2 with Need for Speed 3 actually. That's Hot Pursuit. Yeah. Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit with a Lamborghini Diablo on the front of it. And it saw that in that piece of shit picture I took. What happens if I search for shitty car, actually? Wait, is it calling this a shitty car? Excuse me. I think some of my audience would really like to have a fucking Corvette. Anyway. I would show you the people feature, but in order to show you the people feature, where it is you can search for every single image that has a specific person in it, you would have to see the people in there, and then again, the whole privacy thing. You get the idea. This is pretty much, in my opinion, on par with Google Photos or iCloud, and it runs on your server. You control it. The machine learning is awesome, and if you don't like the machine learning algorithm it comes with by default, install your own. They allow you to. It's awesome. It's a beautiful piece of software, and in my opinion, worth paying for. With that, we move on to the next part of the video. Image. How to install image. An 11-hour video on how to install image. Now we're going to be going over virtual machine backups, and I'm going to pretend that I'm as excited doing this video now as I was about 2 weeks ago when I recorded a video that was corrupt and didn't actually save properly, so I have to redo the entire thing and only didn't realize it until I started editing. Yay. So we're going to be talking about virtual machine backups. As the owner of a data recovery company, I can tell you that most of the time when we have a customer come in, it's not because they had no backup, it's because they thought they had a backup and it wasn't actually backing up, or it wasn't working. Or it did back things up, but it backed up only 10% of what they thought it was actually backing up. Maybe they thought that they had a full system image, and in reality, all they had are a couple of configuration files. They thought they were backing up their files with the full directory structure, when in reality, it was just taking all their files and shoving it into a folder or something. When it comes to backups, I like the type of backups that back up everything. It needs to back up everything. It needs to be insanely easy to restore. It needs to take like maybe 1 or 3 commands max, and it should give me back exactly what I had before I screwed everything up without having to reset things up from scratch. So when it comes to a virtual machine, we have 2 elements of the virtual machine. The first is the QCOW2 file, which is our disk image. The second is going to be an XML configuration file that tells the virtual machine manager what this virtual machine is. What operating system is it using? How much RAM are we giving it? How many CPU cores are we giving it? Does it boot with old BIOS or does it boot with UEFI? What hardware is in this thing? Are we emulating a CD-ROM? What networking configuration are we giving this virtual machine? Those are the 2 elements of it. The QCOW2 disk image is similar to the disk that you're going to find inside of your computer. So inside of my laptop, I have a solid-state drive, and if I want to make sure that I can boot up my laptop again, even if the drive inside dies or I do something stupid, what I could do is I could take the disk out of my laptop, I can make a copy, I put the copy in my closet, and if anything happens to my laptop's disk, I can take that copy out of the closet, put it in here, and it works. That's what we're going to do with the QCOW2 file for each of our virtual machines. All of these virtual machines are going to have what is called a QCOW2 file. So when you look in this directory, we have FreePBX.QCOW2, mail server QCOW2, Android stuff QCOW2, and Home Assistant operating system QCOW2. Each one of these is going to have the entire file structure, every single program, every file, script, Docker container, all of it on there for that virtual machine. Those are just like the disk that's in your computer. The second is then that XML. So we're going to back up each one of these, and we're going to back it up in a way where you're literally going to be doing nothing but typing 2 or 3 commands to restore everything if you fuck something up. I don't like those backups where you have to reinstall the program and then import your configuration file, which again, maybe the configuration file that it exported doesn't work with the new version of the program. You have to deal with resetting up the new version of the program. It's almost as annoying as a fruit fly that's going by your head. And yeah, just fuck all that. So first things first is attribution and credit. Thank you to Stack Overflow for giving me the courage to wade through hundreds of posts and hack together something that looks like it works. This is not a script that I wrote myself, nor is it a script that I copied and pasted from some other place. It is a script that was very, over a long period of time with my little cloud server, each step of the way, every time I needed something or I thought, oh, this would be better, I would read the documentation, then want to jump off my balcony. Try to read the documentation, figure it out again, want to jump off my balcony. Go to Stack Overflow, find other people that were trying to read the documentation that wanted to jump off their balcony, and then find somebody that helped them out. And then I'll go, oh, that's what the documentation meant. And that's how we get this. So each step of the way, you just kind of slowly but surely get to understand how things work. And when enough time passes, you forget what you actually wrote, which is what I did here. So what this script is going to do is it's going to use the media pool VM backups directory for our virtual machine backups. This is where they're going to be being stored. It's going to be stored in the ZFS dataset that we are constantly receiving emails about. Anytime something goes wrong with, you could take drives out of that and it's still going to work. We are going to log what's going on. It's going to keep those virtual machines for 7 to 8 weeks, depending on 56 divided by 7, which I should really be able to do. Shows you where my brain is that I can't do that shit off the top of my head. This is going to find the path of our virtual machine, which is important. So look, here are all my virtual machines. Mail server, Home Assistant, Android stuff, FreePBX. Now, look at the directory that has my virtual machines. Okay, so we have FreePBX, FreePBX.qcow2. Android stuff, AndroidStuff.qcow2. Mail server, mailserver.qcow2. Home Assistant, HAOS_OVA-13.1. .qcow2. Which one of these things is not like the other? When we're making our own virtual machine, it automatically creates a .qcow2 file that is the same as the name of our virtual machine. When I am importing a virtual machine and I name it Home Assistant, it is not going to change the name of the qcow2 image. So if we were running a more basic script, what it would do is it would skip over this name of this virtual machine. So what this script is going to do is it's going to try and locate the actual path of your virtual machine, and it's going to figure out what the file name is, just in case the file name of your virtual machine is a little bit different than the name of your virtual machine. This is the main backup function, which is going to actually be doing the backup. It is not going to be creating a compressed backup. This is going to use a little bit more space, but it is much faster. The reason that I'm doing that is because I can't stand... How to put this? Yeah, this over here, this Kimu image convert, when you use the -C option, it's single threaded and it just makes me mad how slow it is. So, I want to be able to restore the backup as quickly as possible and make it as quickly as possible. And I think if you're building a system like this, you probably have so much hard drive space that you're not really going to care about basic compression. I think my camera disagrees with me because it stopped focusing on me. That's my camera's passive-aggressive way of saying, stop cosplaying as a sysadmin, you fucking idiot. This is going to turn the virtual machine back on. It does turn it off before this happens. It's going to make sure that the virtual machine started. And you want to turn the virtual machine off before we do the backup. And we're going to turn it back on after the virtual machine has been backed up. It's going to clean out the old backups so that we're not keeping things forever. And it's going to clean them up based on the amount of time that we specified in the beginning of the file. And that's pretty much that. It's going to see how much space you're supposed to have. And that is our virtual machine backup script. Now, I know there's going to be some actually person out there that goes, actually, don't you know, you dumbass, that you can back up a virtual machine without shutting it down, using snapshots, using push-pull and images and everything else that libvirt and Kimu makes? Yes, that's possible. It is. And this script is going to shut down your virtual machine so that whatever services are running on that virtual machine are not available at 1 in the morning on Sunday. You're going to have to actually walk over to your thermostat and press it at 1:30 in the morning on Sunday if you want to change the temperature, which actually, if you're using a VentStar, is actually quite unacceptable. But back to the point here, that is how this script works. And I'm going to explain why by reading what I wrote in my guide. This script would be laughed out of the room for use in production environments for major web companies and data centers. This script turns off the virtual machine to back it up. This means at 1 in the morning, the service goes down. This would be unacceptable in a production environment where people expect the services to be up and available 24/7. There are ways to do live backups where you flush MySQL tables and lock them, make Redis background save, pause call processing and asterisk in FreePBX, pause IO, create atomic snapshots, coordinate with databases of all the different programs. The audience of this guide is a newbie who's going to be running a home server in their closet. Do you really want to subject a beginner to Docker volumes that may not be in a consistent state? Email delivery and receipt being interrupted, database transactions that are messed up in the middle of a write, corrupt call recordings, partially written large video files when syncing with image, all so that somebody can get live backups of a server in their closet rather than having a little bit of downtime at 1 a.m., you fucking monster. If you need that level of uptime, you are not a newbie reading this guide. Or you are a newbie reading this guide and you need to hire a consultant to set you up with something like Veeam. To subject a newbie to the risk of error, corruption, and screw-ups that come with doing live backups for these things when they are at this level of Linux systems administration, that is not helpful. That is cruel. And honestly, if somebody calls Rossman Repair Group at 2 in the morning on a Sunday, they're lucky they get a busy signal rather than Allison Smith telling them,
Now get the fuck out of here.
In all seriousness, can you do that? Yes. Is it something that I'm going to subject a newbie to? No. No. That's going to make, this video is 11 hours at this point. I do not want to make it 15. I'm not going to add the complexity of doing that on top of everything else that I'm asking people to do here. I just think that that's mean. So let's get started with, first thing we're going to do is before we run this backup script and show you how that it works and try to do a restore from it, I'm going to set it up so that it runs on a regular basis at 1 a.m. on Sunday. So to do this, we're going to have to edit something called the cron tab. Cron jobs are jobs that are going to run at a particular day time. So you could say run on the second day of the month every month, run on the 5th day of June, run every Sunday, run every 30 minutes. So we're going to set this up to run at 1 a.m. on every Sunday. This over here says this is going to run at 5 a.m. every week. So 5 is the hour, 0 is the minute. So this is the minute you're specifying, the 0th minute of the 5th hour, every day of the month. The asterisk means all, every month of the year, and this is going to say the day of the week, which is Monday. So 0 in this case would be Sunday. So if we want to make our script run at the 0th minute, 1st hour, every day of the month, every month of the year, and we want it to run on Sunday, the script is going to be root/vm_backup.sh, and we are going to have that go to var log vm_backup.log. And when I say go here, I mean the output of our script. When I say the output of our script, what I mean is what it's saying as it's working. I want that to go here so I can see what the script actually did. Did it work? Did it fail? If it failed, why? Based on the logging that's implemented in the script. We write that, and now for the fun part, we are going to run our script and see how it works. So just to be clear, here are the VMs that we have. Okay, we got 4 virtual machines. Let's see how it works. Ahem. Oh, what the fuck? Helps if you make the fucking script executable, doesn't it? I'm tired. I don't need that. What am I doing? Here we go. So it is going to turn off my mail server. Are you excited for this video to be done, Mr. Clinton? I know, I know. I can't wait. It's taking a long time, isn't it, Mr. Clinton? I haven't had time to play with you as much as I used to. You're a good boy. Was a good kitty. That's my kitty. It shows you the progress as it goes. I honestly don't want to show the progress on screen. I kind of want to show the kitty. Let's see if I can shrink that a little bit. Yeah, there's more important things in life. Like a kitty. Yeah, this can sit up here. Actually. right as I make the terminal smaller, that's when you decide to go out of view. Really, Mr. Clinton? Really? Don't you want to show everybody how pretty you are? Look at how handsome you are, Mr. Clinton. What a cat. What a cat. Okay, backed up my mail server, backed up Home Assistant. Notice that it turns each virtual machine off before it moves on to the next one. And then it turns it back on. Note it turns each virtual machine off, backs it up, turns it back on, moves on to the next one. Also, notice how it caught Home Assistant even though the file name is different from the virtual machine name. Guess who had that messed up when they first set this up a long time ago? Yeah. You know what the best way to learn is, Mr. Clinton? When you fuck up your own system. That's the best teacher. Android stuff has the most stuff on it, has the most programs and containers and everything, files, so it makes sense that that one's going to take a little bit. It looks like the backup is done. Now that the backups are done, let's have some fun. We're going to fuck some things up. So first things first, we're going to go to Home Assistant. Yes, nothing is safe today. Nothing is safe. I'm going to, let's see. I delete a bunch of stuff from my dashboard. We're going to, where's delete? Delete. This interface actually fucks me up. Edit maybe? Here? Ah, here we go. Okay, so the 3 dots up here are not real. No, that's for editing. That's for controlling it. These 3 dots are for editing. My God. Wait, delete? Yeah. Do that. Save. Settings. Change the IP configuration so it's not even able to go online anymore. Yeah, we're going to really fuck this thing up. IPv4. We're going to give it a static IP that doesn't even make sense. We're going to put it on a subnet that doesn't exist. We're going to give it a ridiculous gateway address that makes no sense. Yeah, let's really mess it up. Okay, now we're going to go over to image. Die. What? Oh, I have to turn image off. Lame. It's trying to keep me from doing something stupid. I want to do my stupid thing, though. A common typo. Okay. And it is destroyed. Now we're going to try restoring our backup following some very basic instructions. Remember, restoring a backup should be very, very simple and very, very quick. So first thing we're going to do, back at our terminal, I'm going to go back to the Happy Cloud machine. After I've hosed my virtual machines, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut both of them down before I restore the backups. Just because, you know, if you try to restore your backup file while the machine's still running, it's kind of like keeping your computer on, unplugging a drive, plugging a new drive in, and then it's bad. I'm using destroy instead of shutdown in this case because these virtual machines are pretty much the hosted ones anyway. It's faster. At least in the case of Android stuff, that is hosted. So I would be surprised if that even does shut down properly. So now that this is done, I am going to try restoring from my backups and see if this works. But first, my cat wants attention, so I'm going to give him some attention. Mr. Clinton wanted me to play with him, and when I played with him, he was kind of jumping on the desk asking for attention, and I kind of felt bad. I haven't played with him as much since I started doing the series. He's now on the couch, and he is napping as a cat is supposed to do in the middle of the afternoon. So let's go back to this. I'm going to restore from a backup. So I'm going to go back to my terminal. Now we have two files here. We have the XML file, and we have the QCOW2 file. Remember, the QCOW2 is my disk image. That's what I want to restore. I want to restore the file system, my programs, all that stuff. The XML file is going to be if you mess something up in the configuration. We were using Virtual Machine Manager to set up virtual machines, but you could also do that from the command line. So the reason I use Virtual Machine Manager is because I figure it's easier than giving newbies this stuff over here. So we're going to restore the QCOW2 file. So I'm going to become root for a moment, and I'm going to move over to var libvirt images. Now, here I have Android stuff.qcow2. Now, in my guide, what I tell you to do is I tell you to move that file to something else, like Android stuff.qcow.old, so that you still have it there if you want to go back to it. That is the best practice, and that is what you should do. Since I'm using a drive that is too small for anything for the purposes of this video, I am going to remove it, which is not what you're supposed to do. Don't do that. I'm only doing that because I literally just grabbed spare SSDs from my closet that are like 8 years old and only 250 gigabytes. So I don't actually have space, so I'm going to do that. To restore from our backup, we are going to run this command. We're going to go kimu-image. I love that word. Convert pfqcow2 QCOW2, media pool, VM backups, Android stuff, QCOW2, and we're going to move that to Android stuff.qcow2. Always use as the output the exact same file name that was there. You don't want to have to edit the virtual machine configuration because you decided to do this. Like, don't do this. Restore it to the exact same file name that it was before. We can do that. And off to the races we go. It is zipping the modern way. Wow, that's going to be a while. So I will be back when this is done. Now, technically, you could use rsync, or you could just use CP to copy the image file back to the main var libvirt images directory. This is going to fail if there's any sort of corruption. So if it's copying over corrupted data, it's going to give me an error. It's going to try and validate and make sure that everything is how it's supposed to be, and as AVE would say, more better. This is better than using rsync or CP for this particular purpose. So that's why we're using this gimu instead of just doing it the old-fashioned way. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing with my other image for Home Assistant. Let me just... Why did my terminal window minimize? Come back, come back. It's not minimized for you, but it was some reason minimized for me. Okay, so we're going to do kimu. Actually, firstly, let me delete. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't get tab complete on directories I have no permissions for. Well, that definitely zipped the modern way. So at this point, I am going to take a look and see if they're both there. They are both there. And now I am going to set the permissions the way they're supposed to be. And once I set the permissions to what they're supposed to be, I can start it up and it's going to work. So this is supposed to be owned by libvirt gimu kvm. Make sure all of them are, and it's supposed to be permissions 644. I'm not restoring the configuration file because I don't have to. That's not what I messed up. Only the disk image. Okay, are you excited to see if this actually worked? Yes. Verse start. Oh, Android stuff. Verse start, Home Assistant. Remember, I purposely gave Home Assistant a very, very messed up network configuration. So we'll have an idea if this worked the moment that I actually go back to Home Assistant and it doesn't give me a giant bunch of errors. So, or if it loads at all, really. 192.168.5.4, 8123. Ahem. Boot. There we go. Home Assistant is starting, not everything's available yet. While you're starting, we're going to take a look and see image. Come on. Maybe still loading. Let's see. Let's browse around Home Assistant a little bit. So my air conditioner's here. I can adjust it. I go to settings, system, network. Load you mother. Here we go. So this is set up the way it was before. It actually should be static. Yeah, okay. I don't know how that changed from automatic to static. Or did I forget to set it the first time? Either way, the network configuration actually works and is not the ridiculous bullshit that I had before. So that's good. Let's try to start up Android stuff. Start. Okay, it started. I'm going to wait a little bit because it takes a while to start up. Once it starts up, it's going to have that, do you want to go right in or do you want to hit advanced options in grub when you first start up a Linux computer? Going to give it a few seconds to boot. Once I can SSH in, I can try and see if image works. You can do it. You can do it. Here we go. Okay. We have a user directory again. That's nice. And let's open a browser tab. Why is my Control F always open? I'm going to go over to image 192.168.5.5, 2283. And there are the photos from before, and it works. Virtual machine backups. Perfect. That is lovely. That makes me happy. Now, in the written guide, I'm going to go over some things that you should do if you want to back up the main host system. That is the thing that's running all of our virtual machines. That one is a little bit trickier because that is running all the time. We don't turn that off. Ever. So what I like to do is I do something that's insanely old school, which is I have one of my drives, and what I do is when I set all of this up and I have Virtual Machine Manager and I have all my programs installed the way that I want, and I've installed all my virtual machines and everything works, I will boot up from a Linux Live CD and I'll use a program called DD Rescue, and I will take a physical clone of that machine and I will put it away. So you have this where I have every one of my machines is virtual and I have disk images for it, but here, I would like to have an actual physical clone that I can take from that machine and plug into it if its drives go on fire, or that I can take from that computer and plug into another one. I know it's a very boomer way of doing a backup. I'm going to include that in the guide, as well as a way that you can deal with snapshots so that you could take all of your files from your system folders and reinstall. If you truly genuinely do hose your actual host operating system, if you don't have like something like this or a direct disk image from recently that has a lot of the stuff that you need, you really are going to be looking at a situation where you're reinstalling the operating system and trying to copy files back from a snapshot. One of the things you can do there is you can have your files, and you can have, once you reinstall, you can have a package list that you create, and you have that package list. You reinstall all those packages from the package list, then you would rsync over all of your files that were from all the directories from your prior snapshot, and I'm going to include that part in the guide. I'm not going to be going over that on video because that's just, we're at like, I'm pretty sure we're at like 13 or 14 hours at this point. So that is backing up all your virtual machines. So you can massively screw something up, and you can have it all back pretty quickly when just a couple of commands works. With that, move on to the next section of the video. You excited? We're going to create an MDADM monitoring script that's going to let you know by email if either of the two solid-state drives in your boot and your root RAID array have died. So we have a ZFS pool that is, well, at least in my personal server, over 100 terabytes of recipes and Linux ISOs, and it's going to email me if any of those drives die, and it's going to check every 15 minutes. But that's in my giant storage array. What about the two solid-state drives that Ubuntu server is installed on that have all my virtual machines? If one of those drives fails, I want to be notified, because one of the biggest problems with RAID is that it works so well in RAID 1. When one drive fails, your computer just keeps working, that usually people wait until both drives fail to head over to Rossmann Repair Group for a $1,000 data recovery bill. I mean, yeah, I should edit that out. I'm mildly biased there. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it up so that if one of those drives in that RAID array fails for any reason, it's going to email us so that we know that there's something that we should do about it and we should address it. So let's get started with that. This is a script that is for my personal computer. To be clear, I am not a scripter, I am not a programmer, and I never thought in a million years that I would ever actually be using this or showing it to other people. So yeah, have mercy. So when you create this, you're going to have to edit two things, which are the email addresses. Actually, pretty much there's 3 or 4 because there's a bounce email. So I'll show you. So we're going to create it at root/mdadm alert.sh. And then I'm going to paste this in and just like, yeah, I'm not a programmer or a scripter. But what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to change everything in the email section, which are the first like 2 or 3 paragraphs here. So you have my email where we're getting alerts sent to. You have the email, which is the from. You have the name of the from. You have the reply to, and you have the return, which is the when an email bounces, like let's say this email address doesn't exist, where is it going to bounce back to? Those are the only things that you're going to have to change. This script is supposed to figure out, like, to be clear, supposed to figure out what your RAID devices are, where your root is, where boot is, all that stuff, and supposed to. So far, I haven't had a RAID array fail, so technically I haven't actually had a reason to tell if this works. So kind of, I'm figuring out if this works for me too. So we're going to save that. Root MDADM alert. So okay. Now I want to set when this thing is going to run. I want this to run on a regular basis. So what I would do is if I were setting it up to want to run every 15 minutes, I would do something like this. So what this says over here is you have like, it has a nice little thing over here. It says, where's the documentation here? Maybe you could run it back while your user counts at 5 a.m. every week. Here you go. So to run it at 5 a.m. every week. So the first one is the minute. So that at 5 a.m., that's the 0th minute, 5:00. This is the hour. That would be the 5th hour. And then you have the month, the year, and the day, and all that. And like, so this would run on Monday, I believe, Monday, 5 a.m. every week. Yeah, I think 0 is Sunday and 1 is Monday. Double check that. So what this is going to do over here is it's going to run this script every 15 minutes, and which I have put it mdadm alert.sh. I'm going to make sure that that's actually the same file name. Yep. And just for my purposes, I'm going to have it run every minute because I don't want to wait 15 minutes after doing the script before I leave. So what is Ducky? Oh, the fuck is that? Ducky? One moment. That's weird. Oh, VWM-S3H is where it's shaving it. I saw Ducky over there for a moment. It's like, what the fuck? So I'm going to run this script. Oh. Oh, that's because I didn't type sh. What? I just gave you permissions, you piece of shit. Chmod plus x. Ah, I gotta go to the directory, don't I? Or just do this. It's late, man. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's checking the health of all my drives, and it says that they're okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my email here, and I'm going to put the email on the screen. I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to unplug my drive, and we'll see if it sends me an email. This is going to be fun. Gmail inbox. Yeah, professional, right? It's a demonstration. This is not a mission critical computer. And since I'm holding my phone with one hand, I'm gonna try to unplug the cables with the other, which is, oh man, this is so cringy. That is a drive. So this computer had 2 drives before, and now it has 1. Okay. I've never set up my email this intently. RAID alert, issues detected on Happy Cloud. My RAID array is in a concerning state. Clean, degraded. Let's zoom in a little bit. Pretty. Isn't it pretty? It's so pretty. Now, the last part of this entire thing with regards to backups is going to be how do you back up the main operating system? So one of the things that I said is that when we're doing VM backups, we're doing a backup that's once a week in case you screw something up, because it is not a backup to have multiple copies of the same thing, because it's very easy with RAID to just, it's going to back up your error. So if you accidentally remove the entire user directory, you delete everything, it's going to do a perfect mirror copy of you deleting everything of your stupid mistake. Now, the way that I do this is kind of it's kind of a very, very ape-like way to do it. I just make a physical copy of my disk, to be honest with you. You could do a lot of stuff where you take an LVM snapshot and then you rsync from that snapshot, and then if you mess something up in your operating system, when you reinstall it, you rsync everything back, and sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't, because you'll have different programs, you'll have different things, and it's not what I want. And also, to be clear, when it comes to the operating system, we have nothing installed on this besides Frigate, which is a program that I have sworn on a Bible that I am never going to update for the rest of my life anyway. My configuration over here is not going to change. My virtual machines are what's running all the things that are actually important to me. So I don't need to back up the changes that I make on my operating system on a regular basis. Once I have a working setup, what I do with this working setup is I take a physical disk, I copy it to another physical disk, and I put that disk, which is encrypted, in my closet, so that if I destroy and hose my operating system, I can just take my disk and put it back in there. I'll copy the most recent version of my virtual machines back from the ZFS pool, or if I didn't mess up the virtual machines, I'll just copy them back from the hosed drive that's in my computer, and I'll be just fine. And the tool that I use for that is something called DD Rescue. I will take this drive, I'm going to plug it into my computer with a USB 3 to SATA plug, and then I'm going to make a copy of it. I could hear the cries of a systems administrator somewhere going, you could make snapshot. I just don't trust them. Like, I get burned on them 1% of the time, but it really only takes 1% of the time to say, screw this, I am going to have if I have a physical copy of the drive and both drives in there die, or one drive, or I erase something that I shouldn't have erased, I like having the ability to take this thing out of my closet, physically plug it into the server, and within 40 seconds be back up exactly as I was before. That's just, I like that. I like having that, and I don't get that with any of the make LVM snapshot and then rsync everything over and then rsync it back on a new installation and pray that this file is not conflicting with this file on this new version. Like, fuck all that. So I'm going to plug this in and I will show you DD Rescue. All right, so here's what you are going to do. The moment that you finish setting up this entire guide and you have your system set up exactly the way that you want for your host, you're going to shut it down. You're going to take one of those drives out, and you're going to do what I'm showing you here. You're going to find a drive of equal size or greater size, and you're going to do this. So the drive that belongs to the one that was in that computer downstairs, that was that 870 EVO SSD, which is dev SDC. And the 2 terabyte drive that I just plugged in, which is that external casing, is dev SDE. And again, the same way that I did when I was making that pfSense bootable USB, what I like to do, because I like to actually unplug each drive after I plugged it in, plug it back in and run this to confirm that the letter matches. And then when I plug in my second drive, I run fdisk-l, I unplug the drive, I confirm that the drive that I'm writing to has disappeared, and then I plug it back in just to make sure that each letter is what it is so I don't overwrite my system drive, because I've totally never done that before. So what we're going to do here is dd rescue FDR3, that's not Franklin Delano Roosevelt, that's forced, make sure it does it, D for director's access, and R3, meaning that if there's any bad sectors, it is going to try to repair it, it's going to try to reread it 3 times. If you have any bad sectors on your source, right as you're setting up this computer, get another drive, because you don't want to start off on the bad foot of that. So dev SDC, which is the OS drive, and dev SDE. And I'm just going to put copy.log. And you are going to do this before it dies. And you're going to have this sitting in your closet. You're going to run that till the end. You're going to let it go. Make sure there's no errors. And at the end of this, you now have a backup of your primary boot drive. So if any one of those 2 drives dies in your RAID array, what you're going to do is you're going to follow the instructions in the guide. You're going to follow the commands after you plug in a fresh drive, not your backup drive. This drive that you made, this copy goes in your closet. You only keep this. This is like break glass in emergency. What you're going to do if your RAID array dies, I would suggest turning it off since there's only 1 drive in it, because you don't want to risk that thing dying. You're going to go to the store, buy another SSD of the same size, plug it in, run the commands in the guide, and then it's going to mirror everything from the good drive to the one that you just bought. And if you're really, really paranoid with it, which you should be, I would suggest running RAID 1 for your operating system, not with 2 drives, but with 3, because usually the way this works is when 1 drive dies, the other one's not far behind it. And granted, with 3 of them, well, 1 drive is going to be hard. It's better. I don't know. I'm a paranoid person. That being said, that concludes our probably 12 or 14 hour long video. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope that you enjoy coming up with your own system. Next up, I'm going to be going over how it is you can actually use those files that you store on your 100 to 200 terabyte ZFS pool. Because what's the point of storing 100 terabytes of recipes in Linux ISOs if you can't enjoy them on your home entertainment system as well as on your smartphone from wherever you are in the world? I'm going to go over the phone first, and then I'm going to go over the home entertainment system. A lot of people, I think, have a much more complicated idea of what I have set up here when I say I have this Linux setup that attaches to my home entertainment setup, and it's much simpler than many people may imagine. I'm going to be spending a lot more time going over how it is you can have a budget home entertainment setup that actually works well than I am going to be going over the technical aspects of it from the Linux and server administration point of view. First thing we're going to do is we're going to install an application on the Android phone called VLC. VLC is a great media player that you could find in the F-Droid store over here. I used to use Media Player Classic back in the day, like 15 years ago, but VLC had a lot more development, and it's also open source, and it's a very good media player. So let's open this thing up. I think a fly landed on me. And we're going to hit skip. I'm going to grant it permissions. I trust VLC. You don't got to trust VLC, but I trust VLC. After that, I'm going to go to Browse. I'm going to click on the 3 dots in the upper right corner, and I'm going to click Add a Server Favorite. So I'm going to go to SMB as my protocol, not FTP. That's what it defaults to. Once we're here, I'm going to type in the server address of the machine that I have my ZFS pool on. This can either be happycloud.home.arpa, as I've explained many times before, based on the host name of the server and the domain of the pfSense firewall, or we could just type in its IP address that we gave it, which is 192.168.5.2, whichever you prefer. After that, you're going to go server name, and I'm just going to choose ZFS pool over there, and hit OK. After I do that, I'm going to edit the details. Now, one thing you may notice when you add it is you added it to your favorites, but you didn't see anything pop up on the screen, and you also have these items in favorites that you never actually added. This is, again, another open source system. You just scroll over here, and then you'll see the share that you added. You didn't make any mistakes. It's open source. If it was easy, then it would, it wouldn't be open source. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I'm actually attached to my VPN, because if I'm not attached to my VPN, then I'm not going to be able to connect to my share. So I just connected to my VPN over there, and now I can connect to my share. When I click on it, I see archive, but I haven't authenticated yet with my username and password. So I can type in my username and my password right here, and you can choose to change it in VLC, you can choose to save it in Bitward in your password manager, whatever floats your boat. I'm going to save it over here in VLC, and then when I click on it, I can see my files that I have in there. And I can click on this one over here, and let's watch. So player controls, I don't care about video player tips.
Hello, Alice. This is me, Rob. Alice, I'm sorry. I'm miserable without you. Please come back to me, Alice.
And there you have it. That's how you would connect to your share from anywhere in the world to be able to view your files. There are also programs that are not open source that are pretty good at browsing called Owl Files, where you would set them up in a very similar way. You would put in your Samba credentials, and you'd put in the network share and all that information. You connect to your VPN, and then it is right there and available for you. Now we're going to move on to the home entertainment portion of the setup, and I'm going to go over how that would work. Based on a lot of the questions I've received, I think most of you think my setup is way more complicated than it actually is. So I'd like to just go over the way this is actually set up and show you that it's not as complicated as many of you think it is. First thing we're going to do is I'm going to load up my File Explorer so that you could see how I would view my share. So I'm going to go over to Thunar. I like Thunar as my File Explorer. If you're using Windows, you're most likely used to using Windows Explorer. And for Mac, I honestly just, I don't use Mac. So this is going to be my File Explorer. Now in Windows, you would usually do something like type 2 backslashes and then the IP address of your ZFS pool computer that has your Samba share, or the Samba share that has your ZFS pool, however you want to put it. Here, I'm going to type SMB : and then the IP address or the host name of my share. And it would usually ask me for the username and the password if I had not logged in this session and I put the username and password in. And then I have that archive folder over here that I was using. By the size, you may be wondering, I thought you set up a much bigger ZFS pool than that. I did. I took the hard drives back because I need them for my own computer. So I double click here on archive, and now I'm going to I could have access to all of my files. Now at this point, I would drag it over to my other monitor. So let me just give you a look at what my setup looks like over here. So this is my work desk where I have my 2 monitors, my microphone for doing videos. I just put that to the side when I am not using it. I have my keyboard, which is one of the best keyboards on earth, the Logitech K350 before they destroyed and ruined them with the Wave series. My M570 trackball, I have my camera over there, and I have the other tools that are essential to my desk setup. So there, I have 2 monitors, and I have that one just in case the other one dies. It's always good to have a spare Geiger counter on you. Now, over here is my living room setup. So I'm going to go over what every component in here does in a moment. But the first thing, we're just going to go over the basics because a lot of people seem very confused on how this works. So firstly, this is my television, and my television has an HDMI input. So what I do is I take an HDMI cable from the television and I plug that into the computer. Then for audio, because I am not going to listen to audio coming out of a television as long as I'm alive, I have an audio interface that plugs into the computer using a USB cable, and then the audio interface plugs into my stereo system, which I'll go over shortly. So just to make sure you got that right. We got the TV, the HDMI cable to the computer, and then the audio interface going to a USB cable to the computer. All right, now that you got that, we're going to move over to how it is we would enjoy stuff on here. So the first rule is you cannot disturb the kitty. Now this is my seat, and that's his seat. It's my seat, that's his, but as you can see, he's taking both, which complicates matters. So I'm going to try to squeeze into the section that I can fit in, and we're going to have to share. Now I'm going to go over to this folder that I've opened. I'm going to double click the file, and I can now open it in VLC.
Hello, Alice.
Unfortunately, it appears to have opened on my other monitor.
Alice, I'm sorry. I'm miserable without you. Please come back to me, Alice.
Let's drag it over.
For everything I said. I even apologize.
There's VLC.
I know she doesn't mean the thing she says, Alice. It's just a nature. She doesn't mean to be.
Volume control.
Just born that way. When she says things about your old boyfriends and
Forgot to lower the curtain for the window up there.
doesn't mean to get me mad. She's just naturally mean, that's all. When she spilled the beans about the end of the play, I shouldn't have got mad at that. I should have expected it from her. I know how she is. She's never gonna be any different, Alice. She's gonna be the same all the way, Alice. She's never done.
That's kind of what it's like to have in-laws. So now that that's done, I'm going to go over each individual portion of the setup. We're going to go over acoustic treatment. We're going to go over speakers, amplifiers, audio interfaces, and all of that. Because there's this misconception that if you want to have good sound, that you have to spend an insane amount of money, and you really don't. Now, those things on the wall, those are called acoustic panels, and we'll go into that in a moment. And the reason I have this really schizo color scheme is because each one of these color schemes actually made sense for the place that I lived, and every time I moved, I would make new ones with burlap, or I would get new ones. So now I have this crazy assortment of colors that doesn't really make sense, and I didn't want to build new ones. So we're going to go over every element of this setup, and I'll go over how you could build your own. So what I have here, these are Vandersteen Model 3A signature speakers. The reason I like these speakers is they are both phase coherent, they have good frequency response, and they don't have a lot of what's called cabinet resonances. So if you were to put your hands by your mouth and you cup them, that's kind of what it's like when you have a speaker inside of a large cabinet that is not really well designed, which is like most speakers, unfortunately. But when you look at this one, you'll notice that even though it looks like a big speaker and this is on top, that's actually just a pole. There's like nothing in here. It's almost completely hollow. So there's no cabinet resonance. And when you get used to hearing a speaker that has no cabinet resonance, it's very hard to go back to speakers that do have cabinet resonances. These are connected to my amplifier over there. It's an Artel RB1090. These are SU Research ULS15 subwoofers, and that is a mini DSP that I'm using as an audio interface. I've meant to go over this on YouTube, I just haven't because you need Windows to mess with it. It's kind of, I don't know how to have a Windows computer. So what that does is it takes the sound from my computer, which I plug it into via USB, and it splits the high end to the Vandersteen speakers and the low end at 60 hertz over to the SU Research subwoofer. So it acts as a crossover. Now again, the computer attaches to the television using an HDMI cable, and the audio interface using USB. So the first thing I'll go over is basic acoustic treatment. Most people that get into audio, they spend $5,000, $10,000 on speakers, and they spend no money on acoustic treatment. But acoustic treatment is actually what matters more than that. A $300 set of speakers in a room that you spent $500 acoustically treating will sound better than a room that had no acoustic treatment with $10,000 speakers. It really is that serious. When it comes to cabling and things of that nature, I am an audiophile, but I am not an audio fool. The cables that are going to my speakers are actually the same cables that I got from Home Depot that are going to my bike, and in fact, they're not even matching colors. So there's that. Those are literally the cables that I use from the wiring from my bike motor to my bike motor controller. It's as cheap as it can get because you'll never in a million years hear a difference. And that's another thing we're going to get into. So first things first, acoustic treatment. Just to give you an idea of what this is, we have acoustic panels over here, which are for most of the frequency range. And then we have bass traps over here, which are for low end. So if you have a room that's small or you have a room that is shaped as a cube or a rectangle, you're going to have a lot of what's called standing waves. What a standing wave is when the bass is kind of like not really getting absorbed and it's just kind of going back and forth, and you get to these knolls and these peaks. There are areas where it cancels out. It winds up being a mess, and you'll wind up having frequency response for your bass that looks like this, or you'll have bass that has this really muddy sound to it where it stays for like an additional like 100 or 200 milliseconds, and it just sounds all muddy and crappy. So those are kind of like acoustic panels for low end. So I put them in the corner, which is where you have most of the bass getting stuck. So I have them in the corner. I have two behind each of my speakers, and then I also have two behind the listening position over here, which really helps massively. And now I'm going to go downstairs, and I'm going to show you in two rooms of my house that are almost identical what it's like when you have even cheap garbage acoustic treatment versus no acoustic treatment. So I'm just going to... I'm using the phone microphone right now because the phone microphone is going to make it more obvious since it's not right next to my mouth. So the phone is about 1 foot away from my mouth, and this is a room that has no acoustic treatment. Now I'm going to walk over to the room that's identical in size, that has acoustic treatment so you could hear the difference. So this is a room that I'm in the process of redoing. This is what I used to use for recording. These are not good acoustic panels. These are garbage. This is cheap foam. And the reason these are bad is because they don't absorb low frequencies. They only absorb something around the range of a kilohertz and up. Don't quote me on that. But compared to what I have upstairs, which is Owens Corning 703 fiberglass, these don't really absorb much in the low end. However, even though this is cheap garbage, you probably noticed that this room sounds a lot more clearer than the other room. You're not getting all those early reflections that are muddying up the sound. Next up, when it comes to speakers, these are called Axiom Audio speakers. Axiom Audio is a company that spends a lot of time and money on research at the National Research Council in Canada. So they're not about marketing, they're about engineering, which is one of the reasons I've liked this company since 2005. When I got, these are Axiom M3 speakers. Now they've almost quadrupled in price since I originally bought them. These used to be the budget options. They would compare the Axiom M2 or M22 to the Paradigm Studio 20s, which cost a lot more money. And ironically, these cost almost as much as the Paradigm Studio 20s did. I got these for about $168 on eBay, and these stands were $20. Under my desk, I have a Kenwood stereo power amp that cost me about $60 on eBay that I attach via a headphone. I'm not kidding. This attaches to my computer with a 1/8 inch to dual RCA cable that I got at Walmart for about $8. So this entire setup cost me less than $250, and it sounds absolutely amazing. It's great. And you can have a setup that sounds very, very clear, very crisp for a very low price. And I'll show you upstairs where you can find these. Also note that while these have a more traditional baffle than the Vandersteins, notice how they're not even or like a perfect square. So the left and the right walls are not parallel with each other. Anytime you have parallel surfaces, you are more likely to have standing waves and reflections, which are going to muddy up your audio. And this is one of the things I'm talking about when I say that this is a company that values engineering over wankery and advertising, because there are all these little details like this that they put into their products, even though they don't cost a lot of money. I'll show you where you can get these for close to the price that I paid, which is $168. And if you get even crappy acoustic treatment like this, and this, to be clear, this stuff is absolute dog shit, but even if you get garbage acoustic treatment along with these, you could spend about $400 to $500 and have a better sounding setup than people who have spent $5,000 to $10,000 on speakers. This would be what a proper panel sounds like. So just to give you an idea, let's say I yell, and I'm going to go right up to the panel. I'm going to go, ah, ah. Now I'm going to go up to the wall. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go, ah, ah. You see how this is not absorbing the low frequency much? Ah, ah. Then over here, ah, ah. Before I start showing you the prices that you could spend to buy a top-end audio equipment that is 90 to 95% as good as some of the stuff that costs us figures at a very low price, I'd like to go over the concept of placebo and the ABX test. A lot of audio gear is sold based on complete bullshit. If you go to websites like Stereophile, you will hear people pretend that they can hear a difference between a $500 cable and a $5,000 cable, which is complete and utter horseshit. There's a website called Hydrogen Audio that's been around for over 20 years that dedicates itself to the development of audio codecs like Lame and Og Vorbis and what was the other one? Og Opus, Muse Pack, FLAC, Monkeys Audio. And one of the things that they deal with is something called the ABX test. One of the things that Hydrogen Audio does that I like a lot is if you are going to talk about a codec or you're going to talk about something sounding better than something else, you cannot use subjective terms. They will not allow you to. You can only use ABX tests. An ABX test is a test where A is the $10,000 cable, B is the $5 cable attached to my bike, and X is you don't know. It's randomly generated, so you're going to have to figure out which one it is. And if you can't tell which one is the $10,000 cable and which one is the $5 cable, at least 12 out of 16 times, they consider your input irrelevant. And that's great because 99% of the time when people are talking about a lot of this high-end garbage, like they're talking about spending $10,000 on a digital to analog converter or $15,000 in an amp or $1,000 in a cable, if you put them through an ABX test, they would not be able to tell the difference. Now you may wonder, if this is all placebo, then why is there so much money in it? A big part of it is ego. People like thinking that I am the renowned ear that can tell the difference between a $5,000 cable and a $10,000 $200 one, and that makes me more of an audiophile than you plebs. So it's really like many things that you'll see in YouTube comments where people will insult others in order to build up their own ego. Like, you're stupid, you bought a Xiaomi. You're dumb, you bought a Samsung. Any idiot that buys an iPhone. It's the same thing in almost every corner of life. It's just easier to make fun of when it comes to audiophiles because they're literally spending $10,000 on shit you can't tell the difference in. So it's very important to avoid a lot of the audiophile garbage that's out there because most of it is based on placebo and it's also based on ego. They're selling to people who think that they are better than they are because they think they can hear a difference between a $10,000 amplifier and a $200 amplifier when they can't. When it comes to modern electronics, as long as it's competently designed, keyword competently designed, you will be fine. There are things that are not competently designed. For instance, the Trident 80B console. The Trident A range and B range were consoles for audio recording consoles from the 70s that sounded amazing. And then they made something called the Trident 80B in the 80s that was an absolute piece of dog shit. This is a console that was so bad, it had an equalizer for adjusting the bass, the treble, and the mid-range that was so broken that it used the same amplifier for both bands. So the way this console worked is if you, let's say you added mid-range and then you went to add bass, it would actually undo the adding of the mid-range because you were using the same amplifier for both with the same power. So it was just a complete piece of shit. But and then there were the consoles that used the NE5532s and stuff like that, where if you, as Jim Williams says, if you put a bell tree through it, it won't come through the other side. But that was the 70s and 80s. At this point, electronics, for the most part, that are even reasonably competently designed are not electronics where you will be able to hear a difference. And when it comes to audiophiles, 99% of the time, if you ask them, are you willing to take an ABX test and then hold yourself to the fact that if you can't hear the difference 12 out of 16 times that it doesn't exist, they will say no, and that is all you need to hear. So let me go into how easy it is to buy a setup that is fairly affordable for your living room or for your studio room that works. So these are the speakers I was talking about. These are $758 a pair now, and when I originally got a setup like these, they were in the $200 range, so a lot has changed there. However, and these are also the Vandersteen 3A signatures that I have in my living room that I paid less than $1,000 for. I'm not suggesting that you buy these things retail. If you go on eBay and you search for Axiom M3, or you go to a website called Audiogon, you can often find these insanely cheap. So here you have the Axiom Audio M3 tie, and these are $210. The differences in sound quality between the older version of the M3 and the newer version of the M3 are very, very small, but you get a speaker that sounds like a speaker that you would spend over $1,000 for as low as $210. Now, when next part that you're going to need is you are going to need something to connect it to your computer so you get the sound from your computer to there. And for that, I like to use stereo receivers that have something called optical output. Optical output is going to be it's something like this. Optical output, motherboard, computer. It's going to look something like this. So this is your back panel, and you're usually going to have something that looks like this that's a SPDIF out, and it has a red light pulsating from it. That's a digital out. You'll see a lot of motherboards have this. And this allows you to get digital audio out from your motherboard instead of using the audio jacks that often are filled with noise. So, like, I don't know if you ever used some of these older computers or stuff like the AC97 chipset, where when you move your mouse, you'll hear it in your speakers kind of shit. This will get the audio cleanly out of your motherboard without having to spend any more money. This is called optical output, and I like to get receivers that have that type of input. So what I would do is I would go to eBay. Let's find something on eBay that's cheap, and I would search for stereo receiver. Now I would go for 2-channel and 2.1 channel because 5.1 and surround sound is a meme. Get 2 good speakers. Don't buy 6 shitty speakers. For any given budget, buying 2 good speakers is infinitely better than buying 6 shitty speakers. Now I am going to go to buy it now just to make sure that what I buy is something that is available right now rather than some auction bullshit. And then I'm going to choose for audio inputs, I'm going to find something that is digital optical Toslink. So that means that I can get the audio out of my computer very easily. And then I'm going to look for brands that I trust. So Anko is a real brand. This will output into a 4-ohm load. So a 4-ohm load means speakers that have a lower impedance. Those are a bit more difficult to drive, but they're a bit more, quote, efficient, end quote, because no speaker is actually efficient. They're actually horribly inefficient. But when you get more power from the same receiver or amplifier when you have a lower impedance. So my Vandersteens are about 4 ohms, whereas the Axioms are closer to 8. So I don't know who Rockville is. Pioneer Elite, maybe. Let's see. There's a lot of Unco here. Older Harman Kardon I would trust because they didn't lie about their power ratings. I'm just going to scroll down for a little bit and see what's here. So, man, you got a lot of cheap stuff here. This thing is $79, Sony. Here we go. Harman Kardon stereo. You want $151 of shipping? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so let's take a look at this Unco over here. So this Unco receiver is 2.1 channel, which means I can put a sub. That's what the 0.1 is for. Let's look at the back of it. So it has an optical input and a coaxial input. So if your motherboard has an RCA jack for its digital audio out, it'll support that, as well as supporting the optical over here. So this would be able to take the output from your computer, and you could plug it directly into your speakers using those over here. That would go to my speaker. And I believe this also has a subwoofer output. Yeah, here it is a subwoofer output, so you could plug it into a subwoofer as well. So if you were to buy these Axiom speakers here for $210.45 in shipping, you're looking at $255 for your speakers. You could buy that alongside with a receiver that's about $110 after shipping, and you've spent less than $500 on an audio setup that's going to rival what other people have spent easily thousands upon thousands of dollars on. And again, on the Sony, I would just look on the back of it. I would try to make sure that the seller is not full of shit, because 90% of the people on eBay have no idea what the fuck they're selling, especially when they're selling MacBook parts. So this says it has optical input, and you have not. Oh, here we go. Let's take a look at the back of it. What do you got here? What do we have here? CD, mid, video. See this? So I see eBay lied to me. eBay very often lies to you because they're pieces of shit. So I explicitly asked for something with optical in. It showed up in the results, and it doesn't have optical. I mean, it's cheap. I shouldn't have expected that, but yeah, fucking eBay, man. Sucks as shit. Yeah, always, my stepmom was the director of the library, and she always used to say, "Inspect what you expect if you actually want to get what you're looking for." So what I would do at this point is I would probably go for that Unco over here. Now, if you want things to get even cheaper than this, let's say you don't care about there being noise in the audio, or you just want to YOLO it and hope that the motherboard that you have has high quality audio, you could use the 1/8 inch out on the back of your motherboard, which usually looks like this. This is what you would usually plug cheap speakers into, or this is what you would plug your headphones into on your computer. And then you would buy something like this. This is an 1/8 inch to RCA cable. You can buy these for as cheap as $1. $1, and it is a fine quality cable from Monoprice. They make high quality cables. And then instead of buying a receiver, which is going to do the digital to analog conversion, which is turning the sound file on your computer into something analog for your speakers and your amp, and having a volume control and all this fancy shit, you could just buy what's called an amplifier. So this stereo receiver is a combination of three things. This is a digital to analog converter, because it is taking the digital audio from your computer and turning it into analog. It is a preamplifier, which is the device that you use to switch between sources, and that's also the part that has your volume control for attenuating your volume. And then it is an amplifier. So this is a digital to analog converter, a preamplifier, and an amplifier. And what you could get is just the amplifier by itself. In this case, you would be using your computer for the digital to analog converter. You would be using what's built into your motherboard, and you would also be using your computer motherboard as the preamp. You would be adjusting the volume on your computer, and you wouldn't be switching between sources, and you'd also trust that your computer's digital volume control is not complete ass, which it usually is. What you could do is you could buy just an amplifier by itself. You could use an amplifier, like a Kenwood, for instance, and you could buy these even, I mean, you could buy these for as cheap as $50. So let's just go to buy it now. I am going to go to used. Yeah, this is the one that I have downstairs. This is about $100. So at this point, you could buy this amplifier for about $102, and then you would buy the speakers from AudioGone. So here you would take the output from the motherboard of your computer, you would connect it to an 1/8 inch to RCA cable like this one. You would then plug that into the back of your Kenwood amplifier. Then you would buy the cheapest speaker wire available. You could spend less than $20 on speaker wire, and you would attach this to your speakers. So you would have a hi-fi setup at this point for under $400. If you're willing to make your own acoustic panels, you can also save a lot of money there. You would get 2x4s, you would cut them into 2 feet, by 4 feet, and you would make these rectangles, and then after that, you could use burlap around them because burlap is a breathable fabric, and you would put Owens Corning 703 fiberglass inside. The one area where I would suggest you don't cheap out, don't go to Home Depot and buy the cheapest, crappiest insulation there. The insulation that you find at Home Depot is not really meant as to be a broadband acoustic absorber, meaning it's going to absorb most frequencies in the audio spectrum at a somewhat similar rate of absorption, so that it's meant for like a hi-fi audio room. It's really meant for, I don't want to freeze to death inside my house because there's no insulation. That's what the stuff at Home Depot is made for. So I would buy some Owens Corning 703 fiberglass. You can buy cuts of it, or you can just buy it in bulk. You would get some 2x4s and you would cut it to 2 feet by 4 feet, and you could buy some burlap and you'd wrap it in burlap with a staple gun, and then you have acoustic panels that are very, very cheap. And if you don't have a large room, you could very easily acoustically treat your room in a very, very high-end way for less than $300. You could also go for some higher-end speakers like the ones that I have. I have the Vandersteen Model 3A, but I originally went for something called the Vandersteen Model 2, which was about $400 or $500 when I got it. If you search on eBay, you'll see that you can buy a, let's see, they got the smaller, here we got the 1C for $499, the 2C, okay, here we go, 2CI. These are pretty good. They're very close to mine, and they're about $600. These go down to approximately 30 hertz very linearly, so you could easily use these without a subwoofer and really enjoy some nice bass. These are going to have better bass than 99% of the computer speakers that you buy with a subwoofer, because these actually do have a 10-inch passive radiator in the back and an 8-inch woofer in the front. So let's see, let's see if I can get them on AudioGone as well. Here we go. The 2C for $650. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get a very, very high-end speaker very cheaply. If you're willing to spend some time just looking through eBay every now and then and searching for deals. And these are also, this is buy it now at $500 or $650. These are not like you have to bid on them. So if you're willing to spend a little bit of time to build your own acoustic panels, you're willing to go on eBay for 5 or 10 minutes instead of buying new, you can easily build yourself a decent hi-fi system for about $500 or $600, and you could build yourself a top-of-the-line hi-fi system that will sound way better than people who've spent $10,000 or $15,000 in their setups for around $1,000 to $1,500 if you're open to spending a little bit of time, build your own acoustic panels, and not wasting your money on stupid shit. Buying a set of Vandersteen 2C speakers for $650 or $400 is an excellent way to spend your money if you want good sound, whereas spending $500 on cables is a stupid way to spend your money if you care about good sound. Always remember the ABX test, and don't read these online forums where people are just making subjective measurements of audio quality, because your brain has such a bad audio memory that it doesn't have the ability to tell. It's not even a question of them lying to you. They are lying to themselves because their brain is lying to them and then telling you the truth as they believe it. The moment that you switch over from this to this, your audio memory is literally gone in that instance of a second, so you don't remember what it sounded like. So it's very easy for you to bullshit yourself and tell yourself something sounds better than it does. This over here is a Pioneer BDR2213, and it is also another amazing source of content. So this allows you to rip Blu-rays in 4K. But this is not just any BDR2213. This is a BDR2213 with 10-year-old firmware. Before they started putting firmware on these that doesn't allow you to make a copy of the movie or concert that you bought and fucking paid for. So this allows me to take my content that I paid for and be able to view it on my computer or my phone. So if I have a Tori Amos Blu-ray from our live Montreal concert from 1992, because let's face it, you're not a real man if you don't cry listening to Tori Amos, I could rip that with this and then have it as a copy that is on my NAS. And I could rip it in a way where I'm not even transcoding it, so that I have it in its full original quality without any sort of compression. I think this is a must-have. They have LGs that can do the same thing from that era, but the problem with some of the LGs is that they die much more often than the Pioneer BDR2213. You could find these online from a gentleman named Billy, and I will let you do the research and how to buy one of these with the 10-year-old firmware that allows you to have access to your library in 4K. It's a lovely way to have some sort of freedom and control over your home entertainment system. You bet your ass if I spend $20 to $40 on a concert or a movie that I want to watch it the way I want to watch it, not the way the MPAA or the RIAA say that I'm going to watch it. fuck them. That's what this is for. And I highly suggest that you pick up one of these with an older firmware on it that allows you to have freedom over what you bought and paid for, rightfully so. This can be purchased online from a gentleman named Billy, and I will let you do the research to figure out where that is and how to give him money in order to get one of these. I did not get any discounts. I paid full price for it, and I was happy to pay full price to it because it gives me freedom over what I bought and paid for. Here we go. Look at all the baby fishies. I had 0 babies in this pond 3 months ago. So this over here is a blue bird. I personally believe that blue birds are immoral and unethical creatures, and I would never suggest that you use anything, not only not use a blue bird, but anything ever associated with a blue bird. But as I told you, I'm not here to tell you how to build your own sovereign cloud. You're supposed to do you. So if you want to get access to certain types of things that you may not have in your existing archive, you may want to look into a blue bird. I personally don't like the blue bird because I have koi fish, and the blue bird often tries to eat koi fish, which is one of the reasons that I have that blue bird over there to scare other blue birds away. But I'm not here to tell you what to do. I just make suggestions and tell you what is and is not moral and ethical. That's my koi. Look at all the babies. I had 0 babies 3 months ago. This is crazy. They're starting to turn into teenagers now. That's my koi. Some goldfish, some koi. You get a really clear view of the bottom now. I need to do so much more vacuuming.
Ghost is still okay. Ghost is still okay. There's Ghost right there. He's beautiful.
Look at how many tiny fishies. You can see them perfectly in the bottom. It's amazing what a 10,000 gallon per hour pump and another Ultima 2 20,000 filter will do when you have a 9,000 gallon pond that already had a giant Ultima 2. I have 2 Ultima 2s. I have an Ultima 4. Ultima 2 squared. Yeah, this is insanely clear now. Next up, I'm going to be picking up a PC that Erin has at work. It's a mini PC that I think is very well suited to being a home theater entertainment center PC that you put in your living room and attach to your stereo and your television. I am a Neanderthal. I am okay with having a giant computer that I use in my living room for everything. This is my workstation PC. This is my video editing PC. This is my living room PC. But a lot of you are normal, for lack of a better word. You probably have a computer in your workroom or your bedroom, and then when you go into your living room, you probably have a television, and that's it. You're not going to take your PC out of your office or out of your bedroom or your studio room and put it into your living room. You probably want something that is slim, and you also want something that maybe has a little bit more of a polished user interface than using Windows Explorer or Thunar to browse through your Samba shares on your work desktop. And that's very doable. There's a little home theater PC that I'm going to show you, the hardware and the software to it, that I think is exceptionally suited for this particular task. We are going to erase every remnant trace of cancer off of this particular computer because it comes with manufacturer software that's garbage, and we're going to replace it with something that makes it very, very easy to take all of your files, all of your junk that may be completely scattered everywhere, and automatically go through all the internet, movie, and television and music databases out there, identify what each of those pieces of media are, and then allow you to search through it very, very easily, read the descriptions of it based on internet review sites and all of that, and just be very, very, very simple for people who want something that is small, that is quiet, cheap, affordable, and that in some ways actually would serve as a gateway drug to those who want to build their own server as well. This machine is not only going to be something that is suitable to being used as a home entertainment PC because it is small, it is cheap, it is powerful enough to play 4K video, and it has a lot of storage, but it's also something where if you buy a model that's slightly higher end, you wind up getting a model that's probably 45% as powerful as the gigantic server that I have downstairs that is small in size and that also fits 12 NVMe SSDs if you want to go crazy with solid state storage. So since this device can be used as either a home theater PC, as well as being used as a server if you want to start off with something small before you decide to commit to building a gigantic rack mount server with 12 or 20 serial ATA desktop hard drives in it, this may be a cool place to start. This here is called an assistor because it's made by the company ASUS, and it's here to assist you. Get it? Assistor? Assistor? It's a pun. It's a pun. And this here is going to assist you in everything other than getting an RMA from ASUS if you have defective hardware, in which case they will tell you to go fuck yourself. Kudos to Gamers Nexus for pointing that out, and that should put to rest any accusation that this is a sponsored segment of the video. So if you are interested in having hardware that is a little bit more aesthetically pleasing and also more simple than mine, this is a great box to take a look at for a number of reasons, because this doesn't only have the ability to take the place of the server if you want a great introductory server before you build something gigantic, but it's also a great option for a living room PC, for a hi-fi, and a home entertainment system, and I'd like to go over why. I'll just compare and contrast it with the system that I have here. So in my living room, I have this ridiculous looking computer. I built this thing 7 years ago, and it obviously doesn't fit into the case that I bought it for because the radiator was way too big for that piece of shit Corsair. But this is a Threadripper 2950X with an NVIDIA RTX 2080 GPU, 128 gigabytes of RAM, 2 NVMe SSDs in RAID 1. It has a Pioneer BDR 2213 in it because fuck the MPAA if they think that they can tell me that I am not allowed to rip uncompressed 4K copies of what I already bought and fucking paid for. They can tell me I didn't own it in the EULA, and they can suck my balls. I have my nice little icy dock thing over here that allows me to plug in 4 SSDs, hot swappable, so if my friends come over and they have Linux ISOs they want to see on the big screen, I don't have to go searching for a USB 3 to SATA enclosure. I use this for my work when I sit at my desk, and I also use it as my home theater PC. But a lot of you probably don't have 115-pound Rotel amplifiers, subwoofers that are larger than a toilet or a computer that matches that, nor do you want that in your living room. And you may not want a server that looks like this. My server has 12 3.5-inch hard drives in it. It can fit a full-sized power supply. It has a giant, nice ATX motherboard, big heatsink, 3,000 RPM fans in it, another 2 5,000 RPM fans in it. This is gigantic, and also, frankly, this case costs damn near as much as this thing. It actually costs more than this thing. You may want to get started with something small. You may just kind of want to put your toe into the pond before you dive in with the koi fish. And if that's the case, this is an interesting computer to look at, because you could use this as either a home theater entertainment computer, or you could use it as your server. And if you want to just start out using something small as a server, this is a good option because you can demote it to a home theater PC down the line. And let's go over why this is a decent option starting out. Firstly, when I was talking about audio and high-end audio, I was talking about getting a motherboard or a setup that allows you to have an optical audio output, digital audio output. If you have a computer motherboard, even a really nice fancy modern one that has 3.5-inch headphone jack outputs that you would plug your speakers or your headphones into, even the nice ones have this thing where, depending on the brand and the model and the make and what's in your computer, you're rendering a video in Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, you're using the CPU, and the moment you go to render the video, you hear this weird little whine in your audio or something. It's just something that happens. So being able to have a digital audio output so that the digital to analog conversion and the amplification of your audio is happening in a device made for audio rather than a multi-purpose computer is a great thing to have. You could plug in a USB audio interface to get around this altogether, but that's another box, more added complexity. And we're talking about having something that is very versatile. That makes this versatile. It does have that SPDIF output that you could then plug into a $100 to $200 Onco receiver. Virtually any home theater receiver made in the past 20 years is going to have an optical input. Not all stereo receivers do, but a good number of them do, and it's very easy to find them. This means that you could go to Walmart, get a $5 cord, and immediately hook this up to your home stereo without having to buy a different box, without having to buy an audio interface or fuck around with anything like that, or HDMI. It just works very nicely. So if you don't want to listen to audio out of your television, because we don't do that here. We don't use TV speakers. That's not allowed in my house. It's just the first time I ever used my television speaker was 2 days ago playing a Tony Braxton album. What was it? You seemed very like, what the fuck just happened?
That was bad.
Yes. It's like I switched from the Vandersteens to the it's never doing that again. They ruin music. Secondly, in terms of quiet, this machine does have a fan in it. We're going to see how quiet it is. There are many PCs that are powerful, but you can hear them. They sound like just very obnoxious little, $20 Amazon drones in the distance. When it comes to storage, that's where this thing really destroys most other mini PCs. Many mini PCs, you're lucky if you get a single M2 slot for an SSD or 1 2.5-inch, or maybe they're really generous and they let you have a 2.5-inch SATA drive and an NVMe drive. This thing has 6 slots for NVMe drives, which means that you have a system that you could buy on eBay for something around $300 now. This one you can have for about, I think, $300 to $400, and this would allow you to put 24 terabytes of very fast storage in it. Now, this is designed to be used as a NAS. A NAS is network attached storage, which is what we set up when we set up our server with a ZFS and Samba. Network attached storage is where we're going to store our stuff. It's a file server pretty much, and we set that up as a network attached storage system with hard drives. The reason we use hard drives for that is because when I am looking for a movie or a Linux ISO or an audiobook, I don't really care as much about having, you know, a 4-second boot time the same way I do as when I'm booting up my laptop computer. When I boot up my laptop computer and I'm running programs, the difference between an old spinning hard drive and an NVMe flash drive is night and day. But if I'm playing back a 100 gigabyte Blu-ray rip, it's really, I'm not going to notice a difference between a spinning hard drive and an NVMe SSD. That just fundamentally doesn't matter there. And because these drives are so much more expensive, you can get a 20 terabyte hard drive for the same price as a 4 terabyte SSD. This is usually not the way people want to store things. So this was made as a NAS, but we could use this as a server with these fast drives, and because these drives have come down in price so much, you could have a 24 terabyte server for less than $1,600 in storage if you really wanted to go the route of having NVMe drives. There is no space in here for you to put an actual spinning hard drive. If you wanted to do something like that, you would want to get one of the models that has a USB-C port, and if you wanted to expand later into having hard drives in it, what you could do is you could buy yourself something like this, probably have to put a hole in the side to get the cables out. You would get this to turn that USB-C port into a PCI Express card slot. You would then plug a PCI Express serial ATA card into it that you would then allow you to plug 8 serial ATA drives into it, like using a cable like this or a cable like this, and then you'd probably want to get some sort of power splitter, so you could get a splitter adapter cable for all your drives, and then something like this. And that's getting a little bit ghetto, but just to be clear, if you really wanted to, you could actually buy something like this, set it up with NVMe drives for your initial system, like 2 drives in RAID 1 for your operating system, 4 drives in ZFS for your storage, and then if you really wanted to go for a 100 or 200 terabyte ZFS pool later, technically you could kind of do that with this. Am I saying you should? No, but as with the mail server and most of my decisions in life, just because you can doesn't mean you should. They're fun, you'll regret it later, and that's one of the greatest reasons to do it. The other thing to go over with this is you can buy the cheap $300 box, and you're going to get something that's about as powerful as, maybe twice as powerful as a Best Buy router. The $350 one that I'm showing you, this has a CPU benchmark score of 4053 because it is a Celeron. However, if you move up to one that costs a little bit more money, this one uses a Ryzen processor, and it gives you 12 NVMe slots, which means that you could put 12 of these drives in there, meaning that you get 48 terabytes of NVMe storage, which is absolutely insane for a device that you can buy at B&H for $800. B&H is a very reputable vendor, and you would be able to buy this device from them for $800. Now, in terms of using it as a NAS, I am not using any of Asus's software on this. Their software is coming off of this the second that I plug this thing in. Like just looking at the AsusTOR subreddit, this is like, yeah, ransomware attack, megathread, AsusTOR hacked, ransomware attack. Like, no, we don't use the NAS software that comes from the NAS vendor. Fuck that. We are going to use software that actually gets security updates, that's made by people whose primary business is not selling hardware and hoping that you buy the next one once the old one's obsolete. We're going to be installing software designed by people that sit in their bedroom 24 hours a day programming, because that is their passion and their livelihood. So let's get started with this. So the first things first is when you unplug this, there's going to be 4 little screws in the bottom of it that I don't have the proper size Phillips, because fuck if I know how to repair anything. I have a flathead over here. What you would use is you would use a Phillips 0 screwdriver to remove these 4 screws in the bottom. You slide this out, and it doesn't use screws. It's a toolless installation for each of these NVMe drives. Now, one thing to understand is that these clips on it that they have, these clips are about the same level of quality you would expect from a MacBook A1181 from 2006's screen bezel. They're pretty bad. So you're gonna, once you push this down, you're not gonna be able to have space to put the drive in if you pull the clip. You push this down, but you're not going to put any pressure. You're going to pull back on the clip and then gently press on the SSD and put this forward. You don't want to push on the SSD and be nice to the clip. The SSD is $205, and the SSD has chips on it that are soldered to the board using something called ball grid array, which means that there's hundreds of solder balls that can crack underneath the chip that holds all of your data, and that is very bad and very difficult to diagnose. If you have a problem, it could be anything causing random crashes and shit, and this is also $205. Whereas this little plastic clip is literally worthless, and if you break the plastic clip, you would just be using a piece of tape to put this back together. So the cost in breaking this is much higher than the cost in breaking the clip. So don't push on the drive, and if you actually do really want to push on the drive because the temptation is there to push on the drive, at the very least, you're going to push on the PCB section at the top of the drive because that's not where the chip is soldered. You're not going to want to actually push on the chip itself, as tempting as it is, because it's so much more space for your fingertips. So I would push on the top section, and again, if you're going to break something because you don't know how much force to use, break the tab. These are very, very, really cheap feeling tabs. I don't think that the mounting system in this is that great, but it is one of the few devices of its kind that I've seen at this price point. You can, there we go. And we're going to plug these in. And if you're crazy with this device, what you could do is, if you wanted to start adding hard drives to it, is you would use that USB-C port on it. You would get something like this, some USB-C to PCI Express 3.0 expansion card slot that allows you to plug a desktop PCI Express card into it. You would plug all of your serial ATA drives using these types of cables into those. Stop growling, bro. Be nice, you fucking asshole of a cat. Clinton, get over here. You would plug your drives into it using this. You could power it using some sort of spaghetti like this. And it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but you could do it. The Intel NUC is not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, if you can find the Ryzen versions of these used for $500 or so, 12 NVMe slots, digital audio out, like, this is just, it's not stuff that you get on standard mini PCs, and it may be worth dealing with Asus, even if they are a bag of dicks, which again, hopefully, yeah. This video is not sponsored by Asus, by the way, for anybody wondering. Lastly, before I get into setting that up, you may wonder, why can't you use it as a router as well? I noticed that it has 2 Ethernet ports in the back. It does, and there are actually 2.5 GBE Ethernet ports, so you're not just going to get 1 gigabit, which is going to be giving like 100 or 120 megabytes a second. These are going to give you 250 to 290 megabytes a second. It is a Realtek chipset. I forget exactly which one. I think it's the 8169. It's just like RTL 8169, something like that. You don't want to use Realtek for a firewall. Can you? Yes. Should you? No. And this is not the, like, can you do it, should you do it meme that I'm doing, where it's like my relationships or a mail server. This is like you really don't do that. It has 2 Ethernet ports on it. No Realtek. We had 2 rules before, remember? No Realtek, no DiGiorno. I am not going to be using ASUS software at all. I don't even know what it looks like, nor do I want to know what it looks like, because I don't want just no. Fuck manufacturer proprietary shit. Fuck ransomware, and no, just no. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a Linux distribution on this that is a bit more designed to be used in a home theater environment. In my home theater, I'm using my work desktop, which uses XFCE. I use Thunar as my file manager. I type in the address of my Samba share. I take my trackball over to the couch. I have my remote for volume control. I browse through my shares. I scroll through and I double click what I want to open, and it opens in VLC. But if you're looking for something that is not really a computer plugged into TV kind of feel, but more home entertainment system kind of feel, you may want to look for a Linux distribution called LibreElec. This is called Just Enough OS for Kodi, which is a system that is very popular among people that want something that's a little bit more refined for their home theater computer. So we're going to install this thing, and I'm going to walk you through installing it and kind of see how it works in this little thing for ourselves. Since if this actually works well, this is a very, very viable mini PC for a home theater. See if I have my trusty assistant plug in the USB stick into the front of the computer, please, so that I can write it. Thank you very much. Applause to our off-camera unaccredited assistant, without who I would have to get up. And let's download this. So LibreElec, I'm going to download this build. I'm going to write it to my flash drive. This is a USB SD creator. It says there's not one available for Linux. No, I don't care. This is like, I'm just going to make my own. I'm going to use DD. So we're going to choose generic. This works on all different types of hardware. So when you see Allwinner, Amlogic, Rockchip, what does all this mean? This means that if I have a computer that's not using your standard x86 architecture, I could run this Linux distribution that is designed to be used as a home theater PC on any one of these random types of devices, which are not just Intel NUCs or your standard laptop, which is, it's cool that they support all that. So let's go for the generic image. If you're using this Assistor, whatever the hell, this is useful. So generic PC, no NVIDIA support. Legacy generic PCs for older PCs and NVIDIA GPUs. And virtual machines, we're not doing virtual machine. This does not have an NVIDIA. I'm using the cheaper one, and the cheaper Assistor. Yeah, this is just a quad-core Intel Celeron, and it says smooth 4K hardware transcoding. So we're going to see how true that is. I'm gonna try and play back some very, very high bitrate Linux ISOs on this in a moment. So we go back to LibreElec. I'm going to download standard, generic, latest stable version. Where's my terminal window? Okay, so the drive I just plugged in is dev.sdd. I'm going to grab this image. Going to zip the modern way on Spectrum Internet. That's not bad. 20 megabytes a second. That's like quadruple the speed I was getting when I was paying $400 a month in New York City for Time Warner Business Cast cable. I forgot the name of my drive again. STD. Image, dev std, yes equal 4rm. I'm just double checking to make sure I don't erase my operating system drive, because I always do that. That's one of my favorite things to do, actually. I also forgot I'm not using DD rescue, so I have to do of equals if equals. Now I get to figure out if I accidentally misconfigured that computer and it gave it USB 2 only on the front ports. Fun. I have a feeling that I gave that USB. Actually, that may not be why it's slow. It could also be slow because that drive has been through the laundry about 3 times this week. On the back of my Assistor, AsusTech, whatever the fuck they want to call this thing, I'm going to plug in my power cable. Ethernet for internet, which I should have neatly routed, but I haven't even gotten started on the project of wiring my house for Cat 6A, even though I said I was going to do that the day I moved here. Yeah, it's on the list. Anybody else have a list? It's like all these things you promise yourself you're going to do that you kind of bullshitted yourself on and never fucking do. That's one of many. Also, the keyboard and got a wireless keyboard. And a wireless, shut the fuck, wireless mouse. Who the fuck told you to turn on yet, huh? Okay. Turn it off, because I never fucking told you to turn on, you sack of shit, disobedient sack of shit. Turn you on. Okay, hit F2 immediately to get into the BIOS. So when this thing boots up for the first time, first thing you do is you spam F2 as much as humanly possible. And I'm going to want to just go through the boot order of it so it boots off of my drive. Now, eMMC disk. What is eMMC card? eMMC is a memory type. So if you have a Tesla car, all the crap you see on the screen in the software is stored on eMMC. It's a kind of flash memory. On your smartphone, eMMC is going to be the memory that is soldered onto the board that stores your stuff back. At least now you kind of really don't have a choice because they don't give you a fucking micro SD card slot anymore. That is what's going to store everything. So I am going to be overwriting, if possible, every single piece of Asus software on this piece of shit. I'm going to be installing directly to that. After that, I can then use those 4 NVMe drives that I plugged in as, if I wanted to, a local ZFS pool just for storing all of my stuff. So let's install the operating system and get on with it. or set this up so I can install an operating system. I'm going to lower eMMC a few levels. I'm going to have USB drive, my Samsung drive with my operating system, the CD, FTD, all that's going to be top. And let's just see if there's any sort of security options that's going to make Linux complain. So I'm going to disable any of this TPM stuff. Secure boot configuration is cleared, which is lovely. I just heard a cat knock over everything. That's lovely. Yeah, it's a good kitty. Knock over everything. Okay, now it should boot into my Linux drive at this point. So I tap F10 and enter. Let's see if my Linux installation disk will allow me to install onto the local storage. And to be clear, I'm not running a server operating system on here, so I don't really care if the internal eMMC fails. I'm not really that invested in it, which is why I'm okay with installing to the internal eMMC. So, oh crap, I only had a few seconds to type installer there. Uh-oh. Like, I'm going to use RAID 1 with MDADM with email alerts if anything dies for mission critical systems. Email, my backup system. This is a home theater computer, so. Okay, so we have 4 options: install, save install, reboot. Okay, let's start with an install. How about that? What do we want to install to? So we have the 4 SSDs that I inserted, and then we have this 8 gigabyte or 7.8 gigabyte eMMC memory that's built into it. So I'm going to install to that. And let's see what kind of operating system I can get installed for 7.8 gigs. Little Blackberry. Oh, you're adorable. What a cat. You may now remove the install media and reboot. That was fast. Okay, let's see what we get. Welcome to Texas, where okay, we're going to boot up from scratch. There we go. Libra Elec, just enough OS for Cody. Note that the sun has gone down. This is welcome to Thanksgiving in Texas. Okay. Next. Language is English. I have a... Oh, I'm using the wrong mouse. Damn it. I can't tell the difference between the mouse inside there and my mouse in OBS. Okay, English. Next. I'm going to call this... Let's do something very, very, very original, like theater room. Yeah, nobody else has ever called it that, right? Theater room. Okay. Networking. Now, to be clear, if you want to use this as a Samba server, you want other devices in your house to be able to see what's stored on here, you would want to have a static IP because you'd be using it as a server. I'm doing the opposite. I'm using this as a client where I want to use this to view the content that is stored on my other server. So if you want to use this as an NAS and you want to actually have your 24 or 48 terabytes of NVMe and view it from anywhere in your house, you want this to have a static IP. I'm setting it as a dynamic IP because the entire point of this is to access my ZFS pool that I have set up for myself. So next, I'll configure SSH. I'm not going to turn on Samba because I don't actually, yeah, I'll set a password. Let's set the nice hyper secure password. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's very secure. Now, I don't know if that means turning on Samba server or Samba client. Actually, yeah, this is a server, so I don't need Samba server. I'm not going to use that here. Next. Okay, enter file selection. So let's go to movies. Okay, so I'm going to try adding videos. Let's try adding, well, I could just double click. Let's see. Add a Samba share. SMB 192.168.5.5 is what I would use. And let's say for media pool archive, I would type this. That share on the demo NAS that I showed you is already unplugged. So I'll show you one from mine. Yeah, I'll do this. And let's just say complete. Now, remember, when I'm typing in the name of the Samba share, I'm using the exact same syntax here that I was using when I was using Thunar File Manager and File Explorer to view my Samba share. SMB://, then I type the IP address of the device that I'm running my Samba server on. I type the name of the share after the slash, and then after that I can type the name of the folder. Hit OK. Now it's going to ask if I want to scan all the different things I've downloaded for movies, TV shows, all that kind of stuff. And let's do that. So scan recursively, exclude path from library updates. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Skip file name for match external audio. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. And refresh information for all items within this path, yes. And now we black out what is in the upper right corner of the screen. And we come back to this in 5 minutes. And Lewis will remember to block out what's in the upper right corner of the screen, right? Right? Right. Nobody needs to see that I have 3 seasons of the fucking Girlfriend Experience. Or Gossip Girl. I had a crush on Leighton Meester when I was a teenager. What can I say? Nothing wrong with that.
Not at all.
Just finished scanning some things in that folder. What I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to hook up this device that you can get for about $350 that has a Celeron in it to my television and also my home audio setup. I'm going to use the optical audio out rather than use my USB audio interface because I want to see how well it would do when it is being used in a manner that is as cheap as possible. And I want to see if I can play the largest file that I know I have in this library, which is a 4K video file that is over 80 gigabytes in length for a single movie. And we're going to see how that performs on a 4K television with my hi-fi. So I'm going to be listening to see if there's any sort of random distortions and stuff in the digital audio output from the motherboard, and I'm also going to see if the processor is skipping or lagging when playing a video file that is the highest bitrate of any file that I have in my collection with a modded encoder. So let's get set up and move over to the living room area. Okay, I'm going to hook this up and put it in this little home entertainment center thing I have over here, which as you can see is Boeing because I have a 115-pound, 780 watt per channel Rotel amplifier that can power up to a 2 ohm load on the bottom of this, which makes total sense given that it's hanging a $3,600 television, which is sitting right behind a piece of boiling wax, which I am 99% chance going to forget is even here and knock onto either the television, bad, or myself, good, because I heal, this doesn't. So let's get started. So I'm going to have 4 connections here. HDMI to go to my television, an Ethernet cable, which is going to go to this so that I can connect to my ZFS pool in my server that I set up. I'm going to have an optical cable for the audio to my audio setup, and then I'm going to have the power cable for this, which I'm going to plug in last because this device turns on automatically when you plug in the power cable. So first things first, when I was going over the audio setups and receivers, if you have a home theater or surround setup, you definitely have something like this. This is an optical audio connection for digital audio. Any receiver that's 5.1 surround whatever over the past 20, 22 years has this connector on it, guaranteed. If you have a stereo receiver, anything that's made probably in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years that is a stereo receiver rather than an integrated amp will have this. If you have just a power amp like this, then you won't have this. But if you shopped according to what I was showing you, you will have optical. Technically, this is an audio interface as well, so I could plug this in via USB, but I just want to show you how this would work when you have the setup that most of you likely have. Somewhere within your setup, soundbar, receiver, whatever, you're going to have some sort of optical connection. So first thing I do is the optical connection over here. If my assistant could just zoom in at 2 or 5x on this, give it time. Okay. Now, this is an optical connection, and it doesn't really matter as long as it's kind of there. It will conduct a signal, and you will get sound. By conduct a signal, I mean you'll see the little red light blinking. However, this is only designed to fit in one way. So if you put it this way and you kind of hold it there, it will actually work, which may give you the illusion that you have this plugged in properly, but you do not. You want to put this in here properly. It's going to have one end is going to be longer than the other. Pause. And then you're just going to push it in like that, and you'll be set. This one is actually kind of flimsy, but again, it's ASUS. What do you expect? The other end is going to plug into this device. So just get the camera here. And this is what the back of this looks like. So I have RCA inputs over there for, I believe that I have some analog audio input over here. This is unbalanced RCA input. This is XLR for balanced analog audio input. And then this is going to be my digital input. So I have AES EBU because this is a fancy schmancy device, and it has optical input as well as coaxial digital input. So I'm going to take my cable and I plug it in over here, blocking the camera as I do so because 12 years on YouTube, can't use a camera. Go fucking figure. Oh, that's satisfying. So now you have audio, and you should do cable management rather than do the shit that I'm going to do right over here. Yeah, we're just going to... out of sight, out of mind, right? You're going to braid your cables properly and use cable ties, not buy them and then 1.5 years later have them sitting on a rack because you never make time for yourself. Next up, we have our Ethernet. You plugged it in any other of the ports back there. Your HDMI cable here, and then make sure that the television is actually on because I want to see this thing turn on and work. I have my... Oh, this cable management is such shit, but that's what makes it beautiful, though. Now it's going to turn on. You'll see the BIOS over there. Wait, zoom in on that really quick before it turns. Look at how bad that is. Look at how jagged. Did you see that? That was trash. Like, go Oasis. Okay, so now I'm going to change this to the optical input. Here we go. So your receiver is probably every receiver is going to be different in this regard. So mine has USB, Toslink, which is that optical cable, SPDIF, which is the RCA version of that digital input, and it'll let me scroll through. So I have SPDIF, USB, Toslink. I'm going to choose Toslink. Now, let's take a look at what we have. Sit on the couch. You should take your seat, and I take my seat. Okay. Now, let's have let me turn that light off because it's actually quite aggravating. That shit there. All right, are you able to get a zoom in on what that tiny little mini PC looks like? And then a zoom in on this gigantic, ridiculous desktop that I have to give them an idea of the difference. Yes. So, quite a difference. Now, let's see what this is like if I want to search for something. So, we're going to go on the TV, and what I'm listening for and looking for here is anything that tells me that this cannot properly decode a large file. So the largest movie that I believe I have is Batman Begins. It's something like 80 gigabytes there. And, well, what did I just do? To use PVR, I don't want to install PVR. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to go for search. Search local library. What? Okay, fine. I'll add add-on needed. I'll install you. Okay, search. Search local library. Batman Begins. And it finds it. Now this is about a 70 or 80 gigabyte file. It is 4K. Let's see how this loads. Do we get any sort of skipping or funny business? Also, we likely have to tell this where to send the audio because this is by default sending the audio through the HDMI cable, which is going to my television, which no longer has speakers and a microphone. So let's set that up. Settings. System. Audio. Yeah, so audio output device is going to be Toslink. Where do we have that? HDA Intel PCH, PC Surround, digital SPDIF. Yeah, this is what we want. We want digital SPDIF. Also, that's a kitty. That's a kitty. Very cute kitty. Display 3840 by 2160 for 4K and 60 frames per second. Good. Hear that? Now we have audio. So let's go back to my movie. I can fast forward. How is seeking?
Dai giornali la facevo molto più basso, signor Wayne. Niente armi, mi insulta.
So this has multiple different languages. Let's go to settings, audio settings, audio stream. This has Italian. Buongiorno, as Brad Pitt's character would say in Inglourious Bastards. Subtitles, English. Buongiorno.
You could have just sent a thank you note. I didn't come here to thank you. I came here to show you that not everyone in Gotham's afraid of you. Only those who know me, kid. Look around you. You'll see two councilmen. You...
So this is a Celeron processor on a computer that you can get for $350. It is loading everything using the drives in my ZFS pool, which are hard drives, not solid-state drives. And I can seek around instantly. There is no lag. The audio is perfect. The video is perfect. And it doesn't look like a giant schizo system, which is pretty cool. And if you wanted to, you could actually get a USB 3 to SATA enclosure that allows you to plug in that 5.25-inch drive over here that I love so dearly if you want to be able to have your 4K Blu-rays backed up so that they don't die from humidity or sitting in a closet or dropping them or anything like that. Pretty, isn't it? Pretty. Nice. Assistor. So this is my Zoom recorder, and this is a DPA 4066 or 4065 omnidirectional microphone capsule over here. And yes, I know I need to charge my recorder. It's like getting the rest of my cable ties. It's on the list. So what I want to do is I'm going to play that high bitrate movie that I have. This is the highest bitrate H.265 file that I have on my entire setup, and I wanted to show you what a worst case scenario is going to look like for this device for most of you when you have it in your living room, so you have an idea of what this would sound like versus a full-fledged desktop. This is a water-cooled desktop PC. It's a custom water cooling loop. It has a radiator on the front with three 120 or 140 millimeter fans. These are Noctuas. There's another two Noctua fans like it on a GPU radiator, and then there's another exhaust fan. Even though I made this to try and be quiet, it has all these fans, so it's going to make some noise. So I'm going to take this microphone, and I'm just going to show you how it sounds like when I'm about 6 inches away from the microphone, and I'm just going to have a distance at a normal speaking voice of pretty close to the computer. So this is the microphone right up against this device, and I'm about 8 inches away from it. Now I'm going to sit about 3 feet away from the device and the television, and the microphone is about 2 inches from my mouth. At this point, I can hear the crackling of a bag of pasta in the background way louder than I hear this. Now I'm going to turn on this computer so that you could see the difference in the sound profiles. And I'm going to put the microphone equally distant between that computer and this one. Yeah, this sounds like a jet engine when it starts up. This is my machine. And this is the Assistec. So the noise profiles on these devices are the same for me. The only way I think you're going to go down from that in terms of noise is if you get a completely passive computer for your living room. This really does make a very minimal amount of noise. Even if I'm going to take the microphone and put it all the way on top of that device. So I'm standing back here, and the microphone is sitting right up against the device. You can get an idea of what that sounds like. This is the quietest I think you're going to get unless you get a completely passive device. I hope you've enjoyed this video. I hope you've enjoyed setting up your own home entertainment system, as well as your own sovereign cloud, storage system, phone system, mail system, calendar system, contact system, photo gallery, backup system, home automation system, and everything else. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Remember, when it comes to this type of setup, you don't have to copy what I did. In fact, I don't want you to. I want you to do this in your own way. There are millions of different ways to do all of the different things that I showed you in this video, and the fun of this is putting it together the way you want to put it together rather than just copying my setup. I just wanted to give you a hint of what is possible if you're willing to put in the time and the effort to do all these different things, and I was hoping to inspire you to realize, wait a second, I don't have to be an expert sysadmin and I can have all this stuff. If you're willing to put in a little bit of work and understanding this stuff, absolutely. I look forward to seeing what you build, and hopefully you build something better than me. See you in the next one. Bye now.